It's January, there's always planty things to be doing, so I'm going to show you the things that I'm doing and why to keep my plants in tip-top shape. And we're starting with a brand new bird of paradise. So this is my new bird of paradise. I don't know too much about the plant, so I've got some helpful tips from some planty YouTuber friends of mine, and they gave me some good tips that I'm going to share in this video. So this guy is a flowering plant. That's the aim of the game with this guy, to get it to flower, which can be quite tricky. It needs a few things to do so. Number one of them is being fantastic lights. They need bright, direct light and lots of it. So this is why I've put it in my conservatory at the back. So this is a south and then west exposed room. So it's going to get light coming from there and going all the way around and then setting in the garden. So you should get lots of light, especially in spring and summer. And that is ideal to get the flowers to come through. When I brought it home and I sat it in this spot, I did give it a thorough check over for pests. You don't want them spreading to your other houseplants. So I've given it the all clear, apart from one thing. There are a couple of white blobs, just only 3 or 4 white blobs on the leaves that are suspicious to mealybugs. They don't seem to be spreading or growing or anything like that, or even moving around, but just to be on the safe side, I've got some surgical spirits and a Q-tip from Mrs. S. So you just dip it into the Q-tip and then blob it onto the suspect white blob on the leaf. So there's a couple there, there was one here. And that will kill the mealybug if it is a mealybug, and it will stop it from spreading. So I'm going to be extra vigilant and just checking over this plant every day just to see what's happening with the white spots on the leaves. Watering is pretty much like any other house plant, just let it dry out in between watering. So that's what I've been doing, using my moisture meter when it's dry, giving it a good drink. And then when you buy a plant from the store, it's quite a big specimen. So you just want to look at the pot and actually see how many plants you've got. More often than not, a plant this size, you've probably got 2 plants, which is exactly what I've got. I've got 2 in here, which is great because it's a nice bushy specimen, but it can be problematic further down the road to get it to flower. If you've got your plant in a nice sunny spot and you've had it a few years and you've just not got it to flower, then just have a look at the pot and see how many plants you've got. If there's 2 plants in there, they're basically fighting for nutrients. So you might want to just separate them and put them into their own pots so that they can feast on their own nutrients and hopefully flower. I'm not going to do that for this guy because it's a new plant for me and I don't want to stress it out by repotting it basically. Most of your orchids at home have probably finished flowering. I know mine have pretty much all finished flowering. There's a couple of that still have a couple of flowers hanging on for dear life, like with this guy here. There's a flower there and an unopened one here. So when they finish flowering for the year, your focus should switch to looking after the leaves and the roots as best as possible, setting them up for success for the next flowering season. So most of my orchids are doing just fine. New leaves are coming through out of the crown of the plant, which is exactly what you want to see. But for some reason, this guy has got a big old yellow leaf. So I reckon this guy needs a bit of a rehab. You don't need to be too alarmed when you see something like this. It just means you need to pay a bit of attention, and that's what we're going to do, set up this guy for success for next year. So this orchid, I think what I'm going to do, pretty much at the end of its flowering season, I think. There's only a couple of flowers left. I think it might be drawing on too much energy from the plant. So I want to basically cut it off like so. I'm going to take this yellow leaf off. Just pull it off. The encouraging thing is that there is new leaves coming through the middle, so that's a good sign. I'm going to get it out of the pot. So I think I did repot this guy not too long ago. So I did cut off some of the roots, and they do still look reasonably healthy. Maybe a little bit dry, maybe that was the problem. So I'm going to put it back into the pot like so. Because the roots felt quite dry, what I'm going to do, pop the plant in there. I've got some water here with some hydroponic fertilizer, just to give it some nutrients. I'm going to put in quite a lot of water, just to give it a good saturation, a good drink, like so. So it's quite high up. That way, the orchid bark will get nice and wet. I'm going to leave this in here for about an hour. So it's going to get fully saturated. The roots are going to get fully hydrated. Then I'm going to discard the excess water and I'll put it somewhere nice and bright. And then maybe I'll clean the leaves as well actually, because they're a bit dusty, so it's stopping it from photosynthesizing. And then with any luck, this should bounce back and we should start to see new growth coming through the middle. But as always, I'll give you updates in future chores videos. If you saw my November chores video, I'll leave a link to it at the end of the video, just in case you haven't, then you would have seen me plant this guy, the amaryllis bulb. So this guy is a bulb that will flower beautiful red flowers. So this one is just starting to open up. You can just see the two flowers are just poking out of this stem. This one is yet to open up. So I reckon another week or so and this should be in full bloom. So it has taken a bit longer than expected. I was hoping to get this all opened up by Christmas, but it looks like it's going to be January. So that one is fine. I also did two more. So if you planted your amaryllis at the same time as me and it's still not opened up, then don't be too alarmed if growth is a little bit slow, because I've got these two as well. I did these at the same time and they're much further behind that one. I'm not really sure why. It must be to do with light and temperature maybe. So this one is just starting to show its bulb poking out of the top, so very slow. It's been in there a good couple of months, and this one, it's got the leaves and now the bulb is just starting to show itself. So I'm not really sure. It must be the lights in my old house. They were in different rooms. I think that one was in my dining room, so it was getting lots of early morning sun, and these two were in my living room, I think, not in as bright a spot. So if they're a little bit slow, then don't be too alarmed, because mine are too. Winter can be a fantastic time to experiment with putting some of your plants in brighter light and even full sun exposure, which is what I'm doing over here. So I've got this spider plant here, which would normally thrive in direct sun, but it lives here on this shelf, so it's getting south and southwest exposure all day long, but it's gentler sun in the winter. So we can kind of train our dragon to enjoy some direct sun during winter, spring, and then see how it gets on through to summer. If it starts browning, then pull it away and put it somewhere a bit less bright. But this guy's absolutely loving life. Lots of new leaves are coming through the middle, so it's very happy. And it's also got lots of these pups coming through as well. So I'm going to continue to put it there and keep an eye on it through to spring and summer. And I've got my new plant, my Schismata glottis, which I still can't get my head around how to pronounce. It's an absolutely gorgeous plant, and this naturally lives under the canopy of larger trees in its natural habitat, so it only gets dappled sun. So it's a new plant for me, so I'm experimenting with putting it right here in this sunny southwest exposed spot to see how it gets on, and it seems to be happy as Larry. Lots of new leaves coming through the middle. And also I've got my Monstera alba that I would normally put in kind of medium light, because it's got the white parts of the leaves that I don't want to damage through direct sun. I'll put it in that spot to kind of experiment with it getting direct sun during the winter months and through to spring and summer, and let's see how it gets on. It's pushing out a new leaf, so it's clearly happy in that spot. So just keep an eye on the plants that you move into your sunnier spots in winter, and then just kind of see how they get on in spring and summer, and maybe they can stay there. Did you know that you can take a begonia, Rex begonia I think this is called, you can take a leaf and make multiple plants from it? Strange but true. I'm going to show you the full process. I've only done this once before and I've had limited success with it, so I'm going to try it again. all you need to do is take a leaf at the base of the plant, pop that to one side because we don't need it anymore. And then from this one leaf we can grow lots of begonias. So what you need a chopping board like so, and a nice sharp clean knife. So on the back of a begonia leaf there'll be lots of veins. What we need to do, take our knife and just make incisions along the veins. And at these points is where new plants are hopefully going to root and then start to grow. So you just want to cut into the main veins, a couple of centimeters apart. Okay, so I've made lots of incisions. You don't need to worry about damaging the plant too much. And then you want to get a tub of soil like so with a lid. A lid is important to keep the humidity in because they do need humidity to start growing successfully. And then you want to take your leaf and you want to lay it onto the soil. I'm cut that back so it fits in. Lay it onto the soil so it has good contact, and that's when the good contact is going to start the root making magic. So just press that on there like so. Just trying to make sure as much of that leaf has good contact with the soil. You can pin it into place as well if you wanted to. You won't damage it too much. So that's good enough. So I've just buried the petiole into the soil to hold it into place. So that is hopefully good enough. And I've got my watering can down here. I just want to give the soil a little bit of a drink. Like so. And then you don't want water to sit on top of the leaf. So you can use this at this point to just get excess water off the leaf like so. There you go, that has good contact on soil. And then importantly, you want to put the lid on and then put it somewhere nice and bright, not in direct sunlight because that will just turn it into a crisp. Just keep on top of the moisture, don't let the soil dry out, keep it nice and moist, maybe spritz it with a mister, and then open this up every maybe 4 or 5 days, something like that, just to give it a good airing for 10 minutes or so. And then hopefully, where you made the incisions in the leaves, new begonia plantlets will start growing, and then you can pick them out and pop them on into soil. I'll keep you updated if this is successful for me in future chores videos. Winter can be a bit of a slow time for looking after our plants. So I always use this as an opportunity to kind of look around my home and kind of see if there's any areas where I can display more plants, much to Mrs. Sheffield's delight. So I've got this area here that's looking a little bit bare for my taste. I've got a plant stand with an aglaonema sat on top, but above, I reckon we can put a plant here, and I've got just the thing to do that. Right, this next job is going to be a little bit tricky because I've got the golden barrel cactus, which has grown quite big. It's kind of snuck up on me how big this has grown. I bought it 2 years ago, I think, and it wasn't anywhere near the sides of the pot, but now the spikes are hanging over the side of the pot. So I think it needs an upsize, otherwise I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. So it's always tricky repotting a cactus, isn't it? So for the job, first of all, it's going to go in this terracotta pot, which I think will look quite nice, and there's a bit of an upsize. And it's got a wider bit at the top for the spikes to hopefully sit in there proudly. So for the job, I've got a couple of chopsticks if I need to kind of maneuver it somehow. I've got some rubber tongs and some oven gloves. So, where to begin? I reckon we start by trying to get it out of its porcelain pot. It's worked out quite well so far. So I bought this for £6. It was only a little thing when I bought it, and it's grown quite handsomely. So I'm going to try and tip it upside down. And voila. So far so good. Now, so I've pre-filled this pot halfway with Botanica's cacti and succulent mix. So now I'm just trying to size it up. I think that should be okay. There we go. Yeah, that fits perfectly. Just get that in the middle with my tongs. This is going surprisingly well. I thought I'd have a lot more difficulty with this. I've got my old scooper from IKEA that I always like to use. So I'm just going to fill around the edges now. Okay, so I filled around the edge with the soil. I do like to get my finger in there and press it around, but I can't really do that, which is why I was using the stick. So I've tried to keep it more or less at the same soil line, at the same level, so I've not buried it or sitting too proudly. But I think that's a pretty good job. I think over time it probably will settle, and I might have to go in with a bit more soil just to top it up around the edges. And even with a cactus, I do like to water it in just to make sure that there's good contact with the new soil around the plant. Just to settle the plant into the pots, basically. So I do like to use terracotta for cacti and succulents because it does dry out quickly. Normally, for aroids or any other tropical plants, I would stay clear of terracotta because it just dries out far too quickly. But for cacti, it is perfect. There we go, give it a good drink. Can't really give it too much because it will come out of the bottom like it is starting to. And that is that cactus, nicely repotted, all in proportion. If you are struggling to keep your plants in tip-top shape, then do make sure you download my free Plant Problems Troubleshooting Handbook that you can get for free with the link in the description. I'm lucky enough to have lots of monsteras in my collection. I've grown some from seed, I've also bought some, and I've also propagated some. But if you don't have lots, you've only got one in your collection and you want to multiply it, then I'll show you how. Propagating a monstera is pretty simple because it's quite easy where you need to cut. So there'll always be some aerial roots coming out of the back of the stem. So all you want to do is to cut on the stem underneath an aerial root or two. So when you're looking at your stem, it's also a good idea to look for these growing eyes because that's where the replacement stem is going to grow from. So we're going to chop its head off and it's going to need to regrow a new head basically. And I can see one here starting to emerge, so that's going to be the new growth point. So we don't want to cut that off, basically, off the remaining plant, because we want this to grow. We want to get a propagated piece, and then we want this, what we've cut off, the mother plant, if you will, we want that to regrow in new stems, so we end up with two. So nice, sharp, clean pruners. And I'm going to cut just in between that node and that node, like so. And I'm going to cut that area root off. So we've got a piece there with 4 leaves, and we're left with a stem piece here. And hopefully that will regrow into a new plant, so we can pop that to the side. So this guy, 4 leaves is probably a little bit too much for it, so we can remove that leaf and that leaf. So we're just left with 2 leaves, like so. And they look very nice as well, don't they? Nice fenestrated leaves. And then you can pop that, because it's got aerial roots already growing, these will continue to grow and they'll develop into the main root system. So you can use whatever you want to propagate. You can even put them into soil or to perlite, or you can just put them into a glass of water like so. Put down a nice bright spot, preferably out of direct sunlight, and it will grow roots in maybe 4 or 5 weeks, something like that. It is quite slow to grow roots on Monstera. And then when they're about 4 or 5 inches long, we just pop them on into soil. And this stem piece will continue to grow. You can see the bump on the stem or the petiole where the new leaf is going to start to emerge. And that's where the new leaf will grow from. That's how to propagate a Monstera. If your plants aren't growing as much in the winter months because of the lack of light, and you haven't got as many grow lights as me because you're not as obsessed, then it can be a good time to kind of get them ready for the growing season of spring and summer. So we can do things, particularly to climbing plants, like this Philodendron verrucosum. So this is a young plant. This is a cutting that I took from the mother plant a long while ago. I've been growing it ever since in perlite. It seems to be a bit of a slow grower. But anyway, this guy is small at the moment. It looks fine, but it's already starting to wobble a little bit. And with Philodendron verrucosums, as they grow taller, they tend to get a little bit top heavy, and that means that they start to fall over. The stems are too thin to hold on to their weight. So this guy will need supporting, and it's good to do this nice and early, and I've got just the thing. Okay then, the thing that we are going to use to support Mr. Philodendron verrucosum here is a trellis trellis. You can use whatever you like, moss poles, planks of wood, or those burlap moss poles that you can get, but I like these trellises because they're quite pretty and they have rubber feet to protect the wood. So a climbing plant such as a Philodendron verrucosum will have a stem and the leaves will face in one direction, that'll be the front, and then out the back will grow the aerial roots, and the aerial roots will grow and attach onto the wood, all being well. So what we want to do is to take our support system, whatever you're using, plonk it into the soil up against the bum of the plant. So I'm just going to adjust that. Don't need to worry about the roots too much. They're more robust than you might think. So there you go, that is up against it. And just for some extra support, while it's learning that the support system is there, you can just tie it on with some Velcro tape. I just got this from Amazon. You want to tie it to the stem and not the petiole or the leaf. So I'm going to tie it on like so. And there you have it. This plant will now use this support system. The aerial roots will hopefully attach to it, and the leaves should start to mature and get bigger as it grows higher and higher. So I've been moved into my new house for about a month now, and it did come with this quite large conservatory that I'm stood in right now, and that meant that I needed extra plants to kind of fill in the space. So I'm in the process of buying more and more plants just to make it extra planty for me. So that means that I've been buying plants during winter online. And you shouldn't really be put off buying plants any time of year, but you can expect to run into some issues in winter because they're traveling in the cold to get to your house. So I've got this Schismatoglottis, which is a right mouthful to say. It's a new plant to me. Looks similar to like a peace lily and Dieffenbachia. But anyway, I unboxed this guy in a video I did for the Patreon page. And it was fine when it got here, but then the next day all the leaves were really droopy. It was kind of sagging all the way down here. So it was obviously thirsty from being cooped up in that box. And I lost a few leaves, so I left this one on just to show you, this yellowing leaf here. But I had to pick off a few. But otherwise, it's a healthy plant. I'm not too panicked. It just needs some time to adjust to my house and to recover from traveling in the cold. I also bought this Philodendron Sharoni, which is again a new plant to me. Gorgeous leaf here. But there is some signs of damage on the leaves as it's traveling. It's kind of deteriorating a little bit in my house, but I'm not panicking, Mr. Mannering. Just kind of waiting for it to adjust in my home. So I probably have to let it acclimatise, it lives down there, let it acclimatise for a couple of months before it kind of shows its true beauty. And then I've got an alocasia here, I can't remember the type of alocasia, kind of like a cross between a Frydek and a black velvet. But as you can see, there's a leaf there that has gone by the wayside. I can pick that off actually. So that's gone by the wayside. So alocasias are known for going dormant during winter, so I'm expecting to lose a few leaves, but I'm not going to chuck it out. I'm going to persevere and hopefully it'll turn a corner. So in January, particularly in my climate, there is less daylight available. I'm only getting about 7 hours of daylight a day. So that means I need lots of grow lights dotted around my house to keep my plants going over the winter, how I want them to grow. But it does come with a bit of a warning because I've got this Aglaonema sat on this bamboo shelving unit just over here. And I've got a Sansi clip-on 3-headed grow light just sat above it. So I've got one sat above this Nepenthes and 2 above this Aglaonema, and this grow bulb here is too close to the leaves. I didn't really realise how sensitive this Aglaonema would be to having the grow bulbs too close, but you will notice that there is some yellowing and browning right on that leaf that is just directly underneath this bulb. So you can have leaves too close to the light. So what I'll need to do is just lift it up further away. So as a rule, depends on the plant a little bit, but I like to have it at least 20-30 centimeters away from the leaves just to avoid this yellowing and browning. So it's been a few weeks since you put your cutting into some soil, such as this spider plant cutting, a couple of cuttings that I put into this pot of soil. Also got this string of hearts cuttings that I put into here, and also this coleus as well. So how do you know that they have successfully rooted? Well, basically it's dead easy. You want to just gently tug on the cutting that you made. Just gently tug on it. If there's resistance, like it doesn't want to come very easily, then that means there are roots in the soil and you've successfully propagated. Also, just look at the leaves for new growth. That's a bit of an obvious one, if there's lots of new leaves coming through. But sometimes I find that, weirdly, cuttings will grow leaves before they grow roots. Not sure why. But I think in this case, this is successfully rooted because there is resistance when I try to pull these out. Likewise, with these string of hearts cuttings, there's lots of new little growth points coming through. And not all of these have rooted, so I'm not getting much resistance with those cuttings there, but some of them I am. Like that one there, feels like it's rooted successfully. And then my coleus, I took loads of coleus cuttings only 2 weeks ago. This is dead easy to propagate, this plant. But again, when I pull it quite firm, then there is a lot of resistance on all these stems. So it looks like these have all successfully rooted. So I've got a plant here that I've been worried about for the last few months. So this is my Philodendron melanocrisis variegated. You wouldn't know by looking at it because it's lost all its leaves. So it was looking very ropey last year. The stem was very thin, so I thought I would just cut it right back and basically start again by propagating it. So I've got propagations on the go in my propagation box, so they're kind of working. So I didn't really have much high hopes for this guy because it was only the stem left. But the lesson here is that a plant doesn't necessarily need leaves to photosynthesize. It will photosynthesize through the stem. So this guy isn't dead, because you will notice here that there is a new growth point emerging. So this guy is alive and kicking. So it just goes to show that you don't need to worry about cutting a plant right back. As long as there is stem tissue left, it will continue to photosynthesize and carry on living. I'm sure you know by now that one of my favourite things to do is to propagate plants. I'm always at it. So I've got my Peperomia Santorini here, which is an absolutely gorgeous plant. Don't worry about the yellow leaves at the perimeter of the plant. That always happens with this plant. You can just pick them off, cut them off, and new growth will come, just like so. As long as the top got lots of new leaves coming through, it's all good. So what we can do with this guy, dead easy to propagate, because these propagate through the leaves successfully. So all you need to do is to take a leaf like so, and that'll propagate. New roots will grow at the base of the petiole where I cut, once I put it into soil, and the new leaves will grow. And it'll grow really quickly as well. So you won't need many. I reckon maybe up to 10, something like that. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do 10. And there you go, 10 leaves cut. Just want to make sure you're choosing nice, healthy leaves that are going to die on you in the process. So we can pop that to one side. I've got a pre-filled pot of soil, just Cybotanica's Universal Mix. All we need to do is just pop them in, like so. Bury them into the petiole, just so that the leaf is sitting just out of the soil. You can just go around and fill it in. So it might look a bit bare at the moment, but it will soon fill in when new leaves start to grow. They will grow loads of new leaves as well. So just water, don't need to give it too much water, because really the leaves are only sat at the top of the pot. So just enough just to dampen the first 2 or 3 inches. That's all I'm doing. There we go. I'll put that somewhere nice and bright, and I reckon within 5 weeks I'll start to see new leaves appearing. I always talk about the power of pruning on my videos, of course, and the Sheffies over on Patreon would have seen me prune back this bad boy. So a couple of years ago, it was a plant that was growing one stem. This is a Ficus elastica teneke. It was growing one stem, and I pruned it back and it branched out into 2. And at the end of last summer, I pruned back the 2 stems that were growing. It was growing there and growing that way. I pruned them both back. And it just shows that even if you do it at the end of summer, it will put out new growth. So there's 2 new growth points here on this stem, and there is 2 new growth points on this stem as well. So it just shows that pruning, even towards winter, is perfectly fine. So this guy will be a nice bushy specimen now. So it's going to eventually have 4 stems where there was once 1. I have with me here my Alocasia Mellow, which is a real bugger to look after, because this always happens. The leaves always go yellow. It's a real pain in the bum. So see, that one's just come off easily. So I'm going to get it out of the pot and just have a look at the roots. quite a small root system. So I've had this plant maybe 2 years and it's just not grown much whatsoever. So I'm not really sure why. It does produce new growth. There are some corms in here, which is good to see. And there's a healthy root system, so there's nothing wrong with the roots. My hunch is that maybe it's the wrong potting mix for it. So this is an orchid mix that I put it into a couple of years ago, or maybe when I repotted it a year ago, something like that anyway. And I think it might be a bit too chunky for it, maybe drying out a bit too quickly, because alocasias like to have moist soil, I think. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put it back into the same size pot, but instead I'm going to use Botanica's Universal Mix instead of the Aroid mix. Okay, so the Aroid mix has bits of bark and stuff in it, which is a bit too chunky, whereas the Universal mix doesn't have bark in. It just has coconut core with perlite and other bits and pieces, like activated charcoal and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully this will now be a lot happier in this spot. I'm going to put it somewhere nice and bright underneath some grow lights, and hopefully the roots will grow and the leaves will grow as well. February's here, spring is just around the corner, although it doesn't really feel like it around here. Pretty soon the daffs and the bluebells will be out in full force, so that means we need to get our houseplants fit and firing and ready for the growing season ahead. So these are the things I'm doing in my home and why, so come along. The Monstera deliciosa is easily the world's most popular houseplant, and in this house too, I've got loads of them dotted around. The more Monsteras I have, the better. But I've only got one Monstera albo, which is the variegated edition. And it's this guy up here growing up this trellis trellis. So this guy is very expensive. This was given to me free in an unboxing video I did last year, lucky me. But I would like 1 or 2 more of them, so I'm not going to run out and buy one. I'm going to chop it up and propagate it instead. So propagation is dead simple. All you need is your plant and some pruners and then something to put your cuttings in. So I'm going to choose this glass of water that I've pre-filled. All we need to do, I'm going to take a top cutting of this Monstera albo. So all we need to do on the plant is locate the highest node on the plant. You can see that there's an aerial root. So the stem will have a leaf growing forwards out of the stem and then an aerial root coming out of the back, and there'll be a line on the stem. And our job is just to cut underneath there, which will be about there. So that is our cutting. So we've got a node there, and that's where the roots are going to grow out of. And then, because this is a top cutting, there's no need for it to grow a new stem. If I was to take another cutting here of another piece with a leaf on, then it will need to grow a new stem because I've chopped its head off basically. But this guy, once it grows roots, it will just continue to send out leaves from the latest leaf that it grew, which would be from this one here. So we don't need that anymore. That will continue growing. A new stem will sprout, and I'll get it to train on this trellis. So we can pop that to the side there. And this guy, we don't need to do anything really. It's dead simple, anyone can do this. Normally you wouldn't have so much leaf tissue, but I think it should be okay in this instance. I want to keep the leaves because they're nice and variegated with some nice fenestrations in. So all we need to do is just pop it into our glass of water. So that will start rooting in probably maybe 2 or 3 weeks, something like that. It does depend on the season a little bit. Now that we're in February, it might take a little bit longer. I'm going to give it some good light where I tend to keep most of my cuttings. And once it grows roots, I'll pot it up into some soil and I'll have a brand new plant on my hands. So I've got over 200 plants in my home, but one of my absolute favourites is this guy. This is a Nepenthes or a pitcher plant, and if you're not familiar with it, it's a carnivorous plant. So it will grow traps like that one from the end of the leaves, and it contains digestive enzymes. So the insect will come along and try to lick the sweet nectar at the top, fall in and get trapped and then die a horrible death. So the traps on these guys do eventually go by the wayside, as you can see there. So I've got a few on this plant that I need to sort out. Pruning in the Nepenthes is dead easy. Just need some nice clean pruners. These have been washed, not really been sterilised. I don't think that's necessary. Just give them a good clean. So these pitchers, they grow from the ends of the leaves, of course. All we need to do is just go to the very tip of the leaf and just prune off the pitcher like so. We don't want to prune off the entire leaf until it gets to a stage where it's looking a bit ropey and a bit brown, like these two here. So we can pull those off, because these are still photosynthesizing for the plant, giving the plant energy. So we only want to prune off the pitchers. So there's a couple here that I can take off, just on the end of the leaves, like so. So you will end up with a few leaves that don't have pitchers, but that's fine, because new pitchers do always tend to grow out of the top. So these are new pitchers here. There's just one just starting to form out of that new leaf. So is there any crispy brown? So I only tend to prune them when they get very crispy brown, like these ones are. So that one's pretty much gone by the wayside entirely. It's pretty much all brown. I don't prune them off when they're a little bit brown. Like this one here is just starting to turn, just starting to lose some vigour. It's not as red as, say, this one here, but I'm going to leave it because it can still catch its prey and it can still feed nutrients to the plant. So I'm going to leave that one on there. And I think I have pruned all of these pitchers. There's a leaf here that I just want to get rid of. Doesn't want to come out, so I'm going to go in with my snippers. There we go. Just want to cut things like that out, just to tidy up the plant and make sure that improves airflow and all that kind of stuff for the plants. So there's a pitcher there that started to form that's gone brown. So I'm not sure why that is, but I'm going to prune that off. Just get rid of that. There you go. That has tidied up the plant nicely. If you're a subscriber to the channel, then you'll know just how much I hate fungus gnats. And fungus gnats need soil to live in, to procreate, to multiply and conquer your home, which they seem to have around here. But it's driving me up the wall, so I'm contemplating just putting all my plants in a semi-hydro mix, which is leca or pon, or even just perlite, or even just water. But I want to see how certain plants cope being in semi-hydro before I make the move. So I've got this snake plant, Star Canyon Granite it's called, which is a very unusual plant. Now, snake plants normally don't like to sit in wet soil, do they? They hate having wet feet. So I want to see how this guy will fare in a semi-hydro setup. So this snake plant has been recently potted up into here, so it should be fairly easy to get the soil off the roots. So the idea with transferring to semi-hydro is you want to get rid of all the soil that is knocking around the roots, relatively clean, doesn't need to be absolutely sparkling or anything like that. Just get the clumps off, because the plant is going to be living in basically a reservoir of water and we don't want that going murky brown, so we want to get rid of the soil as much as possible. Which it looks like this is going to be a nice easy job for me, because it was recently, this is a cutting that I took from the mother plant. I separated it into different plantlets. So yeah, that is most of the soil off. You might, if you've got an older plant that you move into leca or a pon or something, then you might struggle to get all the soil off the roots. But you just want to take your time, maybe get a stick and kind of poke it through. And then when you got to this kind of stage, you just want to dip it into your sink and clean off the roots, which is what I'm going to do now. So I've now given these a rinse, so that most of the dirt is off the roots. There's still bits of dirt on there, so that's not an issue. I'm going to use the same pot. Well, I was going to, but that's a bit dirty, so I might just use a different pot. I might use that one, that's nice and clean. So the important thing is to put it in a plastic pot with holes, so that when the plant sits in a reservoir of water, it's able to wick up to the leca and keep the plant hydrated. So it's dead easy to repot a plant into semi-hydro. Not nearly as much faffing around as when you're repotting into soil. So you just want to hold the plant more or less where you want it and then just dump in your leca or pom. So this leca has been rinsed by me in the garden just to clean it off, because when the leca is in the bag it's very dusty. Leca is just hardened clay balls, by the way. So you want to clean it off in the garden to stop the soot from the clay going down your drains and potentially blocking your drains. So filling it up near enough to the top. That's about right. Give it a tap just to get the leca all in the nooks and crannies. And that is it. Now you can put it into your decorative pot, like so. And then I did have a jug of water somewhere down here. So you want to fill your cash pot with about a third of the way up, like so. So it'll always sit there, and that'll just keep the leca nice and hydrated for the roots to draw on some water and nutrients. So this water, I've added some hydroponic fertilizer. You want to give it some feed because the plant is solely relying on the water that you give it, so you want to make sure that it has some nutrients available. So I'm now going to keep an eye on how this snake plant does in semi-hydro, and I'll keep you updated. So this is the first year that I've been growing amaryllis as a houseplant in my home, and I've got to say I'm well impressed because look at these ones, absolutely stunning. So I first brought them to my channel in my November chores video, and if you planted them at the same time as me, then you would have noticed quite quickly that when they shoot up and they start to bloom, they become quite top heavy. Like this one is starting to become quite top heavy, and when they open up they tend to flop right over and you're in danger of breaking the stem. So we need to do something about this ASAP. Now there is 1,000,001 ways that we can support this amaryllis, but it's just important to get the job done however you're going to do it. It's a little bit awkward for me because mine is living in this terracotta pot, which is a bit of an awkward shape to stick anything in there that I can support with. Because an amaryllis bulb wants to be quite snug in its pot, which is why I chose this quite small pot. But it leaves me a bit limited on what I can use to support this spike, flowering spike. So what I've chosen are these two bamboo skewers. And what I've been doing, I have been putting one over there and then one here, like so, bringing them together and then tying the amaryllis to it like so. It's a little bit awkward because of the shape of the pot. That's my excuse anyway. So I've got some green Velcro plant tape. You can just buy that on Amazon, I think, or any other plant shop, I guess. So just need to trim this. I'll probably leave it actually. So I do need 3 hands for this. This is the old spike, by the way, from the old flower that has since gone by the wayside. So I'm going to go on this end like so. The reason I'm using 2 is because if I can't really use 1, because if I use 1 it's still going to be leaning, so I need 2 to create some tension. So that is the method behind the madness. So you just want to wrap it around the stem and the ties. Like I say, you need 3 hands for this. And voila, there you go, that's not too bad. Not too bad at all. So I just have to watch out, because once these open, they tend to flop over, so it might press onto these spikes and it might rip the flowers open or something like that. So I might have to trim these back with some pruners, but I'll keep an eye on that as these open. Job done. Up here on this bamboo shelving unit, I've got a bunch of monsteras. but I've also got this Monstera cutting. So I actually took this at the beginning of winter, I believe, a few weeks ago, and it's successfully rooted. Nice white roots on there. Some of them are sprouted from the aerial roots. So this just goes to show that you can successfully prune and propagate a Monstera or any other plant during winter. As long as you give it enough light and it's not too cold in your house, then it will successfully root. So this guy needs potting on. There are a few things we'll need to get right. So you'll want to pot on your Monstera cutting, or any other cutting really, when the roots are a good couple of inches long at least, which these are. In an ideal world, the Monstera root should be a little bit longer than that. I would have liked to have left it in maybe a week or two longer in that glass, just to develop these roots a little bit further, especially that one there, because that's quite short. But anyway, it should be okay. So I've got a nice clear plastic pot. Choose a nice suitable size for it. So it's a little bit big really for the amount of roots that we have here, but it's quite a big tall cutting. So I'm going to opt for that. I'm going to watch my watering. So that's going to go in there. I'm using Botanica's Universal Mix, which you can get a 10% discount off their products with a link in the description to this video. So the first part of the task is to line up the plant like so, and then just dump a load of soil around. It's dead easy. So I like to go around. You want to fill it to cover the roots. You don't want to bury the stem too much, because otherwise that has the potential to rot the stem when you water the plants. But you do want to support it as well. So it's a bit of a balancing act. That seems okay. So the good thing about these clear plastic pots is that you can have a little look around to see if there's any pockets in the soil, which doesn't appear to be there, so that's good. I'm just giving it a little press just to get rid of any air gaps, because it does tend to compress when you add the water. So that is that. And then you want to give it a good drink. So the aim of the game with when you're potting up a cutting that is rooted in water is to keep the soil moist for the first couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, something like that. Because this plant has grown water roots, it's not had a chance to adapt to soil, so it needs an adaptation period, which is 2 or 3 weeks, which is why we keep the soil nice and moist for that time period. And then after that time period, just start to wean it off, let it dry out a bit more until you go onto your regular watering schedule for your Monstera. So I'm going to find a decorative pot for this bad boy and put it somewhere nice and bright to start growing stems. Propagating plants is one of the best ways to grow your indoor plant collection for free. But did you know that you can propagate a cactus just as easily as any other houseplant in your collection? So I've got one here that is just right for propagation, and it's dead easy, so let me show you how. So propagating a cactus is dead fun in my book, and dead easy as well. So a cactus like this will grow little pups from the kind of big bulbous plants that are growing from the soil. So these little ones here, basically little pups, aren't they? We can twist these off quite gently with rubber coated tongs like so. So we can do as many as we want. I've got loads on here. I could do probably 10 of them on here. In fact, I might just do 2. Do this bigger one here as well. Just carefully twist it off like so. So I've got 2 there. So we can put that to the side. And now I've got a little pot here filled with Botanica's Universal Mix. I could use a succulent mix or a cacti succulent mix, but I think the universal mix is plenty good enough. And then it's dead simple really. The main issue you have will be trying to stop stabbing yourself. So just make a little indentation in the soil. All you want to do is just rest these on top of the soil. You don't want to bury them, like so. Just press it in. It's a bit tricky with these rubber tongs because the is it the tines? Is that what you call them on a cactus? They want to go into the rubber, which sticks, which is proving to be a little bit trickier. But we will carry on, so we can add the second one next to it. Just holding that carefully. Yeah. See if I can take these off actually. I can. A little bit dirty, but I want to press it in like so. And I'm just getting the soil just pressed up around it. So that will root just fine like that. No issues whatsoever. So we just want to give it a little dribble of water over the soil just to start the root making magic basically. Like so. Put that somewhere nice and bright on a sunny windowsill, and they'll soon grow much bigger, and then you'll have to repot them into a larger size pot. So with spring just around the corner, it's a great time to have a think about how you're going to display your plants for the growing season when they really start to kick on in growth. So I'm in my living room here, and this area behind me is a little bare for my taste. I want it more planty. And if you're a subscriber to the channel and you saw me in my old house, then you would have seen the devil's ivy that I had in my living room that was snaking all around. So I want to achieve a similar thing here. So I've got these plants here on this console table, and I've got these cuttings, 2 cuttings of devil's ivy, and these are actually from the old house, the old devil's ivy that was snaking around the dining room. So these are, I think they're rooted in here, so I'm just waiting for new stems to grow, but I've got them on this console table right in front of this grow light. So the idea is they'll eventually start to grow stems, and I'm going to get it to climb up this wall here. I'm going to support it somehow, maybe a trellis trellis or maybe some pins in the wall, and it's going to climb all the way over this doorway, and then let's go over there, and who knows where it's going to end up. And then similarly, I've got a Hoya Lisa here, which is the exact same setup I had in my old house, and that is going to grow the other way, just like I had it in my old house. So it's going to be a bit of a jungle vibe here. Not sure what Mrs. Sheffield was going to say about that. I've not run it past her. And then over here, I've got Adansonii over an archway that I want to grow all the way over it. So it's going to really kind of increase the jungle vibe settings of my house. One of the downsides of having a planty YouTube channel is that you sometimes kill a plant inadvertently. So I recently did a care guide on this guy, would you believe, the ZZ plant. And this guy featured in it, and he was loud and proud. He had lots and lots of stems, looking much better than he is now. So in that video, I was showing how to water the plant correctly, and to get lots of shots, I was having to pour quite a lot of water into the soil. This is my excuse, by the way. And I think it's basically given up the ghost from all the water I was giving it. So lots of stems have gone. I mean, look at the state of that one. It's gone complete mushy mess. So there is one stem still standing, and it's quite firm. So I'm hoping we'll be able to rescue this bad boy. Right then, this sorry state of a plant. I'm almost scared to go near it, to be honest. God knows what I'm going to find in here. So, just looking in there to see if there's anything dodgy going on, but there isn't. Does smell quite bad. So I'm going to get these bits that have fallen off. There was quite a lot of stems on this plant a few weeks ago, but they've all one by one gone by the wayside, and things like that's happened. Not good, but hopefully I can save this. But let's have a look in the pot and see what the damage is. Pop that there. Okay, What have we got? Yep. Roots are just, I mean, that's a rhizome. It's completely burst and gone by the wayside. So that's not good. All of them have. Crumbly mess in here. Aha. There was one good rhizome, which is attached to this stem that is still firm, I think. But the problem is it's a little bit ropey. There it is. So potato-like rhizomes of this plant. That's hanging on by a thread. That's a shame. What to do? There's rotten on the top there. I think what I might do is to rip that off like so. It is starting to rot at the base of the stem, just there. So I'm basically going to propagate this plant now. So I'm going to cut it back like so. I'm going to pop that into soil, because that wasn't really usable. Nothing usable in that pot, unfortunately. But these things happen, we live and learn. Don't give your ZZ plant tons of water, even if you're doing it for a video. Okay. So, I'm going to pot it into here. I'm going to propagate this plant basically. So, I did have a pot somewhere, but I've lost it. I'm just going to pop that in there and fill some soil around it. And to save this cutting, I'm going to not water it for maybe even 2 or 3 days. Maybe even longer actually. Because I could have let that cut end callus over, would have been a good idea, especially with a ZZ plant, to let it dry out and heal before adding it to the soil. But the other way of doing that is adding it to the soil and just not watering the soil for a little while, a few days. But I might give that a week or so without watering it, and hopefully that stem piece will grow roots and I can save this plant. So I'm going to put that somewhere nice and bright. Towards the end of last year, I did a plant hacks video, and this guy featured this Peperomia obtusifolia variegated, and in it he had a broken stem. So in that video I showed you how you can put a stick next to a broken stem, put some tape around it as a brace, like a broken arm, and it should heal itself. It looks like that's exactly what's happened here. So if we can take these tape off the stick, take the stick out, and this stem has fully healed itself. So you can see where the broken bit was. It looks like it's hanging on by a thread, but there are new leaves growing out of the top. So it just shows if you've got a stem that you accidentally break and you don't want to lose it, just put something firm next to it with some plant ties and it should heal itself. At the end of winter, my Tradescantias always look like this, a crispy brown mess. Something to be ashamed about. All the leaves are going crispy brown or falling off. This is just something that happens during winter with this plant. But every year I do the same thing to rejuvenate it, to get it looking its best during spring and summer. Let me show you. Now, if you're not familiar with the Tradescantia, any plant in that family, then these plants are hands down the quickest and easiest plant to propagate, to root. They literally take days, so easy. So we're going to use that to our advantage to reset this plant. So you could mess around trying to cut it back and trying to save it, but what I like to do, I like to start afresh by taking lots of these cuttings. So I'm not really thinking about it too much. I'm just locating some healthy stems with some healthy leaves and cutting some nice pieces off. So I'm going to go through and do that quickly. Okay, now that we have got lots of our cuttings, we don't need to throw that away. We could go further and clean it right back, and maybe even cut it right back and save that, and it will grow new stems. Might look a little bit ropey though. But we've got our nice fresh cuttings here. And the next stage, so we've got a nice long piece there. The next stage is just to remove some of the lower leaves, like so. Okay, so they've been stripped of their lower leaves now, and we do that because we're going to add these to the soil, and we don't want the lower leaves to be rotting in the soil and causing problems for our cuttings. So I've got a nice pot of soil here with Cybotanica's Universal Mix. So just to make adding these a little bit easier, I'm just going to moisten the top of the soil. Not too much, I don't want water to go all over my table. And then I've got a trusty chopstick here. Just make a little hole and pop the cutting into the soil. Press around, and we just do this with all our cuttings, filling the pot nice and full, and then we've got a brand new plant, and it will continue to grow more stems, more leaves throughout the spring and summer. So I've got the last two here now, so I am cramming this pot nice and full, because the fuller a Tradescantia pot is, the better. And this pot will look much nicer than the original plant. It only takes a week for these to start rooting in here. Just going to trim that back so that this goes in properly. Get rid of those lower leaves. Like so. So I've already watered the pot. Now we can switch out the old pot that was in a decorative pot. I can pop it in there, and that's it, as if nothing ever happened. Brand new plant, perfect. Now this is a plant that I've been doting on for a good year or so, maybe even longer. This is my Ficus elastica tineke, which is a beautiful plant with variegated leaves. And I've been doting on him, so I've been trying to get him to branch out into a tree-like structure, magnificent beast I want him to be. So he's got lots of stems now, where I've just continually pruned him back. But the problem with this guy, the poor fella, is that I overwatered him. I did the unthinkable. I've been watering him without checking the soil. When I eventually did check, because I knew something wasn't quite right with this plant, the root ball and the soil was absolutely sopping wet. This was a little while ago, maybe a couple of months ago, and it took him a good month, maybe even longer, to dry out the soil. And it's showing me his displeasure by the leaves going brown on the edges, which is a real shame. So I'm going to probably lose these leaves. The top growth is still fine, that's coming out nice, so it is on the road to recovery, but these lower leaves have unfortunately gone brown on the edges, so there is only one thing for it. So to stop this plant from being too ugly, I think I'm going to have to prune some of these leaves off, which is a bit of a shame. I'm a bit worried that once I prune these brown leaves off, it's going to be looking a little bit bare. But we can see how it looks. So when you're pruning a Ficus elastica of any type, it will bleed this white sap, which I actually forgot about before I started pruning. So hopefully it's not going to drip everywhere, but If you're sensitive, if you've got sensitive skin or anything like that, falling off my chair, then it might be a good idea to wear some latex gloves or something. I'm not too sensitive though to things like that. One might drip over me though. Okay. Is there any more that need pruning off? I might prune that one off. Okay, so I have pruned off the worst offenders and it is dripping that white sap all over my table, but I'll give it a clean, no worries. So it is looking a bit bare in places, but I think I might be able to get away with it because once this plant gets nice and tall, which hopefully it will in the next few years, then I might want to defoliate these leaves anyway to stop it looking a bit silly with these lower leaves at the bottom and then quite bushy at the top as well. So I might want to defoliate these anyway. You can of course just leave these on the plant because they will continue to photosynthesize, but I just don't like the look of them on my plant, making it look a bit ugly. So I'm gonna pop this back once it stops bleeding on me. It's March, winter is finally behind us, spring is in the air, it's a busy time for our plants, so there's always something to be done. So let me show you the things that I'm doing with my plants and why, and we're starting with a watermelon peperomia. So I just absolutely love this plant, peperomia watermelon. It's a relatively new guy for me. It came in this bronze style pot, and I think it was £10 for the whole package. So I love this plant so much that I want more of them and I want them for free. So we're going to try and propagate this guy. I'm going to do it in a couple of ways to see which works best, because I've never propagated a watermelon before, watermelon peperomia before, but I have propagated peperomias before. So if it works in a similar way to that, then we should be in business. So all I'm doing now is just taking a couple of leaf cuttings, just cutting the petiole off the base of the plant, and then the leaf's still attached. So I think I'll do maybe 5. And you want to make sure that they're nice healthy leaves so that they develop roots and they grow on to be healthy plants. If you cut off leaves that are on their way out, then chances are the propagation is just going to fail. So I've got a pot of soil. I'm just going to lightly dampen the top just by giving it a little bit of a drink on the top, not too much because I don't want all the water to go all over my table here, like so. The first way is going to chop back these petioles a little bit more, like so, and we're going to pop the petiole just into the soil like so, and that's all there is to it. And I've left it overhanging the pot so that I've got room to do all my other cuttings basically. So you want quite a short petiole and then just bury it into the soil like so. And that petiole should root and then little plantlets should grow on from where you made contact with the soil. So when I'm looking at this plant here, the mother plant, it's interesting that it looks like this has grown from a leaf cutting because there's a big old leaf right on top of the soil and the plantlets have grown from it. So that's interesting to see. So I think I'll do 3 like that. Just cut that petiole back and add that there. There's room there. Oh, that one's come out. Maybe I need to press that around a bit so it's locked in a bit more. Okay. Now with these guys, I'm going to cut the petiole off entirely, more or less. And then I'm going to cut the leaf in half. Because I have done this before with Peperomia angulata, where you cut the leaf in half, make a little trench in the soil, and then put the leaf cutting into the soil like so. And then that should root, and you should get little plantlets growing along where the contact is with the leaf. So I probably haven't got room for those 4, but we'll try our best. So it looks like I've only got room for 2. So I'll have to find a new pot for these 2. So I've got a decorative pot for this guy to neaten it up. Pop that in gently like so. And I'll pop that under my Sansi grow light. And these, if they don't fall out like they keep wanting to, will grow on. Nice roots, and then plantlets will start growing from the soil. It's the time of year where calafeas look a bit like a dog's dinner, don't they? If you've got one in your home at the moment, they just hate winter, all that dry air swirling around from radiators and whatnot. And the Calafea zebrina is the perfect example with brown leaves aplenty. But there is something we can do to tidy it up so it looks its best during spring and summer. Every year, I do the same thing with this plant. At the beginning of spring, end of winter, I always go through and just cut off any leaves that are looking remotely ropey. So I'm gonna go through and do that with this guy now. So what always happens, kind of seems to send a signal to the plant, they better hurry up and put out new replacement growth. And that's what it does, a flush of new growth in spring. It actually looks very handsome during spring and summer. And then autumn comes around and it starts to look a bit like a dog's dinner again. So there's already some new growth coming through there. So now the warmer temperatures and there's less dry air swirling around, they should be much happier. So there's one there. The more you cut off, the more you kind of reveal the new growth that is coming through. Don't like the look of that one. I'm quite brutal about which ones I cut off. If there's any browning on the leaves, then I do tend to just get rid of it. That one, for example, has got a bit of a ripped leaf, a bit of browning, so I'm going to get rid of that. It's normally the oldest leaves on the plant that are looking most ropey. There's only a little bit of browning on that one, but I cut it off anyway. So it looks a bit drastic, I know that, but new leaves will come. They always do. I'm going to get rid of that one as well. Why not? So I've done this before. I've done it where I've only been left with like maybe 3 leaves, and then by the end of summer I'm left with quite a bushy plant. So put that somewhere nice and bright, not in direct sunlight, it doesn't like that at all, and it will grow on very handsomely. These leaves here I'm going to add to the compost pile. I'm dead excited to show you this next one because I think it was in my January chores video that I took a leaf cutting from my begonia, my Rex begonia, and I cut incisions along the veins of the leaf, and then I laid it onto some soil for it to grow plantlets. A good way of propagating a begonia plant. And I'm pleased to say that it's been successful because look at that. I've got some plantlets growing along this leaf. That's the most established, 2 very healthy leaves growing out of there, and all along this leaf there's another one there that's quite well established, but there are tiny little plantlets growing all along. So I'm really pleased that this has happened because I've not had that much success with this before. I've done it a couple of times before, and normally what's happened, the leaf has kind of died before it's had a chance to grow plantlets. And I think the secret to getting it right is to leave some petiole on the leaf and then to put the petiole in the soil so that the leaf kind of clings on to life for a little bit longer. It allows the plantlets time to start growing from where you made the cuts. So I'm dead impressed with that. So with the temperatures warming up now, we probably need to be watering our plants a little more often. Although I find with the heating on over winter, I'm watering my plants just as much in the winter as I am in the summer. But I'm never guessing. It's always good to check first, and I always recommend that in all of my videos. And I always bang on about the moisture meter because it is a game changer. So I've got a Hoya Lisa here. I reckon it's going to start climbing over this window frame very soon. It's already reaching the top of the ceiling. So that's reading 3 on the moisture meter, 3/4. So that is on the dry zone. So I'm going to top it up with some water. I do tend to bottom water a lot on my plants. So I'm going to add about 1/3 of the volume of the pot of water in there to give it a good drink. And the water will just wick up through the soil and give it a nice even drink. So So I've got a Calafea, a large Calafea. That's quite a new plant to me. This had an attack of aphids that I think I've got rid of now. And that is reading moist, right in the bang middle of the moist. So that's 6 on there, so that doesn't need a drink. Then I've got a Philodendron New Reds. That looks like it's quite dry on top, so I reckon that needs a drink. If I stick my meter in, that is on the wetter side of moist. It's a good job I didn't give that a drink. So you never really know what's going on underneath maybe the first inch or so of soil, because that looks dry. And then you stick your moisture meter in and it's wet, nearly wet. So it's a good job I didn't give that a drink. So recently I've had a bit of a scare with aphids. I had a few of my plants getting attacked by aphids. I think that's because I introduced a couple of new Calafeas that I might have had an issue on, and they kind of spread to a couple of other plants. So there's a Calafea over there that had it, and then there's a plant over there, a Philodendron melanocrisis, that had aphids. For some reason, aphids seem to like the plants in my house. I don't think I've had too many issues with spider mites or thrips, touch wood. I mean, as far as I know anyway, they might be lingering on there, but I've just not noticed them. But since I've had this bit of a scare, I've kind of changed my approach to prevention rather than cure. So I'm in the habit now of filling up my trusty spray bottle with my plant invigorator and bug killer, which is pretty much the only indoor plant pesticide that I can get, and I think it's a natural one, so that's good. So I'm just in the habit now of once a week just going through my plants and just giving them a bit of a spray just to make sure that there's no bugs lingering around. Did you know that I recently launched a second channel, Sheffield Made Gardens, that follows all the activities in my new garden I just moved into. So I'm going to be bringing you tips and tricks, care guides and experiments for all the stuff that's going on in the garden. So I'm not doing it alone either. I've got a co-host, and it's Mrs. Sheffield herself. So the link is in the description, so head over there, subscribe, and I'll see you there. In this mason jar, I have a collection of cuttings that I've just been rooting for the last few weeks. But the oldest cutting in here is the fiddle leaf fig, which is that one. And I think the fiddle leaf fig is probably the slowest plant to root that I know of anyway. I think it's been in here a good maybe 2 or 3 months. But when I pull it out, you can see that there is quite a lot of roots on there. So that's very good. So this now needs potting on. Okay, so when your roots are as long and healthy as this, then it's time to pot them on. So you could, if you wanted to, just put them into a semi-hydro solution, then there'll be no adaptation period, because these are basically water roots that the plant has grown. When you're growing in a semi-hydro, we need to kind of grow soil-based roots. But I like to mix it up. I like to put things into soil as much as semi-hydro, lecker or pond. So I'm going to pop this up into soil. So I've got a nice clear pot here. So it's just a case of holding the plant more or less where you want it to be. You don't want to bury the stem of the plant in soil, because that has a potential to rot the plant, which is never good. Just holding it in place. Like so. It does seem to have veered off a little bit on me. So I've got a nice decorative pot for it. Pop that in there. And then you want to give it a good thorough drink. Because this guy has grown water roots, there will be an adaptation period of a couple of weeks. So you just want to make sure that you keep the soil nice and moist, basically. And then when you reach 2 or 3 weeks, just taper it off and then water how you normally would, by letting the soil dry out some. So spring is knocking on the door, and that means that the light from the sun is getting a little bit stronger. And most of our plants in our house absolutely love that. Like Monsteras, for example, absolutely love the brighter light in summer, and they put on lots and lots of growth. Same with Ficus elastica, they can handle sunlight. But some plants tend to struggle with the brighter light. If you've got them right up against the window, we can start to see issues. Now I learned this the hard way with this green-orange plant, which is a beautiful plant with orange stems and green leaves. And this is actually in the spider plant family. And when I first got this guy a couple of years ago, I put him right up against the window and the leaves were going black. So it really hates any direct sunlight on the leaves. Even a strong grow light doesn't like. So I popped it around the corner where it doesn't see any daylight whatsoever. And it's absolutely loving life. And then down here in the same family, the classic spider plants. So this guy, I'm starting to notice a bit of fading on some of the leaves. So I think I'll put that down to where it's living. So it's living on this bamboo shelf here, up against this window, which is kind of a south-facing window. So it might be a little bit too bright. It seems happy enough with lots of spider plantlets dangling off the sides. But when the leaves start to fade a little, it just means that maybe there's getting a little bit too much sunlight. So I might have to move it back further away to maybe that side of the conservatory. So I think it was in my December chores video that I took a leaf from a succulent, a blue moonstone, laid it on top of some soil for it to propagate and to turn into a new plant. I like to give you updates in my videos a few months later, and here it is. So the leaf that I took is just there, and it's developed roots into the soil, and is now a beautiful cluster of plantlets or leaves at the end. And I find that really fascinating. It looks really quite cute, doesn't it? Like little pearls, blue pearls on the end of the leaf. So it just goes to show that you can propagate even succulents through winter. You don't have to rely on spring and summer. You can do it all year long and they will root. So the secret to that is to stick them under a Sansi grow light. And that's what I did for this guy. So it gives it enough light, 12 hours a day my lights are on, and it will propagate just fine as long as it's in normal indoor temperatures. So there you go. Are you in the habit of going over to your plant, maybe on a weekly basis, pouring water over the soil, leaving it, and then going back the next week, checking on your plant and discovering that there's a pool of water at the bottom of the pot that your plant is sat in, kind of drowning? Well, if you are, then I've just the solution for you. And it involves taking your plant pot and grabbing a cash pot like so, that is maybe a couple of inches, 1.5 inches taller than the pot that the plant is in. So we're going to grab that, and then grabbing some stones. It can be any stones you like. So I've got these big chunky ones that I just took from the garden. So we're going to add a layer at the bottom of the pot that is the same size as the gap between these two pots. So roughly 1.5 inches, 2 inches, something like that. So we can measure that up. That seems nearly about right. Just make sure it's level. I think that stone's a bit too big. There you go. So now the plant is at the top of the pot, like so. And then when we come to give it a drink, so we can pour a good amount of water, give it a thorough drink, and then what's going to happen, the water is going to go through from the drainage holes of the pot, and it's going to settle in that reservoir where the stones are, and the pot isn't going to be sat in water. So you've created a barrier to kind of save your plant from overwatering. Whatever you do though, don't put stones inside the pot, because that is going to cause problems. You might think that's a drainage layer inside the pot, but it's not really. It's something to do with the soil on top of the stone layer has to become fully saturated before it starts releasing water to the stone layer. So it's not really working as a drainage layer. If you don't believe me, then look it up yourself. This is a much better way of doing it. This alocasia that lives on this console table is probably my favourite type. It's not giving me any grief whatsoever since I got it. This is the Alocasia watsoniana. I think that's how you say it anyway. It is flowering. There's a flower there, it's drooping right down, which does worry me a little bit with indoor plants because it tends to mean that they're a little bit stressed maybe. But there is a little plantlet to the side of the main plant that I reckon we can pluck out to propagate this guy so I've got more of these plants. So an alocasia will grow lots of corms in the soil. So that's how it spreads, I think. It will grow I think it grows rhizomatically, alocasia. So it'll grow a rhizome in the soil, it will creep along, it will grow a little corm, and then a new plantlet will sprout. And that's what's happened here. It looks like there's 3 plants in here. The main plant in the middle, and we've got a plant right next to it, there, and a little plantlet here to the side with 3 leaves. So I want to try it and cut that out. So you can repot it and kind of hunt for the corms and then put them into soil, or you can get these ones that have already grown leaves, and then you should be able to just coax it out. Hopefully I won't rip too many of the roots here. Okay, that's not too bad. So it was attached to the mother plant, they usually are. So we can pop the mother plant back in its pot to continue happily growing. I'll put that down there so it's out of the way. And then this guy, the beauty of doing this is that it's already grown roots. So there's no worries about it not growing on. So I'm just going to get rid of that brown tissue there. Nice healthy root structure on this bad boy. So all we need to do is to pop this on, this little baby plant. So I've got a clear pot again. I'm in the habit of using clear pots because I can see what's going on with the roots basically. I can have a good nosy on if this is growing successfully or not. So I'm just holding the plantlet more or less where I want it to stand in the pot, and then dumping soil all around. Okay, so that is now all repotted. Got a nice decorative pot there. I'm gonna give it a drink and then pop it somewhere nice and bright, and it's the easiest propagation you will ever do. If you're seeing problems with your plants like droopy stems, wilting, brown or yellowing leaves, then make sure you download my free Plant Problems Troubleshooting Handbook that is linked in the description. It's been downloaded by thousands of plant parents the world over, so make sure you get your copy now, it's in the description. Right, I think you've heard me moan about this plant for long enough on this channel. The infamous Chinese money plant with all its leggy ways, but I think it's time we finally did something about it. So the only thing to be done with this Chinese money plant is off with its head, basically. So I'm going to cut it right back to there. Look how lanky it was. All of that bare stem. That always happens with Chinese money plants. So, I'm going to cut it back more. I don't need all that. I'm going to remove some of these lower leaves because there's too many leaves. When you're propagating a plant, you don't want too many leaves because increases water loss too much. And it won't be able to support growing roots, basically. So you just need a few. I think that'll do. So I reckon, I've got a glass of water here. So I reckon if I just pop that in there like so, it will develop roots and grow into a new plant that I can hate on some more. So there's that guy. And I'm not going to chuck this one away because I think new stems will grow from the stem that I just cut. And there's also these plantlets that I've grown. I'll probably do with tidying up some of these dead leaves that have fallen on the surface of the soil. So I'll just quickly do that. Yeah, pop that somewhere nice and bright, and that one as well. And I'll have yet more Chinese money plants. Great. Down here, the bottom of my bamboo shelving unit, I've got my 2 aloe veras, which are both nice and healthy with new leaves coming through. I've got a care video for these guys that you can check out on the channel. So this guy is nice and sturdy in his pot. Very good. But this guy, flopping about all over the place. And it's dead annoying when I'm trying to care for this guy and he's doing all this. So this guy, we need to sort out. So I'm going to repot our guy into a bigger pot, nice clear pot here. And then to stop it flopping about all over the place, I do have a trick up my sleeve. So I'm going to get him out of the pot to start with. Quite dry, but that's okay because aloe vera will obviously store lots of water in the leaves, so you don't want to overwater this guy. I'm not going to bother breaking up the root ball because once it's in its new home, it will find a way perfectly fine. So I'm going to line it up. Is it going to fall? It might do. So I've just got some universal mix here. Put a base layer in. So I'm going to hold the leaves like that to make it easier to repot. So I'm trying not to go deeper than it was in its old pot. So I'm going to go around like so. Just continue to add more soil. Okay, so it's still a little bit floppy, like he's not quite settled in his new home. What we need to add is some weight to the top. So basically just going to top dress with some stones. So I've just got some zeolite, it's just something I've got on hand. So we're going to add a layer of that. Probably a good idea if you wear a mask for this bit, because it is quite dusty. So we can top dress our plant, and this should hold it firmly in place. Around there. And the bonus of doing this, of course, is that it kind of makes your plant look a bit more attractive as well. Having a nice layer of decorative stones on top is never a bad idea in my book. Okay. I think that's a bit more stable in its pot, isn't it? Once it grows roots, because there's a lot of room for it to grow into now, once the roots start growing down into the pot, it's going to anchor itself much better in the pot anyway. So I've got a cash pot there, and I'll give it a drink. Even though it is a aloe vera, which doesn't require that much water, I do want to make sure that you give it a good drink after repotting, just to make sure that the soil has good contact with the roots. So there was a bit of dust flying off there when I gave it a drink, so you do want to make sure you wear a mask if you're dealing with something like perlite or zeolite, all the dust that flies off it, but I wouldn't be able to talk to you if I did that. So I'm giving it a good drink. I'll let that sit in there for a half an hour or so to make sure it's fully hydrated, and then give it a good drain, then I won't water it again for a very long time. I'll put that somewhere nice and bright now. It's April, spring is officially here. It's been a long, hard winter, hasn't it? But with the high temperatures and more light, my plants are definitely responding. And that means there is always something to be done. So let me show you the things that I'm getting on with and why. And we're starting with a brand new shelf. So as you know, I'm always trying to find new ways to display plants in my home. Can't be planty enough, much to Mrs. Sheffield's bemusement. So my latest addition is this nice long shelf that I've had put up above this TV unit. So I'm not very DIY savvy, so I did get someone else to do it for me to make sure it was all level and all that kind of stuff. So that's a 3-meter shelf, and I think it's going to really fill in that space beautifully, isn't it? So the idea being is that the majority of the plants that I'm going to put up here are going to be the trailing variety. So they're going to trail nicely over the shelf and into this space here. So it's going to be quite nice, I think. So I need to pick some plants out of my collection that are going to go up here, and I might buy a couple more as well from the shop just to spice things up. The challenge I've got though is that, particularly on this end, it's a good 2 or 3 meters away from the nearest window. So there's a bit of a dark spot up here, but I think it should be okay because I've got a grow light there. It's a floor lamp with a 36 watt Sansi grow bulb shining over there, so probably up to there is decent light. and then over there's a bit darker. So I just need to find some plants that don't necessarily mind being in lower light too much. Okay, so I think that'll do it for now, at least anyway. Not the most ideal plants up here, but I haven't really got that many training plants, and particularly ones that can tolerate lower light. So I quite like this, the satin pothos. This is a very leggy plant that lived over there. Wasn't getting enough light on these strands here, these stems here. But I think it looks quite interesting in this position, just draping down. It's quite elegant. So we'll see how it copes. Same with this peperomia here. So that needs a lot of light, which is why I've got that up against the Sancy Grow light, as does the Gollum Jade. That needs a lot of light. I think that looks quite nice there. This is a nice plant, philodendron. So as that continues to grow, that'll drape down very nicely. Triscanthia is not ideal, so I probably will end up changing that because the variegation will probably start to go by the wayside in this position, not getting enough light. This Califea, that should be okay there. Doesn't seem to mind low light so much. None of these plants are going to thrive, by the way. They're just going to tolerate living up here, but that's a compromise I'm willing to make. The Syngonium doesn't seem to mind lower light. Probably won't thrive, but hopefully it'll just be okay there. The Monstera definitely won't be happy, but it's only a little one really. I just wanted something to fill that space. I probably will end up changing that. I've got another peperomia, two peperomias. Peperomia obtusifolia at the end. I wanted something quite small to kind of bookend the end of the shelf. Probably won't be that happy there, but we'll keep an eye on it. So overall, I think it looks much nicer than it did before. Let me know what you think in the comments. If you're a subscriber to the channel, then you'll know just how much I love the Chinese money plant. I really do love it. But I took a propagation of the one that I had, really leggy plant, just chopped its head off basically and put it into water, and it's grown roots really quickly. Look at that root system. Tons and tons of roots. So that is ready to be potted up. It's only taken maybe 2 weeks for it to root up. So I've got my good old tray here. So I'm remembering to use my tray this time rather than getting it all over my table. So I've got a clear plastic pot. I do like using these on the whole because I can keep track of how the roots are growing. So all I'm going to do is hold my plant more or less where I want it to be, and then just dump the soil in. And there she is. So I've got a little decorative pot here, handily. So you do always want to water in any repotting or any potting of cuttings that you do want to give it a good drink, just so that the soil has good contact with roots. That's what you want. You want to get rid of the air gaps in the soil. So this guy has grown water roots essentially, because it was developing its root system in the glass of water. So soil is obviously dry, so there's a bit of an adaptation period for Mr. Chinese Money Plant Junior. So that means we just need to keep on top of making sure that the soil is nice and moist for the first 2 or 3 weeks, just so it doesn't dry out, and it'll grow on successfully from there. So the days are getting longer, thankfully, and the temperatures are rising, but that means that we can often fall into the trap of just watering more blindly. So we kind of just assume that our plants are drying out quicker, so we can maybe water them twice a week instead of once a week, and we do that blindly, and then we end up with problems with root rot from over watering. So I always bleat on in my channel, pretty much every single video, is to check the soil before you water. Please do it. So there's a couple of ways you can do that, of course. My favourite method at the moment, because it's nice and quick and simple, is just to pick him up and feel how light he is. So it kind of requires you to get to know your plant a little bit, let him become your best friend and all that. And this guy's feeling quite light. So I recently moved him. He was in a darker spot in my living room. I moved him here on this dining table. So he's now getting sun for pretty much all day. And he's drying up more quickly than he used to, but I still check every time. So he's feeling light. And then just to confirm, you could go in with either your finger or the world's best invention, the moisture meter. And he's reading 3 on the moisture meter. So it's a scale of 1 to 10. So he's 3. So he's just on the verge of dry and moist. So I reckon that is perfect timing for me to give him a little drink. So I do like to bottom water my Dracaena. So I'm adding about a quarter, a third of water up to the pot. Do that, set him back down, and the water will wick up nicely and get an even drink. All the roots will be evenly hydrated. So I think it's been a while since I did go around and check all my plants. So I think a few of them do need a drink. I'm thinking that I want a couple of Monstera adansonii to trail off my shelf that I've got above my TV unit. I think that will look quite nice. So I've got this Monstera adansonii on this trellis trellis. I think I'm going to take a cutting of a couple of free plants. So you can propagate all year long, but spring is the best time really, because plants bounce back quickly, new stems will grow and roots will grow super fast as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut right here on this stem in between those 2 leaf nodes. And this guy is attached to this trellis, so I'm going to have to prise him off gently. There we go. There we go. So I've got, I think, 3 or 4 plants. I'm going to show you how to prep these now. So it's a dead easy process to process these cuttings. So we have 3 established leaves and we have 1 developing at the top. So I think we'll get 3 cuttings out of this. So the node, which is basically where the leaf comes out of the stem, if we cut around there, then that's where the roots are going to emerge. That's where all the root making magic happens. All we need to do is just cut in between each leaf node like so. So we've got 3 individual cuttings. So we'll get roots around here and then eventually a new stem will grow from there and we'll have a brand new plant in our hands. So if you wanted, you could just tidy that up a little bit, just making it a little bit shorter, but no big deal. So we can propagate in any medium we want really. I like to use water or a perlite prop box, but in this case I'm going to use water. Just pop them in like so and they will develop roots within maybe 2 or 3 weeks, something like that. So it's good that these have aerial roots already established on the stem, so these will turn into the root system basically. So we're already halfway there, so I know these are gonna be successful. So I'm gonna pop that into there. And then this guy, because it's a top cutting, I've not cut the head off basically. This should just continue growing once it's developed roots. Won't need to grow a new stem because the stem is still in place at the top. So that will eventually, this leaf will continue to grow and it'll just go on and on and on. So I don't need to do anything with that. I can pop that in there like so. So I'm gonna pop that somewhere nice and bright and it'll develop roots in a couple of weeks and then pot them on into soil or whatever you choose. So a bit of a cautionary tale now. So if you're a subscriber to the channel, then you would have seen my large Philodendron verrucosum on a moss pod. It used to live up there. And the problem with these guys is they grow quite rapidly, quite tall, quite quickly. So it had more or less reached the top of the ceiling. And moss poles, these particular moss poles, plastic poles filled with moss, and they're stackable, so you can keep stacking so that the plant can continue to climb. And the idea being, when they reach the top, you're meant to cut the plant lower down, which is what I've done for this guy. Cut it down and then take the top piece off, plant that into a pot, and then continue stacking. But it doesn't look like this guy appreciated it too much. Very droopy leaves. So the mother plant is still okay. She's living in my conservatory, and there's already 3 or 4 new growth points emerging. So that seems to be okay. But this guy, I think the problem was, and I mentioned it in a recent video when I slagged off moss poles, is that the aerial roots haven't grown into the moss sufficiently. So there's not enough root mass in here to support the growth of all these leaves. So there's a new growth point here that's looking quite floppy. So basically I'm hoping I haven't killed this plant. So what I think I might do is just get the snippers out, and just to ease the pressure on this plant, I'm going to remove that lower leaf and that lower leaf. So I'm going to leave it with 1 leaf for it to photosynthesize and a new leaf that's coming out. Less moisture loss through the leaves because I cut 2 leaves off, and hopefully roots will start to grow into here, and hopefully it will start to bounce back. Alright, so I've got my coleus. Can you see me? I've got my coleus here that I know lots and lots of folks are really enamoured with on the channel because they love the colour of the foliage. I'm not sure what type of coleus it is. It was given to me as a gift, so I've no idea. I've tried looking at what the variety is, but no luck so far. But beautiful colour on the leaves. So I'm not happy with how he looks, basically. He's a bit of a straggly, semi-lanky mess. And it's always the way with coleus, in my experience. Over winter, they're not getting enough light. So the leaves start to come out a bit small, like that. A little bit too small for my liking. They should be nice and big, like that, as a comparison. So it tends to grow little small leaves like that in the winter because there's not enough light. They tend to be a bit off colour as well. Too much green in that. It needs to be a lot redder. So, I mean, I could let it continue growing, and it will grow really quickly, but it might be a bit of a lanky, top-heavy mess. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the unthinkable, which is to completely reset it by doing that. Woo, look at that. Chopped its head off. Because the coleus is a rapid grower. I have no concerns about it putting on a growth spurt over summer. And by midsummer it'll be a nice happy plant. So there's a stem here that is way too lanky. So I'm going to cut that back as well. Like so. Come on. This one here. This one has grown a long stem. Cut that off, cut that back, cut that back. Don't need to worry too much about pruning. So I do know it looks drastic. You're probably pulling your hair out at home watching me do this to my poor coleus. But it will bounce back. This stem, I know, will grow really long, and I will have to cut that back. In fact, I might get that to branch out by just chopping the head off. I'll cut that. So yeah, lots of stems will grow. There'll be 2 or 3 stems growing from there, from there, from there, from there. And then as it grows, you just keep cutting it back and it'll keep branching out. Always branches out into 2. You can probably see that on this stem here. I made a previous cut here and it's branched out into these 2 new stems. It always does that without fail. So I'm going to put that somewhere nice and sunny. It needs as much sun as possible and it'll grow on very happily. Now that it's getting lighter and warmer, I've started to notice that my rubber plants or Ficus elastica plants are starting to grow again. These plants tend to go dormant in the winter and then wake up in spring, and they go quite quickly if you give them enough light in spring and summer. So if you have a rubber plant at home, then you'll know all about the sheaths that they drop from the newly emerging leaves. They normally drop onto the soil line. So I've got a couple here already. So this applies to pretty much all of my plants, but if there's debris on the soil line of your plants like there is here, then I like to go through regularly and just remove them, pick them up and put them in the bin or the compost pile, whatever. And I just make sure that the soil line and the plant itself around the crown is getting good airflow. And I just prevent things like fungus and mold taking hold in your soil line. So you always want good airflow, and if you have a massive pile of these leaves on the soil line, that's going to prohibit that. You might think they might decompose onto the soil line, but because we're indoors, it's going to take an awfully long time compared to the great outdoors. So it's a good idea to remove these. The Pothos Marble Queen is probably my top 5 favourite houseplant because I love the leaves, basically, the variegation on the leaves. Beautiful plant. It's quite tricky to look after because they're so heavily variegated with big patches of white. They do tend to die off because they haven't got that much chlorophyll to photosynthesize. But I think I've only got one of these in my collection. I think that's the case. Yeah. I've only got one. I think I've tried propagating before. I didn't get that much success because of the highly variegated leaves. But we'll try again and see if we can get more of these plants, because I want to add one of these to my my new shelf that I've got above my TV unit. So I've got just trying to locate a couple of good stems to take. Don't need to be too precious about it. So this one looks quite good. I'll explain why once I've made the cut. So I'm going to cut there. So, oh, that leaves a bit ropey. So I chose this stem because it's got more green than the rest of the plant, so it should be able to photosynthesize. And when you're dealing with cuttings, you just want to make sure that the leaves are healthy. If they're starting to go crispy brown, then probably not going to be the healthiest. So that one I'm anticipating will die off quite quickly. Probably won't be successful in growing roots, but I'll keep it nonetheless and see what happens. So as with the Adansonia I did earlier, just cutting in between the leaf nodes. Got a node there without a leaf, which is unusual. And I'll leave that with 2. So I've got 3 cuttings again that I think are very viable, and then that one's a bit iffy. So I've got my glass of water. We can mix and match. So I've got my glass of water with my Adansonii cuttings, and we can just pop these in. So these will rest nicely on the top, hopefully. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the beauty of doing Pothos cuttings that I think Pothos, I think it's the case with Marble Queen, apparently have a hormone that will speed up the propagation of the other cuttings that you have in the water. It will release some sort of hormone into the water that will speed up propagation for all of the cuttings. So we'll see if that works. So that's just resting on there. So you just want the stem to be in water, not the leaves. Otherwise the leaves might rot and die. Okay, so there are those cuttings ready. Again, somewhere nice and bright, and we'll have 3 new plants. Spring is the time to keep a beady eye on your plants to make sure that there's nothing naughty going on, particularly with the light coming in, stronger light in spring and summer. You just don't want your plants to burn to a crisp. And also you can look at the plants that are in lower light and see if you can move them to brighter light spots. So as a bit of an experiment, I moved this begonia red flame to this brighter spot to see if it could handle full sun. It used to live over there, so it used to get medium light, now it's getting bright light with a few hours of direct sun on its leaves. And to be honest, it's not really handling it that well. So we've had good weather the last few days here in Sheffield, nice and sunny for the last few days. So that's given me a good chance to kind of assess how this plant is doing, to see if I need to move it before summer hits. And I think I do, because there's a few crispy leaves that are starting to appear and it's looking quite droopy. And I'm having to water it much more often than normal, maybe like every 2 or 3 days. So I think I'm gonna have to move that guy. And then I've got a Schismatoglottis here, which is quite similar to a peace lily, I find. Doesn't like to dry out too much. Beautiful plant when I got it, but unfortunately I put it in the wrong spot. I think put it in this sunny spot here, and the leaves have just gone by the wayside one by one. They're going yellow, crispy brown, and just dying off. So this plant, before it continues its downfall, I'm going to move it to a less sunny spot. So this snake plant was just living around the corner there, but it was in quite a low light spot. And I've never really treated this snake plant with respect. He's always lived in a low light spot in my old house, in my new house as well. And I want him to grow on to be the stallion that he's destined to become. So I'm gonna give him lots of light now. And I've chosen this spot right here. So this is a door to my garden, but it very rarely gets opened, so we don't need to worry about that. So you can plonk them down like that, but I find if you just put a plant on the floor like that, it looks a bit rubbish, doesn't it? So I recently purchased this nice little plant stand. This is from TK Maxx, a great store for plant accessories if you're based in the UK. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pop that there like so. I'm going to put him on there, and he looks much nicer now. So he's going to get a good few hours of afternoon sun. He's going to be much happier. Well, I am fast running out of bright spots in my home. My conservatory is chock full of plants. All the good spots are taken up. And I've got a couple of plants here that do like lots of light. My Tradescantia teddy bear vine, which is like a furry Tradescantia, very nice. And a Pothos enjoy. This is one I propagated recently over the winter. So I haven't got sunny spots, but what I do have is lots and lots of Santi grow lights. So I've got a spot here that is just perfect for these two plants. I'm gonna put that one there and that one there. So there's a 3-head Santi grow light here shining down on these plants, as well as this 1-head Santi grow light shining over these snake plants, etc. So all of these plants have now got good bright light. So this fiddle leaf fig is another plant that I've neglected for too long. I've always had him in a bit of a low light spot. He's not really that happy about it, because these can grow quite quickly, can't they? But not if they're in low light. So I'm going to move him next to this Pothos Devil's Ivy. I've got a little plant stand just to lift him off the floor a little bit. See how he looks there. So this guy should be much happier. Should put on a bit of a growth spurt now that he's getting a few hours of afternoon sun. The next potting on that I need to be getting on with is my Monstera albo. So I'm dead pleased with this, because Monstera albos, I think they're still expensive. There was a time when they were worth hundreds, if not thousands of pounds. But I got one for free from an unboxing video I did last year. And chopped his head off, rooted him, and he's growing these quite interesting roots, all tied up in knots for some reason. Not sure why that is, all kind of growing into each other. But you want to pot up when the roots are a good couple of inches in length. I think these are, even though they're all tied up a little bit. So that's when you can ensure success. So I just want to pot these guys up basically. So let's get my tray again. Almost forgot, like I always do. Again, got my old clear plastic pot. And I'm going to hold it where I want it to be and then just dump soil around again. Okay, so I'm trying not to bury the stem too much, because if you do that, then there's a chance they might rot in the wet soil. But there's a bit of a trade-off because the cutting is a little bit wobbly in his new home, but that's mainly because he's not got an extensive root system, so he's not really anchored in the soil yet. But as you know, or as you probably know, Monstera roots are one of the quickest to grow. They go absolutely rampant when they're given half the chance. So it won't be long before the roots start to fill out this pot and he'll be well anchored in his new home. So I've got a nice kind of mustardy pot here. Pop him in there. And he looks pretty good, doesn't he? So you can probably tell that I am falling out of love with moss poles a little bit. They're just a bit too much hard work than maybe the benefits that they give. But this guy is one of the rare success stories of a plant in my house living happily on a moss pole. So this is the Pothos Devil's Ivy. I think it's a Devil's Ivy. It looks more like a marble queen. Let me know in the comments which one you think it is. But now that the temperatures are rising and it's getting brighter, and this guy is living in a very sunny spot. It's normally turned around with the leaves facing the light. And this spot gets lots of afternoon sun, so it's getting a good maybe 7 hours of afternoon sun. But I'm always finding that I'm coming through maybe every 3 days and it's drying out, particularly on top. You can expect that a little bit because that's the one that's getting the air the most. But even through here, it's not as damp as I want it to be. So I'm having to go through every maybe 2 or 3 days and just topping up my moss bowls with water, so that's what I'm going to do now. It's May and our plants are really kicking into gear right now. But that means there's always things to be doing to keep them in check so they don't become unruly. So let me show you some of the things I'm doing and why. Okay, so we are starting with something that I have never done before and I'm quite excited about it. So I've just had these delivered from Just Seed, which is a company in the UK that sells seeds, Kelsapri. So I've got a lot of love on my coleus plant, and I thought, because I love it as well, I thought that I would plant 4 more varieties, and I'm going to do it by seed. So I'm dead excited. So I've got the Coleus Black Dragon. Hopefully I'll remember to put a picture on the screen of what it looks like. Coleus Black Dragon, Coleus Wizard Sunset, Coleus Wizard Jade, and Coleus Pineapple Surprise. So I've got 4 varieties that I'm going to pot up. So I've got a little seed starting tray slash kit here. So all I'm going to do is fill these seed cells with a mix of Cybotanica's Universal Mix. So I'm going to do that now. So you do want to fill your seed trays more or less all the way to the top and then press it down so there's no air gaps. So you want seeds to have good contact with soil, otherwise they might struggle to germinate. So I'm just going to tidy up the edges, tidy it up a bit, give it a final pat down. We're ready to go. As you can see, I've already made a complete mess on my table, but that's fine. Mrs. Shuffle's not here. Come with instructions. It just says to sow them in a warm place, ideally 20-25 degrees Celsius. There's 30 in here apparently. And you just lay them on top without burying them. So I think they need light to germinate, these seeds. Not all seeds do. Right, let's do this. Okay, they're only small. Very tiny seeds in this bag. Tiny, tiny things. So I think I'll get them all out and then I know what to do. Okay, so what I think I'll do 3 of each in here because I've got 12 plugs. Just don't know how I'm gonna get them in there without spilling them. Okay. So they're absolutely tiny seedlings. So I've ended up putting about 3 or 4 in each cell. I get myself a label. Okay, I've now got some labels. This should make things a bit easier to keep track of. Just little plastic labels. So I've got 3 to start with. So the first one was the Coleus White Wizard. So I'm just going to do White Wizard and I might as well put the date on as well. Okay, we can insert those now into those 3. So we're not having to remember. Okay, so next is the Wizard Sunset. I wasn't expecting these seeds to be so small, which is why I'm a little bit flabbergasted. So I'm going to put some on my hand again. The beauty of these is that you can't see whether the seed has successfully gone in the plug tray. WS for Wizard Sunset. Next one is Black Dragon. And the last one is Pineapple Surprise, which have come in this little container. So I think there's 10 of these, so I might as well just sew that whole lot. Try and do 3 at a time. They are so small though. These ones are bright yellow, thankfully, so I can see that they're on the soil. Okay. All right, so they're now on top. So I'm just going to lightly tap them down to firm them in, just to make sure they've got good contact. Hopefully the seeds won't come off. I've no idea if they do or they don't because I can't see them. Okay. And I think because they're so delicate, I'm going to bottom water them. So I'm going to put a lot of water in here and then put these on top. That should wick up the water, moisten all the soil in here, and then in about an hour I'll get rid of the excess so that the seeds aren't drowning basically. And I pop that somewhere nice and bright and they should germinate. So I'll keep you updated. What I think I'm going to do, because I've sown quite a lot, more than I expected because they were so small, I'm probably going to raise them and then I'm going to keep a few as houseplants and then I'll put some outside in the garden as well to lap up the sun. Job done. So spring is the time to be extra vigilant with regards to pests, because unfortunately they do tend to go a little bit rampant in spring, or at least they do in my house anyway. So in this corner here in my conservatory, I've got a right little cocktail going. So we'll talk about this guy first. This is the Calafea crocata. So I was doing my checks as I water, and I was watering this guy and I noticed very fine webbing in and around the leaves, and there was quite a lot of it. So it's obviously been multiplying quite quickly. So I do check every couple of weeks. And the fine webbing, so I had a closer look and I could see little brown golden specks, and that is spider mites. It was pretty much caked all over it, and you can see the damage on the leaves because they've gone mottled. And that's what spider mites do. They suck the sap of the leaf and the leaves turn a mottling colour, which is not very good. So what I did was I took it outside and into garden, took it away from the rest of my collection and gave it a thorough spray down with quite a powerful spray. So getting in all the nooks and crannies, getting on underside of the leaves as well. And then I got my SB Plant Invigorator and Bug Killer, which is kind of the only pesticide that I can really get reliably around here. So you put it in a spray bottle and then you give it a good spray in all the nooks and crannies. So washing it off with the water will kind of get rid of the population, and then this spray will kill off any stragglers still in here and it'll stop them coming back, hopefully. So I'm keeping my eye on that and I'm giving it a good spray every couple of days. Also, this guy here, unfortunately I guess a spider mite population took one of these plants and then hopped onto the other. So I'm not sure which happened first, but on this guy, quite a straggly mess, isn't he? Lots of browning leaves, so I wasn't really sure what was going on, but then I had a look at this leaf in particular and I could see, if you look at the right angle, you can see some webbing, very fine webbing down the centre of the plant, and then you can see little tiny specks of the spider mite. So I've not actually sprayed this off yet, so I need to do that. But in the meantime, I'm just giving it a good spray with the old pesticides. So you want to make sure you're getting in all the nooks and crannies when you're doing that. And then this one here is more what I normally get, to be honest. This guy is the tiger tooth, philodendron tiger tooth, and it's got little white flies on it and a couple of aphids as well. You can see that and on the leaves and here as well, covered in little white fly. And that tends to be what I get in this house, white fly and aphids for some reason. Luckily I don't normally get that many spider mites or thrips, which are a real worry. But whitefly and aphids, they will suck the sap of your plants, so you need to give them a good spray to take care of them. So I have my spider plant here, which I have propagated before. And this guy's living in soil, but I propagated one and I put it into semi-hydro, and it's absolutely thriving. I'll show you the result of that after I've done dealing with this. So as you can see, this guy has grown lots of babies dangling from the mother plant, which I tend to kind of leave on the plant because I think it looks dead interesting, and the more and more it grows, then the more kind of chic it looks. But I do like to propagate every now and then, and because the semi-hydro one over there that I did in Palm was such a success, I'm just going to snip one off and do the same thing. So I'm going to snip, maybe I should do it at the base of the plant so there's no strands straggling around. So I'll take that one off. So that's a nice healthy baby plant, spider plant baby. So I'll just trim that back there, get rid of that. So that is the perfect baby spider plant to pot up. You can see little roots, kind of like aerial roots developing. So they'll turn into the root system very, very easily. Don't have to do much work here. So I've got one in pond, like I say. I'm just getting rid of some of these brownish leaves at the base, just because we don't want them to turn into rot. So I did one in pond. I'm now going to try it in leca. Why not? So I've got, I don't know why I've got 2 pots. Maybe I was thinking of doing 2 plants, but I'll just do one. So I've got some leca here, which is basically just little balls of hardened clay. Now I've given it a wash outside. So you want to, they're going all over my floor. You do want to wash them outside because they're very dusty. Very dusty when they come in the bag, so they're making my hands very dirty. And if you wash them in the sink, then there's a chance that they're going to clog up your sink with the dust. So all I'm going to do, make a little hole with the leca. I've never propagated in leca, so I thought I'd give it a try. What I might do, just empty that a little bit. Pop our guy a bit deeper, just so they can root successfully. I'm going to drop in some leca around those roots now. So he will be a little bit floppy to begin with, I think, because he hasn't got any roots to anchor himself into the leca, which is why I'm burying him a little bit. But once he develops his root system into the pot, then we'll be away at the races. So let's gently fill this in. I don't want to bury the leaves too much. It's a bit tricky with leca. I've never done it before with leca, but I thought I'll try experimenting to see how we get on. Okay. So that seems quite nicely in there. And now I need a decorative pot that I've forgotten. So I've got a few to see which size fits best, because I'm not sure. I think it's that one, isn't it? Yeah, that's the perfect size. Very good. Okay, so all that's left to do now is to top it up, or to create a reservoir of water. So I'm just filling it about 1/4 of the way in, up the pot. So the reservoir of water will sit there. The leca will stay nice and moist, so you want to keep it topped up with water, the reservoir, the pot with a reservoir of water. It'll keep the leca nice and moist, and then roots should start to develop, and it'll be a nice healthy plant. So I'm going to show you the one that I did earlier, which is this guy here. Beautiful plant. Look at that. Not a blemish on these leaves. So I think growing a spider plant in semi-hydro is the way to go. Absolutely gorgeous. So like I say, reservoir of water, keep it topped up, and these roots are really healthy. Coming out of the bottom, nice and white, no rot or anything. Lovely jubbly. I have with me here, in the corner of my conservatory again, my pride and joy. This guy, Mr. Monstera Thai Constellation, which I got from Amazon of all places, and he's been pretty healthy. Pretty healthy. I put him on this moss pole and he's growing nice big healthy leaves, as you can see. So Monstera Thai Constellation, if you didn't know, has kind of white and cream kind of speckling on the leaves to kind of looks like the Thai constellation, basically, a constellation of stars. So it's just spat out a brand new leaf here, which is nice and big, which is good, but there's hardly any variegation at all. There's no white or cream parts. Only a couple of very small spots here, which is a bit surprising, because this is telling me that this guy is not getting enough light. Which, again, we're in the conservatory, so this is the brightest spot in my house. So it's a bit set back from the window, but because the guy's quite big, in his moss pole, a big pot, and his leaves kind of protrude out quite far, I don't know, I can't really offer him a better spot than this, unless he was plonked on the top of the dining table. So, if you didn't know, if your plant is losing variegation, sending out more green leaves, then that generally means that he wants more light. Because green means more chlorophyll, which means more photosynthesis. The white and cream parts can't photosynthesize as much as the green parts, which is why it sends out more and more green. So yeah, I'm a bit unsure what to do with this guy. What I'm going to do, I think, I'm going to monitor him for a couple more leaves. If the next leaf or 2 leaves come out the same as this one, with more and more green, less and less variegation, then I know I've got a problem in my hands and I might have to rejig a few things and put him nearer to the window, because I don't want to lose this variegation because it is very attractive. Okay, so I've got my fussy anthurium here. For some reason I always struggle to grow anthuriums, I'm not sure why, but the leaves tend to go brown. They look quite nice during spring and summer, nice healthy new leaves, like this is a new leaf growing here, but after winter the leaves start to go brown in winter, and then at the beginning of spring they look quite straggly and a bit messy. Not sure why. Got a flower here, which is quite interesting. So this is a cherry something or other variety. I'll put the variety on screen because I can't quite remember. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to prune it back. So I'm probably going to lose most of these leaves, but I just think they look ugly, so I don't really want them hanging around. So I'm going to go right to the base of the plant and cut off the leaf. And unfortunately you can't do anything with that. I don't think you can propagate the petiole or anything like that. So I'm going to go in and cut this one as well, like so. And then this one's brown as well. So I'm going to cut that off. So it's quite drastic, isn't it? This plant is only left with 1 new leaf, but this should grow quite big. So anthurium leaves start quite small and they grow quite big into this size. So this one will develop, and hopefully this will send a message to the plant that it should start sending out more and more growth. It's in a brighter spot now as well, and it is living in leca. There's no reservoir water in there, so maybe that's why it's going brown. So I need to top up with water. But yeah, hopefully it'll put on a bit of a growth spurt now. Now I know that there was a lot of worry in my last video about the coleus that I cut back very heavily. There was no leaves or stems left on the plant, was there? And let's just say there was a little bit of hysteria in the comments when I did that. But I think this proves that you can hard prune a plant just fine. It will come out the other side a better person. Because look at him, much healthier, much more compact shape, no more legginess, and he's grown tons of new stems and leaves. So give him another maybe 3 or 4 weeks, he'll be up here. It'll be a much compact shape, no legginess. You need to put him in a bright spot. He's going to be absolutely gorgeous. So I'll probably give you another update in a month's time in the next video, next tasks video, to show you how he's getting on. So to be honest, I have fallen out of love of moss poles, but I do want to pop this guy on one as a bit of a last hurrah, because I think monsteras do quite well on moss poles. And I've got this monstera albo that I think will look very good with big, large leaves. And you only really achieve that with a good old moss pole. So like I say, they're a bit of a pain in the bum to maintain because they dry out very quickly. I'm having to water my moss poles now probably every 2 days, which no plant really deserves that much attention, does it? But maybe the monstera albo does. So all it is just a plastic cage that you can buy from Amazon. I don't necessarily recommend these ones, which is why I never share the link, because there's too much plastic on the ends, which makes it tricky when you're stacking them for the aerial roots to get through. So there's a lot of faffing around I have to do to kind of correct that. But there's lots to choose from on Amazon. So you just fill it with sphagnum moss and then the aerial roots will grow into it. So I've got this monstera albo. There's a cutting that I took from the mother plant. I believe I did that in a chores video. I can't remember which one. You have to watch them all to find out. But yeah, grown very handsomely. That's the latest leaf. not lost any variegation, which is good. So it's a dead easy process to do this. So if you are planning on using moss poles, then now is the time to do it. It's the perfect time to do it, because it gives the plant the chance to become accustomed to this moss pole and grow its roots into the system. And it's got all spring and summer to do that, basically. So it's living in soil, this guy. So I'm going to pop him out of here, like so. So he's quite newly potted into here, but that's fine. So let's have a look at the root system. Well, he is in there. So I'm not going to mess around too much. So I've got a slightly bigger pot. You'll need one to fit it all in. So let's just see if he does fit. So there is a right way to put these in. So the holes at the top, so that you can stack them basically. So if that goes in there like that, and then that up against it, and that will be the perfect fit. So it will be a smaller kind of area for this root system to grow, but I think that's okay, because then that will encourage the area roots to grow out and grow into the moss pole and become, hopefully, the main root system. And we'll get nice big leaves, which is what we want. So the front is obviously where the leaves are facing, and then the back is where the area roots come out of. So you want the moss pole up against the back a bit. So let's have a bit of soil in the base. Like so. I like to put soil behind the moss pole just to stabilise it in the pot. So that's what I'm going to do. And now, slide the monstera in. And then I'm going to tape it in place now, but I need tape. So this is just Velcro tape that came with the moss poles. So we can peel some off and then tie the plant to the moss pole. Okay, so I do that nice and early, just so I know that everything's in more or less the correct space. So now we're going to backfill the pot with soil. Okay, so you want it quite compactly in, just to stop the whole kind of thing flopping over and potentially falling over. So you will notice that the leaves are kind of facing downwards a little bit. And that's just because he's been growing without a support system, basically. So he just needs to adjust and get used to the system, get used to the moss pole. Pop that on the floor. I've got a nice decorative pot for him already. Pop that in there. So hopefully that will keep him from falling over. And I've got a nice watering can, so I'm going to give him a good drink now. Okay, so I also gave the moss pole a nice good drink to make sure that's nice and hydrated. It'll probably dry out on me in a couple of days, so we'll have to keep on top of it. But that's nice and wet, so that's looking nice and healthy. So hopefully these leaves will start getting nice and big now that the aerial roots will grow into here. So with the light getting much brighter these days, it's always a good idea just to kind of monitor how your plants are doing. So I'm back in my conservatory here. the brightest room in my house. So the sun, I'm filming this in the morning, 9:30 at the moment. So the sun's just there. So give it another hour and it'll be flooding in from that direction, and the sun will come all the way around behind me and it will set that way. So the plants in this area here and over here need to be able to survive direct sunlight. So most of them are perfectly fine, including this guy here, the Monstera deliciosa is on this moss pole and it's lapping up the sun here. Nice big fenestrated leaves. But a plant that doesn't seem to be doing too well is the Philodendron Pink Princess. So I've had this guy since last year and it's not really grown that much. So I'm not sure why, but the leaves are fading. This one in particular has gone quite faded and brown and floppy, like it's not really enjoying the light. So that one's completely faded as well. So when leaves do this, it kind of tells me that they're struggling from too much sun. So there's 2 leaves and that one as well is not looking too hot. So I think I need to move this to a less sunny spot, maybe over there. So it's always a good idea just to monitor the light your plants are getting and kind of act accordingly. Okay, so I've got my sweaty perlite propagation box here. I've kind of been ignoring for the last few weeks. I've not actually checked what's going on inside of here for the last, must be at least a month. So I thought I'll do it live in this video here to see what's going on. So I've kind of forgotten what's in here, to be honest. So we shall see, a live unboxing. Okay. So what do we got? Got a right mixture apparently. So we've got a Pothos Devil's Ivy, which seems to be growing quite nicely. Got a nice healthy root with a new node starting there, so that's good. So I'll probably give that another couple of weeks for this root system to develop further. You want a good couple of inches of roots on here. So it looks like I've got more than one in here. This one's a bit further along, nice healthy root system. Still waiting for a new node to start growing, a new stem. So let's get these out. So yeah, these ones are nice and far along. So we've got a nice healthy root with a new node starting, a new stem. No roots on this bad boy yet. So I'll pop that back in. That's feeling a little bit soft, like it's on its way out. Nice healthy root system. There's 2 roots on this, so that's good. And that's the new stem that's grown a new leaf. That's probably ready to be potted up, so I might leave that to the side and do that. What else have we got in here? Got a satin pothos. Ooh, that's good. Nice healthy root, single leaf. So you only need a single leaf cutting in here, and you'll get a root developing, and then eventually a new stem will appear like it has on this one. But there's no sign of that on this one yet. Hopefully there is a growing eye in there. So I'll probably pot that up. You can leave them in here indefinitely really, although they don't have any fertilizer in here. But there's no kind of rush to pot them on. So these are peperomias. They're a type of peperomia, raindrop maybe. They're quite difficult to propagate apparently, but this one looks like it has got some roots on here. So that's good to see. I'll leave that in there though. Pop that there. So there's a few in here. Okay, so that's got more roots as well. Looks like there's a new leaf emerging there, so that's good to see. So far, not looking too bad, the success rate in here. This one's a nice healthy root system. So these are single leaf cuttings that I took from this plant, this peperomia. And it looks like they're growing a healthy root system. That's probably ready to be potted up. Ooh, nice healthy root system. Just go through these quickly. I think these will all be similar. Look at that bad boy. So I think they're ready to be potted on, to be honest. So it looks like I experimented by cutting the leaf in half to see if it will grow roots. It looks like it hasn't. But it's not rotted yet, so I might pop that back in. Same with that one. Ah! There is a root on the end. So that is successful. So you can cut a leaf of a peperomia in half, put it in the substrate of your choice, and it will grow roots. So I'll pop that back in. So I did have a couple of wet sticks in here, I believe. So I'm just checking that I'm not missing anything. More devil's ivy. I'll probably put that one in the bin because it's, as you can see, it's very floppy. So that one's failed. So you won't get 100% success rate. So these ones, for some reason, I find really hard to propagate. This is the neon pothos. And the leaves always seem to go by the wayside. If you've had experience with propagating this plant before, then do let me know what the secret is, because they always tend to die off on me. So that one, I think, there's no roots on here. It's on its way out, floppy. So I'll pop that in the bin. There's no saving that. Right, so I've got another peperomia here, obtusifolia. This is normally dead easy to propagate. This has been here a while actually, I think. But there is roots on here. I'll probably pop that back in. They grow another couple of inches. A Hoya, which I can't remember the name of the Hoya. I'll maybe put that on the screen. So I took a little stem piece with one leaf, and that's grown roots, so that's good. That lives just up there behind me, above that, underneath that grow light. So I think I did put in about 5 of these, and this is the only one that survived, so quite a tricky plant to propagate. And here are the wet sticks. I can't remember what wet stick that is. I think this might have been the Philodendron melanocrisis variegated. I've had in here for a good 3 or 4 months now, and that has gone black and mushy, so that is for the bin. And this looks like a pothos devil's ivy again, little wet stick, and it's growing a stem piece. It's growing the stem before it's growing the roots. Interesting. I might leave that in there. It's gone brown at the tip, which is a bit worrying. Well, it doesn't feel mushy. And that is it. Just seeing if there's anything else in here. So probably about, what, 80–90% success rate in this box. So if you're not familiar, it's just a tote box filled with perlite that you moisten, and then you put your cuttings in, put the lid on, and it's the perfect humid environment for cuttings to develop roots, and I get a high success rate, probably higher than water, although it is a bit of a sweaty, stinky prop box, sweat box they have to have in your house, which Mrs. Sheffield is not too keen on. So, Monstera aerial roots. So this Monstera I've got is growing very happily into this moss pole. It's actually a soil pole. It should be a moss pole, but it's filled with soil as a bit of an experiment, but that's a story for another day. So the idea being that he will grow his aerial roots into the moss, and that'll strengthen the plant. So it gives him another avenue to access water and nutrients, and that'll strengthen the plant, and he gets nice big leaves. So most of the aerial roots have successfully grown into the moss pole, which is good, and that's why it's chock full of roots in here. But we do have a cheeky straggler. So this guy, as I'm doing my bits and pieces in this room, filming bits and pieces for this video, for this channel, or just generally being in here, I'm always tripping over this guy. So it's becoming a little bit annoying. So you're fine to leave aerial roots on your Monstera, leave them hanging around. They won't really do much. They're not offering support or bringing nutrients and water to the plant. It has to grow into the moss for that. Or you can do what I'm going to do, get your snippers out and cut them off. This doesn't harm the plant in any way, shape or form, because that isn't really providing anything to the plant, like I say. If it's like this, it's generally looking to kind of anchor onto something, to hoist itself up, to start climbing up higher and higher as it would in the jungle. So there's no issues with doing this. So what happens when the plant reaches the top of the moss pole? That is the question. So I've got this Philodendron Florida Ghost, I believe. Just seeing if there's any bugs on there. I don't think there are. So this guy's reached the top of the moss pole, the stem. It's taken to the moss pole very nicely. So I'm not having to apply tape to get it to attach on. I've applied it once at the bottom. It's kind of got the memo, and at each point it's grown its aerial roots into the moss pole very nicely. So this guy needs extending before he reaches the top and then starts wondering where the moss pole is and then starts producing smaller leaves. So I've got a secondary moss pole here, just a cage filled with moss that I've pre-filled. And all it is just attempting to combine the two together, which is easier said than done, but eventually I do manage to get it done. So I need some moss. It's lacking a little bit of moss at the top here, so I need to make sure that there's good moss for the aerial roots to grow into. Okay, so I've just lined it up, so the holes are lined up, so there's no plastic getting in the way. There is a little bit of plastic getting in the way, but that's the nature of these moss poles, unfortunately. And now, I do like to get a stick just to run through both of the moss poles. I'd normally get a bigger one than this, but I haven't got any bamboo sticks at the moment, so I'm going to stick this in, hopefully, without scratching my ceiling. It just provides a bit of extra support to stop the moss pole becoming floppy. And then for extra added support, I've got some zip ties that again came with the moss pole. So I'm just going to zip tie these together. So it's always quite tricky doing this because I've basically got too many thumbs, I think. I feel like I need 3 hands. Where did that plastic go? So that should be quite sturdy. I have had moss poles fall on me before, which is when I started introducing the sticks to go down the middle. So hopefully that will stay in its pot. Might need a bigger pot just to anchor it in a bit more. But I will now continue, hopefully, to grow its aerial roots higher and higher. I'm going to get nice bigger leaves. So I think it was in my November or maybe December tasks video that I created this bad boy. So this is a mixed pothos and philodendron planter, and I highly recommend you make one of these yourself because I think they're absolutely gorgeous. So this is a little bit of an update on how this plant is doing. So we've got all sorts in here. We've got the satin pothos, the neon pothos, the pothos enjoy, the devil's ivy. I think that's all there is in here. Philodendron Brazil as well, that I can see somewhere. So yeah, not every cutting that I took did take, but most of them did. And you end up with a nice bushy specimen like this, mixed colours. I think it looks really attractive. So this lives normally on my shelf in my living room. So I thought I'd just show you how this is getting on. So it's always a good idea to keep on top of your pruning. So I've got a parlour palm, which I've had for years. It's never got much bigger than this, to be honest. So it's now living in semi-hydro. It was living in soil for the longest time, and it wasn't that happy. So recently, last maybe 2 or 3 months ago, I moved it into semi-hydro, which is basically just bits of stones sat in a reservoir of water instead of soil, soilless medium. So there's been a bit of an adaptation period for it, where it's producing, well, it's a few of its leaves have gone brown. So I'm going to prune those off. So there's one there, and there's one here. So this guy's been living, I can never get the position right for him because he doesn't seem to like it in a sunny spot. He doesn't like it too dark. So I've got him living just up there, and I don't think he's that happy about that either. But there is new growth coming through, so I'm hoping that the fact that I've moved into semi-hydro might change my luck with this guy. So I'm just going through. I don't know how much I'm going to cut off, or how much I'm going to be left with, to be honest, because there are quite a few brown leaves. The whole leaf just seems to go brown. But there's a new growth point, new leaf here, so it is relatively happy, sending out new leaves. I guess I just needed to tidy it up and get rid of these brown unsightly ones. Okay, there's one down here, smaller one. Okay, that's looking much better actually. Pretty good, nice and compact. So I'm hoping that there's going to be a flush of growth now. There's going to be a nice big bushy specimen. You do end up with kind of stalky bits at the bottom where you've pruned, but I guess that's just something I'll have to live with. So there was one there that didn't have any leaves coming out of it, so I've cut that right back to the base of the plant just to tidy it up. There's a few leaves that I've dropped on as well. Okay, I'm going to put that back and hopefully it'll be much happier. It's June and it's suddenly a lot warmer and a lot brighter in my home. And that means there's always something to be done with my plants. I've noticed big changes with my plants, some good and some not so good. And we're going to tackle it all in this video. Now that the warm weather has finally arrived, I've noticed a massive change in how quickly my plants are drying out, and it's caught me out recently. So just last week, I did a houseplant tour for my Patreon subscribers, details of which are in the description by the way. And I was going around showing all my plants, and I came to my coleus plant that was looking like it was on death's door. So I hadn't given him a drink in only 3 or 4 days, and it was really, really droopy. Now the coleus plant does tend to need water more often than most of my other plants, but I was quite shocked in how droopy he was. But thankfully, the great thing about coleus is how quickly they respond to a good watering. They always bounce back, similar to a peace lily. So I gave him a good thorough drink. Feels like he already needs a drink now actually. Gave him a good thorough drink and he's perked right up. But there's a couple of other plants in that video that weren't so lucky that I need to sort out. One of which is this caladium here. So this guy was really droopy because I hadn't given him a water in a few days. And he has bounced back since giving him a drink, but there's a few leaves that have gone yellow, gone a bit by the wayside. So I tend to water my plants on the weekend, once a week, but it looks like for a few of my plants I might have to up that to twice a week maybe. So what I'm going to do with this one, I'm going to prune back some of these leaves that are looking a bit shabby now that I've kind of upset him by not watering them enough. Okay, so it's looking a bit tidier now. So I've pruned away, about 4 or 5 leaves, 6 leaves, something like that. They were the worst offenders. There is new growth coming through, so that's good to see. So this guy will bounce back. And then the second casualty is this guy, the Nepenthes. So a bit sore about this one because this one was looking really healthy, but I looked at him and he was really, really dry, and all the traps have gone crispy brown. So these are traps that the plant will catch insects to feed itself nitrogen. So I'm going to have to prune these off, unfortunately. So the plant is growing new traps at the top here, so it is healthy, but I just left it a bit too long. I think the problem is that because this guy doesn't want tap water, he wants distilled water. That means that I often forget to water him, to be honest, which is a bit of a shame. So I must have left him about 2 weeks, I think. So there's a leaf there as well that needs to come out. A selection of leaves, in fact. Okay, so that's much tidier. As I was pruning that, ironically, there was a few fungus gnats flying around in the soil, so hopefully they're going to get caught by these traps. So I have cut off quite a lot of traps, but there are still, how many are there? There's 3 larger ones, and then there's this smaller one that's just about to open up, and there's 2 more leaves developing. So in a couple of weeks, I'll have a good, I don't know, 6 or 7 traps. They can start catching its bugs again. Okay, for this next one I'm about to show you, viewer discretion is advised, because I have this ripple jade. Whoops, it's come out of his pot already. This ripple jade that is nice and healthy, but it does tend to lose quite a few leaves. They tend to go a little bit yellow and then drop off, which is probably par for the course, but I don't know, I feel like this guy's a little bit root bound, and when I get him out of his pot and feel his roots, I can feel there's quite a thick mat of roots in there. It's very dry. Even though I watered him last week, this root ball is very dry. Now, I am quite content with the size of the pot and the kind of size of the plant. So I don't really want to keep upsizing him and keep moving him up to a bigger and bigger pot. So if we don't want to repot into a bigger pot, what do we do? Well, what we do, we get a chopping board like so, with a serrated knife. We grab our plant, put him on his side, and then we cut off about 1/3 or 1/2. I think I'm going to go for about 1/3. Cut it off like so. Don't worry, I've not killed him. Plants can be root pruned. So there's a dense, thick mat of roots all around the perimeter here, and then the soil is inside. So he's not able to draw on water and nutrients effectively, which is why we're giving a bit of a root prune. And then, so we can pop that to the side, making a mess, as always. So then we can just basically put some fresh soil in the pot for new roots to grow into. So what we're doing, we're basically cutting away tired roots that may be a bit rotten or things like that, a bit fragile because they're a bit old, cutting them away and then allowing the plant to grow fresh, young, vibrant roots into fresh soil. And we'll have a nice healthy plant. In June is the perfect time to do this. So some fresh soil in there. Pop the plant on top, and then it's as if you wouldn't know anything happened. So we can go back into his pot. And then back where he lived. So last month I pruned back this bad boy. This is my rubber tree. So this is actually the oldest plant in my house, I think. It's one of the first plants we ever bought, which is why it's got a nice thick trunk at the bottom. So the aim of the game, as far as I'm concerned, with a rubber tree is to get it as bushy as possible. So the main trunk here, I pruned back last month, and it's given me 3 new growth points. So I've turned 1 into 3, which is great. There's 1 here as well. I previously cut the trunk back and it gave me branches. So I cut that branch. It's given me 3 growth points so far, just starting to open up. And then over here on this one, I've got 2 growth points. So it's a good idea with rubber plant to prune it as much as possible so it develops into a nice tree-like structure. That's exactly what I want with this guy. But I did miss a branch here, so I'm going to cut that back live. So it's a good idea to have some kitchen roll handy when you do cut a ficus plant or a rubber tree, because they do bleed that sap, and it is quite, if you've got sensitive skin, it is quite sticky, and so it's a good idea to wear gloves. So it does come out really quick, so it's always a game of trying to get the towel in there before it goes all over your floor. So where am I going to cut? I'm going to cut there, turn that upside down, and then put that on there. And it's bleeding everywhere. I can never catch it in time. So basically, that one is going to hopefully develop into 3 new growth points. And this one, what we can do, we can take off the lower leaves, pop that into a glass of water, and it will develop roots into a brand new plant. Now, if you do cut your plant and it only develops 1 stem where you cut it, rather than branching out into 2 or 3, then you can cut it again. It's exactly what I did to this guy here. So this one I pruned back maybe a month and a half ago, and it only started to develop 1 growth point in its place. So I wasn't happy with that, so I cut it again, maybe another inch or so to the next leaf point down, and now it's finally got the message and it's starting to grow free, so that's good. Make sure you download my plant troubleshooting handbook that is linked down below in the description. It goes over all the common problems that you might see with your plants, like yellowing, browning or wilting, why they happen and what you can do about it. And it's all for free, so check it out down below. So now that it's getting much, much brighter, we just need to be careful and check in on our plants to make sure that they're not struggling. And this bird of paradise is struggling. So a bird of paradise wants as much sun as you can give it, because if you don't give it enough sun, then it won't flower, and that's kind of the aim of the game. So this guy, I've rotated him recently, and you'll notice that the leaves are kind of facing into the room, or leaning into the room, whereas before I rotated him, the leaves were leaning into the window. So this is a southwest facing conservatory, so the brightest spot in my house. So it's getting lots of sunlight on the leaves. But the problem was that the leaves were pressed up against the window, and the glass was amplifying the light, and we've got burnt leaves, unfortunately. So you just want to be careful. If you've got plants near your windows, just check in on them and just see that the glass isn't amplifying the light too much. Now you can leave these leaves on the plant because they are still photosynthesizing, but they are looking a bit ugly, so I do want to tidy it up, to be honest. So I'm going to cut off, prune off the worst offenders. So that one there is definitely the worst offender, very crispy brown. So I'm going to get in there near the base of the plant as much as possible, and the big old chunky leaves. So I'm going to prune it off carefully without cutting any of the other leaves. So that's one, nice big leaf that is. And then there's this one down here that I'm also going to cut off carefully. There we go. And then I'm also going to cut off that leaf there. There. So the plant looks much tidier now. And now that he's facing, I've turned him around, hopefully the leaves are going to straighten up and he's not going to lean so much into the room. So last month, in my May tasks video, go check it out if you haven't already, I planted up some coleus seeds into this tray here, and they've all sprouted. Look at that, beautiful. So I think I've got a hell of a lot of plants here. So I think I've got, in each cell, I've got 3 coleus plants, and I've got 12 cells here, so you do the maths. So basically I've got too many plants in here, so what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to pot up 2 of each variety. I've got 4 different varieties in here. Pot 2 of them up for house plants, and then the rest I'm going to put in my garden as an annual. So what I've got a tray here of individual pots. So these are the ones for my house plants. I've got a fork to get those out. And I've got a little chopstick to make holes in my soil to pop the plants in. So, what's the best way to do this? Get that tray out of the way. So I find with seedlings, the best way to get them out is with a fork. So let's try that with this one here. Whoops. Okay. That came out reasonably successfully. So I'm going to get them all out, I think, all the ones that I want. And then I'm going to separate them. So the rest of these, I'm going to pot up in my greenhouse so they can go in the garden. And then these ones, so each of these plugs have got 3 plants in or more. So I'm going to hopefully tease these apart very carefully so I don't rip the roots. So there's one right there. Okay, so as usual, I've made a mess on my table, but that's okay. All gets tidied up dead easy. So I've picked the 2 healthiest or the most grown up plantlets. Hopefully I've not damaged the roots too much. They were kind of tangled in a little bit amongst each other. So I'm gonna pop that right there. So I've got 2, 4, 6, 8 pots filled with soil. And now I'm just going to make a hole like so. Take my seedling, pop it in the middle carefully. Press the soil around. A top tip is to handle the seedlings by the leaves and not the stem. Because you can break a leaf, but you can't really break the main stem. That's curtains for the plant. I'm trying not to bury that leaf. Press it around so it's good contact. And there you have it. That will hopefully grow on to be its best self. So I've got 7 more to do. Okay, so that is those done. I've got an extra one there actually. So they are very delicate. I could have waited a bit longer to grow on a bit more, but because there was 3 or more in each cell, all the roots are growing into each other. So the more it grows on, the harder it is to get the plantlets out. So I'm just going to move that mess to the sides. Next job is just to give these a good water. Okay, so they are a bit floppy in their pots, but that's just because they're very immature, haven't got strong root systems, but they grow dead quick, coleus plants, the roots and the leaves. So I'll pop these somewhere nice and bright, and the roots and the leaves will go really quickly, and they'll start to anchor themselves better in the pot and they won't be so floppy. So I'm just going to do that one there. So I'm going to pop these somewhere nice and bright. And now we come to the philodendron melanocrisis. It's called melanochrysum really, but he's always in crisis, as you can see. Normally the leaves are struggling to unfurl, which it looks like this one at the top is starting to do actually. So that's annoying. But this guy, the main problem here is that he's looking very, very leggy. very leggy. The gaps in between the nodes where the leaves come out is too big, should be much, much shorter than that. So it's all my fault, really. I do like to blame him, but it is all my fault because the nearest window's there, but there's a wall there. So it's kind of, he's not really getting much sunlight basically. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to cut him back with my trusty pruners, and I might think about moving him somewhere, although I don't really have an ideal spot for him, to be honest. So one to mull over for the next couple of weeks or something. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut him right back here, like so. Getting tangled in this plant here. So I've got a big old piece here. So what you can do, you can propagate this quite easily. Just cut it into individual cuttings where the leaves are and pop them into water and they'll root. But I've already got a couple of these plants and I find them stressful enough, so I think I'll probably just add them to the compost pile. So June is the perfect time to take some cuttings. Now you can take cuttings at any time of year, but if you take them in June, then they'll have the best of summer to grow roots and then develop into a proper plant. So I've got this purple Pelida here that is cascading beautifully down this bamboo shelving unit. And I think it looks so good that I want to do it again. So I'm going to take some cuttings of this plant so that I can grow it elsewhere, maybe above my TV shelving unit that I've got. So I'm going to take some cuttings here. So it's quite long at the moment, so I'm just going to cut it back a little bit basically. So I think I'm going to take that one. That one. So I've taken 5 cuttings. You don't have to worry about the stems that are cut. So what's going to happen is a new growth point is going to emerge and it'll look like nothing's ever happened basically. So I'm going to show you what to do with these now. Thankfully, propagating plants in the Tradescantia family, which the purple Pelida is one of the easiest jobs you can do in the plant game. So I've got my cuttings here. So the first thing I'm going to do is just remove a couple of these lower leaves. Like so. Do that one. So there's a nice healthy bit of stem with a few leaves at the top, and these are where the roots are going to grow out of each of these leaf nodes where I just pulled the leaves off. So we can pop that there, and I'm going to do the rest of them. Okay, so you don't need to mess around with water or perlite prop boxes or anything like that. Because Tradescantias are so easy to propagate, you can just pop them straight into soil. So I've got my cutting there. The first thing I'm going to do, actually, I've got a pot full of soil here. I'm just going to wet it a little bit, just to make it easy to pop the cuttings into the pots. If it's really dry soil, then they tend to flop about all over the place. Like so. And then you can make a little hole in the soil and pop your cuttings in. Dead easy. Okay, so you want your pot to be relatively full, which is why I've gone for 5 cuttings. I've gone for quite a large pot because this will grow very quickly, and that's the pot it's going to stay in for the rest of its life, more or less. So you can just keep going with this. Once these grow out, you can propagate the tops of them and put them back into the pot so you have an extra bushy plant. So I've got a pot all ready for him, like so. Already looks quite pretty, doesn't he? It's going to get even better. So I'm going to pop that on that shelf above my TV. In a previous tasks video, I think it was April or May, I took some cuttings of a very tricky plant to propagate, the Peperomia watermelon. So I took little leaf cuttings, including the petiole, and popped them into the soil, and also took some half leaf cuttings and just nestled them in the soil, and it looks like they're all successful. Lots of new leaves poking out of the soil line, so that's good to see. Now in hindsight, what I would do differently next time is maybe keep one cutting per pot, because it's getting a little bit too crowded in here. The old leaves that I used to propagate are kind of getting in the way of the leaves that are wanting to sprout through. So what I think I'll probably end up doing is cutting away the leaves once they are kind of done kind of rooting in here, cut them away so that the new leaves can start sprouting through properly. Now I'm starting to love semi-hydro more and more because I'm seeing fantastic results with my plants, especially my spider plants. My spider plant absolutely loves semi-hydro, but there is a right way and a wrong way to do it. So this guy, this is my Ficus elastica ruby, very nice plant. I recently cut it here and it's now branching out into two branches. But this guy is living in semi-hydro, but it's perlite, and I'm not a fan. I've been experimenting with perlite as semi-hydro and it tends to go a bit too mushy. So I'm gonna change it to pon instead. So I do recommend experimenting with semi-hydro yourself, but use pon and leca. I think I prefer pon. I don't know, something about it, but the plants seem to respond a bit better in pon than they do in leca, but it's still early days for me really. So pon is just fancy word for a bunch of stones basically. That's all there is to it. So I'm going to get this guy out of the pot and I'm going to get rid of this perlite, hopefully, without destroying all the roots. Okay, so that's most of the perlite out. I've made a mess, perlite everywhere. I'm trying to bang this stuff out of the root ball. It's not all completely gone, but I don't think it matters too much. Right, so I'm going to reuse this pot. But first, I'm going to give it a rinse. Okay, that's a bit better. So, it's dead easy to repot with semi-hydro. All you do is I might just put a base layer in, hold your plant in, and then pour your stones in the pot. Much easier than with soil. Voila! Get my, I don't need this anymore, that ugly tray. Get my pot, do that, and now I've got a can of water here that I've laced with hydroponic fertilizer. It needs to be hydroponic fertilizer because it has the full nutrient profile, whereas fertilizer for soil doesn't have that because it's relying on the natural processes in soil to break down and then to provide those nutrients. I think that's the science behind it anyway. So I'm just going to top that up about 1/3 of the way up the pot, maybe a bit too much in there. Put that somewhere nice and bright and it should be much happier with a much happier root system. This time of year is absolutely perfect to set up new kind of planty projects so they can establish themselves really well over summer and grow on to be their best selves. Now, if you're a long-time subscriber to the channel, then you'll know that I recently moved into this house 6 or 7 months ago, something like that. And in my old house, in my dining room, I had a big old Pothos Devil's Ivy that was growing from a pot and it was growing all around my picture rail in my dining room. So I want to achieve a similar thing here. So again, I've got a Pothos Devil's Ivy down here, and it's already wanting to climb this wall here because it's pressed up right against it and it looks like it wants to attach. But I'm going to help it on its way with a trellis trellis that I'm going to mount on this wall here, like so. So the Pothos Devil's Ivy is going to hopefully start using that as a support, climbing up there, and hopefully it's going to go all the way around this doorway. And I've got a Hoya Lisa just there that's going the other way, and the two will meet and it will look spectacular. So it's going to really green up this area here. So all it needs is a hammer and a nail and a trellis trellis. This orchid finished flowering last year, so I moved him on top of this shelving unit, bit of a propagation station I've got going on in my office here. It's a southwest facing position, so it was getting loads and loads of light and it's recharged its batteries basically, and it's now sent out a fresh flower spike. It looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it? Love that. Now a top tip with orchids that are in flower is to move them away from bright light. You don't want them sat in the sun when they're flowering because they don't tend to last as long. So you want to move it to a less bright spot. So that's exactly what I'm going to do now. I'm going to move it into my living room. It's July, it's sunny and it's warm in theory. And if we're not careful, our plants can start to struggle. So let me show you some of the things that I'm doing to keep them in tip-top shape. So I have this Coleus here that is always drying out. I'm having to water every 2 days, particularly in summer. In winter it's probably maybe every 4 or 5 days, but now that the heat is here and the sun is here, it's drying out very quickly. It's a particular problem with the Coleus, I find. So he's already in quite a big pot for the size of the plant, so I'm not sure that's necessarily the issue. I just think he wants something in his soil that's going to hold on to moisture a bit better. So I've got a cunning plan. And my cunning plan is to grab a bowl, to add some soil. I'm going to repot him. I'm going to use something. I'm going to add something to the soil that is hopefully going to retain moisture much more easily for him. So how much do I need? Something like that. So I've got my usual soil mix from Cybertanica, and then my secret weapon is some vermiculite. Now vermiculite helps maintain moisture and nutrients. So it's a bit different to perlite. Perlite is porous and that will drain the moisture, excess water, so the soil doesn't stay too wet. But vermiculite is going to help retain some moisture. So I do have some perlite in here, but I'm going to add some vermiculite so I'm not having to water this guy every 2 days. So I'm not sure how much to add, to be honest, because I've never used vermiculite before. I don't tend to have issues with my plants drying out all that much, which is why I've not used it. You don't want to use vermiculite thinking that it's the same as perlite, because it's not. It's got a different use case. So I've added quite a decent amount there. So I'm going to give this a thorough mix. Okay, so that's all mixed. Looks quite nice. Almost looks golden specks in my soil mix. Once again, I'm getting my table all dirty, but never mind. So I've got a nice big pot for him. And I've got a decorative pot all ready. Look at that. So let's get him out. Oops. So he's not particularly root bound or anything, as you can see. I mean, there are roots there, but it's not like a spaghetti party or anything like that. So it's not an issue of him being root bound. He just, for whatever reason, he just needs more moisture than the soil at the moment can provide him. So I'm going to add a base layer of this new mix. So I'm just eyeing it up so it's more or less in the same height in the pot as it was before, which it is. So I've got my base layer spot on for a change. And now I'm going to backfill around. So the idea being, I know the old soil is going to still be in the root ball, but he's going to start spreading his legs into the new soil. And the vermiculite is going to be there to help out, and hopefully he won't dry out as much. Maybe I can water him once a week, which is the dream, which is what I do for all my other plants, more or less. So now I can bring over the outer pot, pop him in, and then give him a good drink. So I think I'll let him soak up that water for a good hour or two, come back, empty any excess, and then get on with the rest of his life. So in the warmer months of summer, it's dead easy to fall into the trap of thinking that your plants are drying out quicker, so you need to keep topping them up with water and not actually checking. And that's a trap that I've fallen into, particularly with two plants. So I've got my Photonia here, my pink and green Photonia, and then over here I've got my Peperomia Santorini. Now this Photonia looks a bit droopy, doesn't he? And you would think he's underwater, he needs a drink, but looking at the soil, he's got wet soil and he's still droopy. So I've been in the habit of just topping him up with water, thinking that he's looking dry, when really I should have been checking with my finger or my moisture meter, and I would have realised he doesn't need a drink. So this guy's been overwatered. And the same with this Peperomia Santorini. So you can start to see that he's losing some leaves at a bit of an alarming rate. They're feeling a bit mushy. So I assumed, because he was a bit droopy and because it's a bit of a pain to kind of pull him out of his pot to check underneath, I was just topping him up with water. I was being lazy. But he is struggling with a bit of overwatering. So I'm going to let these bad boys dry out, and then I'm going to check the soil and the roots to see if they need repotting. I always go on about pruning on the channel because I absolutely love it, and plants do respond well. And it's no different in July. In fact, it's probably more important in the summer months to keep giving your plants a good pruning. So I have my beautiful string of hearts here. Well, kind of beautiful. It always gets this tangly mess, doesn't it? The strands are never individual, they're always clumped together. You can't really avoid that, I don't think. But this guy has gone from here all the way down to the floor, touching the floor. It's getting a bit messy, making a mess of my floor as the leaves drop off. So he needs cutting back. Now the beauty of this plant is that when you cut a strand, it normally produces two, so it gets a little bit extra bushy. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut it right here in one big cut, like so. Do that one as well. So I've got all this to play with. So I'm going to pop that there. It's already getting tangled. And I've got some round the back here. So I'm basically giving it a haircut, and I want it all to be the same length. Otherwise it's going to look a bit silly. The rest of his friends are going to take the mickey out of him. So there we go. So we're going to save these, and we'll show you later what we can do with these. There are a couple of other plants that need a good prune. I'm always pruning my Ficus elasticus for my rubber plants, and I've got some towel ready because I'm going to do it again with my Ficus elastica Tsineki. So I pruned him once here and he's branched out into two. I pruned each of these stems again here and here. And that one branched out into three, and that one branched out into two. And to keep the cycle going, so it gets a nice branched out tree-like structure, I'm going to prune again. So I think I'm going to go about there. Sap always bleeds, so this is why I've got this kitchen roll handy. because it always goes everywhere. I can never catch it in time, it's already landed on my floor. I'll clean it up after, no worries. I'm going to cut this one here. Pop that on there. You need 3 or 4 hands for this, that's for sure. So I'm just going through and pruning each of these stems. Now you don't need to worry too much about where you're making the cut, because plants do always grow back. So it looks a bit silly at the moment with these paper towels on, but once the sap stops coming out so readily, I'll take these off. Normally it takes an hour or 2, something like that. And then these guys here, I've got loads of these cuttings now. I'm not going to throw these away. Well, maybe a couple of them we might put on the compost bin, but we're going to use these. I'll show you what to do with them. And my next victim is up here. This is my coleus. So this is actually a cutting that I took from the mother plant. I don't know where she is, but I'm always taking cuttings of coleus because they don't tend to last that long and they get very leggy. So this guy, I did prune him back here and he's branched out into 3 stems, but I've kind of neglected him. I needed to prune him a bit more because otherwise these stems just get a little bit too leggy. So I want him to branch out further. So I'm going to start by cutting that one there, that one there, and then that one there. You don't need to be too alarmed when you do that. So I've got far too many of these plants. I've only got 4 of them in the house. So I'm not going to use these for propagating. I'm going to put them on the compost pile. I think it's about time that I prune back this satin pothos because it's looking a little bit silly, isn't he? So he's up here and his vines go all the way down to the floor. Extremely long and leggy. So obviously this guy is not getting enough light really. There is a Sansi grow light here shining over these plants. So it's quite bushy up here, but down here not getting enough light, so it's stretching, trying to creep along the floor to get to that window maybe, who knows. So let's not beat around the bush and let's start pruning. So I'm not worrying too much about where I'm cutting because I know that this plant does love to bounce back dead easily. So I'm more or less going to the leaf on the node and just cutting just after that point. So there you go, look at all that. Absolute craziness. So all of these stems that are cut are all going to branch out into 2 stems, 2 new stems. So we're going to get an extra bushy plant. Probably will get leggy again. I probably will have to cut it back again, but that's a problem for another day. So I've been bigging up semi-hydro plants for a little while now because I'm seeing some great results. Mainly this spider plant here that's looking super healthy. Best I've ever been able to keep a spider plant in my house, in my care. So semi-hydro is great, but there is a bit of maintenance that we do need to do, and namely that's just refreshing the soil because it gets a bit brown and murky as you just saw there, particularly with leca, as you'll see with the snake plant there. So it gets a bit brown and murky, so it's a good idea just to go in and just give the pond, in this case, a bit of a rinse through. It just flushes out all the salts, clears the water, gets rid of any dirt lingering around, and freshes everything nicely up. So I'm going to do that for these 3 plants here. Okay, so I've given everything a run through. You would have noticed that I was washing the leaves of this snake plant as well. It's always a good kind of idea to give things a wash when you can, just to make sure that there's no pests, no spider mites lingering around. I gave the bowls a bit of a rinse through as well, but good clean. So this is all a spring clean, which is good stuff. And now we're going to top up the cash pots with a reservoir of water to keep these semi-hydro plants nice and hydrated. But it's always important to add your fertilizer, so it needs to be hydroponic fertilizer, because it has the full spectrum of nutrients that normal houseplant fertilizer doesn't have. So we just need to make sure we use that. So I'm going to fill these up about a third of the way up. That one in there. Spider plant in here, and they are all refreshed, and I'll repeat the same process probably in a couple of months or something. So I have the string of heart cuttings that I took earlier, and basically from this we can make brand new plants, and it's dead easy with a string of hearts. All we need to do is take a leaf cutting like that, and that will root dead easy. As long as there's a bit of stem left with the petiole and the leaf attached, and we'll pop that into some soil, don't need to muck around with water or anything, and that will root and the new stems will develop. Now I have seen people lay the whole stem on soil, but I think that's a bit of a faff, because it's quite difficult to get the entire stem touching the soil, because it tends to kind of wobble about all over the place. So I've probably got too much material for me to use, so I'll probably just do a few, enough to fill that pot that I've got prepped over there. So I'm just going to go through and take a few cuttings. Okay, I think that is enough. Because I've got so much material here, I was quite picky on the ones that I chose. So I picked the bigger leafed ones, and I think I've got enough. So I've got a pot here filled with soil. I'm just going to moisten it just to make my life a little bit easier. Just like so. Don't want it completely wet. Just moisten the top, and then it's a case of popping the stem in the soil so it's submerged. It doesn't have to be buried completely, just lying on top really, and that will send the message to the stem that there's moist soil there for it to start developing some roots. So I'm going to go through and fill this pot up. Okay, so I've got the last one here, just this little small one. So keep the soil nice and moist, pop it somewhere nice and bright, and then the new stem should start to emerge. Now there will be some casualties. You can't expect 100% success rate, particularly with a string of hearts, because it might just be that some of these aren't quite touching the soil in the right way, but most of them will root. And then when these start to grow out, you could even take some cuttings of the ones that have grown and then pop them back in to make a nice full plant at the top of the pot. Okay, so I'll probably put that under my grow lights. It looks like these cuttings are in desperate need of getting potted on. Got a few cuttings here on this console table, and they've all got roots, so let's go and do that. So when I'm potting up pothos cuttings, I normally do it in two different ways. If I want it to climb, then I normally just keep it one plant per pot, so that That's the focal point, and the leaves just get bigger and bigger, like with my pothos over there. Or if I want more of a bushy pot, then I'll just put it all into one pot, no problem. So let's have a look at these roots. Get these on the table. Just want to check that they are all rooted, so it looks like they are. So in an ideal world, you're looking for about 2 inches or so of roots. That one's just a bit stuck, come on. So that's ideal right there. 1 inch or so, 2 inches of pots. These ones have been left maybe a little bit too long, although not too bad. So this one has grown nice healthy roots and it's developed a new stem already. So that's definitely ready to be potted on. So all these are rooted. If they are, that's got a nice new stem as well. So these are growing very well. You can leave them just to grow hydroponically in the water if you wanted to, in the vase or water. Just want to change it every so often. So you do have murky water like that, which is a bit not very pleasant. Don't worry too much if your roots aren't especially long. As long as there is some root tissue, pothos are resilient and they do tend to survive. So I've got my nice big pot. These are apparently the same plant, devil's ivy. I think that's, I don't know, it's got more variegation in it for some reason. Not sure why. So I'm just going to put a base layer of soil at the bottom. That might be a bit too much, but we'll see. Should be okay. So I'm aiming for a nice bushy pot here. I might alternate the dark green and the light green, or the variegated ones, just to make it a bit pretty. So I'm going to fill this up now. Don't know what that one is. Did that one break off or something? Fill this pot up with my cuttings. Okay, so that looks like a nice bushy plant, and it's just a case of topping up with soil so all those roots are submerged in soil. Okay, so it might look a little bit janky at first. That's because it's not really anchored in the pot. I made a mess on my table, but I'll do clear it up, don't worry. Once the plant anchors in the soil and puts down roots, it will strengthen itself and it won't be so floppy. So it's just a case of putting it somewhere nice and bright, keeping it nice and hydrated for the first few weeks, because these are water roots. So keep the soil nice and moist, don't let it dry out too much, otherwise that has potential to kill your new roots and then ruin your cuttings. So that's going to go somewhere nice and bright, and it'll be a nice big pothos in a few months. So it's always a good idea to check in on your plants, just keep a beady eye on how they're doing, especially with the warmer temperatures, see if they're struggling from the increase in temperatures. Now the summer's well and truly here. So for example, this coleus is absolutely loving life because it loves the sun and it loves the warmth, and it's getting nice bright red leaves, absolutely gorgeous. This pothos here is right up against this southwest facing window, and the leaves just keep getting bigger and bigger. Absolutely huge, that last leaf. But a plant that is not too happy is one that is tucked right in the corner here. So I do kind of forget about him because he's tucked in this corner with loads of different plants around here, so my line of sight is kind of blocked. But it's my Dieffenbachia, and as you can see, he's looking a little bit worse for wear. Some of these leaves are going yellow and fading. It's not a complete write-off or anything like that, but it's just losing leaves at a slightly alarming rate. So I'm just pulling these leaves off here. So I need to move him to a less bright spot. And I think that'll do the trick. This spot here is a little bit too bright for the Philodendron Pink Princess, bless her little cotton socks. A southwest facing conservatory, And she's right on the end of this bamboo shelving, right up against the glass. It's a little bit too bright for her, I think. She's on the struggle bus. She was suffering from root rot, so I recently repotted her in a recent video. But as you can see, her leaves are pale and kind of all pink, which is a bit unusual. There should be some green in them. And that suggests to me that it's a little bit too bright. So I'm going to move her back somewhere and try and find a spot for her somewhere. I guess it can go here. Let's do that. And then also in my conservatory, we have another one that's on the struggle bus due to light, is this Tradescantia. I think this is an albiflora. It's got green and white pinstripes. Very nice plant. Always struggles during winter, and it looks nice during spring and summer normally. But this guy is getting a bit faded, a bit too much heat stress, I think. That's why we've got some of these crispy leaves as well, and the leaves are fading. So it needs a bit of a tidy up, to be honest, a bit of a pruning back. But first of all, let's move him somewhere a little bit less bright. Can go there. So this here is becoming one of my favourite little devices. Oops. This is a little squeezy bottle. And it's quite nifty for watering your plants. For example, if you've got a little baby one like this, little jade plant, then you can get in there and just squeeze a small amount of liquid into the soil without it going everywhere. So that's good. And then I like using it to water my orchids. So you want to keep your orchids relatively dry. You don't want them sat in sopping wet water, but you do want them to, all the roots to get evenly moist. So I like to go in there and just go around with my little squeezy bottle, and I can control where the water's going. And I'm just wetting the roots, like so. So all these aerial roots can get a little bit of a drink. Dead easy. Okay, so I've got my Ficus elastica cuttings. It is a shame to not make use of them as much as you can. So I either turn them into cuttings or add them to the compost pile. So I've got a glass of water here. So I'm just going to quickly prep these. And it's just a case. I always do the top cutting, the top piece of the stem. I don't really necessarily chop into individual ones because you get a quicker result if you just do the top cutting. So I'm just going to remove these yellowing leaves. It's still going to release sap all over me. Then pop it into water. So we're removing these leaves so that they don't sit in the glass of water, and it's less stress on the plant. It just lets it focus on developing roots. Doesn't have to worry about upkeeping all these extra leaves. So we can I tend to leave maybe 3 maximum leaves on the Ficus elastica. That's okay, a bit of a longer stem on that one. So that's 3 cuttings I've got already. And then, I accidentally ripped off the stem, but never mind, we've got more backup. So I'm just going to be a bit more careful with this one. So that one should be okay. There we go. So they should all root in about maybe 4 weeks. I'll give it a month for these to root. Put them somewhere nice and bright. Cuttings root really well under grow lights. So I might pop these under my Sansi grow lights. Okay, so for this next one, viewer discretion is advised. If you're a bit squeamish, maybe a bit don't like creepy crawlies, then maybe skip to the next section. So if your plant takes an inexplicable decline all of a sudden, like mottling on the leaves, yellowing, droopiness, basically like it's on its way out, then have a close inspection of the leaves and see if you can see anything crawling around, which is what's happening with this Califea crocata here. So he lived down there. There's a bit of a bug issue in that corner because there's 2 plants that have had spider mites now, and there's a bit of a whitefly issue as well. I'm hoping it's not spreading to the rest of my collection. So yes, spider mites. So it's quite easy to see them when it's absolutely caked in spider mites like this plant is. You can see the webbing, you can see all the spider mites moving around. I've got a camera with a macro lens, which is absolutely fantastic for spotting spider mites. You can get right in there and see them all moving around. So yeah, it's a little bit grim. I get itchy arms when I look at it. So the first thing you absolutely want to do is take it away from the rest of your collection, because if that plant touches a leaf of another plant for any period of time, then the risk of a transfer is quite high. So you want to keep it somewhere isolated. So we're going to treat this plant. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to take it outside and give it a good spray down. Spider mites don't like wet, they like dry conditions. So we're going to spray it down with a powerful hose, and then we're going to treat it with pesticide. I'm going to keep treating it for the next couple of weeks to see if we can get the problem under control. Right, so it's always a good idea to keep on top of repotting your plants. This poor little fella has clearly outgrown the pot that he lives in. I mean, look at that aerial root. Roots coming out of the bottom. So he lives in perlite, but I think he's pretty much all roots now, I would imagine. Let's get him out and have a look. I don't want to rip him off actually. Let's just cut these loose, because they're a bit mushy anyway. So it's a good idea just to prune them off and then see if we can get this out. There we go, look at that. Now that is root bound. So obviously this is an extreme example of a root bound plant. Don't let it get to this stage, but if you start seeing, you know, spaghetti in the pot all around the edge and all that kind of stuff, then it's well worth repotting. So that's what I'm going to do. I've got a much bigger pot here for him to really spread his legs, because he's always been this size really. He's always remained quite small. So to remedy this ramen noodle thing that I've got going here, I'm just going to prune the bottom, and that should loosen up the roots nicely, which it has. Okay, so he's living in perlite, like I say. I'm going to get rid of this aerial root because it's really annoying. There we go. Get rid of that one as well. Trim that back. So you can root prune plants. The roots always do grow back, and there's plenty of root tissue here to support the growth of the plant. So I've got a nice bigger pot. I've got my Cybertanica mix, which is just a mix of coconut coir, perlite, I think there's some charcoal in there, a bit of slow release fertilizer, I think. And there he is. Hopefully he's much more happy now. So I do need to give him a drink, but I haven't got a cash pot, and I don't want water to go all over my table because I've already made a mess. Hopefully Mr. Sheffield doesn't come down and see. So I'll try and find a cash pot to pop him in and give him a good drink. Otherwise he's going to go somewhere nice and bright, and hopefully you'll start actually growing. It's August, it's the middle of summer, and if your plants are growing anything like mine, then you've got some stuff to do. I know I do. So in this video, I'm going to share with you what's happening with my plants, the chores I'm doing, and why. So let's crack on. One of the biggest battles in August and in summer in general will be the heat, of course. Even for me, here in Costerdale, Sheffield, we do get warm temperatures in August, normally low 20s. And in fact, a bit of a heat wave this week here in the UK. So it's a balmy 26 degrees Celsius here today, which is why I've got my shorts on. So quite warm. So the big thing that we need to be wary of in August is making sure that our plants are topped up with water. They're hydrated enough. So things tend to be drying out little bit quicker than normal, especially compared to spring, autumn and winter. But the trap you can get yourself into is just assuming that your plants need a drink when maybe they don't. So there's kind of 3 ways to check if your plant needs a drink. One of them is to use your finger. I've got a baby Monstera plant here. So you can use your finger and go, if you can, into the bottom half of the plant. Normally quite tricky when there's roots and whatnot in the way. Go into the bottom half of the plant and that feels dry. So I think that needs a drink based on my finger. And also you can kind of feel the weight of it. This takes a little bit of experience in getting to know your plant, but kind of feel the weight of the plant. That feels like it's not bone dry, but probably needs a top up with water. But to be completely sure, I like to use my trusty moisture meter, because I find that feeling the weight and using your finger can be a little bit unreliable and you get surprising results with the moisture meter. So I'm going to stick this into the bottom half of the plant and see what it says. So that is moist, reading on moist for this plant. That is 5. So there's 2 digits on from dry. So this plant doesn't actually need a drink yet, maybe 3 or 4 days until I give it a drink before I check it again. So that just shows that you can easily fall into the trap of giving a plant you drink when it doesn't necessarily need it. If you're growing plants on moss poles, then you know that the struggle is real in August because the heat really does dry these moss poles out very quickly. So we have to be extra vigilant in keeping these bad boys nice and moist. This one is really dusty. I only watered it a week and a half ago and it's already drying out super quick. So this is my Philodendron verrucosum growing nicely up this moss pole, nice big leaves. But we don't want to let the moss dry out too much like I have in this case, because the roots are growing into the moss, the aerial roots, as it grows up. And if we let it dry out, it's going to be detrimental. So normally what I like to do is take my moss poles out into the garden and just hose them down. Dead easy way to do it, just spray them down and it just wets everything. And then you go again a week later or something. But it can be a bit of a pain to take all your plants outside, especially if you've got a growing moss pole collection. So I'm sure you would have seen on the internet this little hack where you fill a water bottle like this, put a hole in the cap and then a secondary hole somewhere else to allow the water to flow. And then you simply, without making too much of a mess, pop it on top of the moss pole and pray that the whole thing doesn't topple over. So if you leave that, you should see bubbles going from the bottom to the top, and it shouldn't be going too quickly. It should be going quite slowly like this is, and that just means that it's going to slowly moisten all the moss. And then at the end of it, you'll probably get some water in the pot, some excess water in the pot, so you just want to discard that. Philodendrons in particular love August because they love the light and the heat, and that means they send out lots of new leaves quite quickly. But the problem with philodendron, especially the melanochrysis or the melanochrysum as it's properly known as, the new leaves often get stuck unfurling. So this is what's happening at the moment to this philodendron melanochrysum I've got at the back here. It's just starting to unfurl this leaf here. So I did have to unstick it because it was stuck. But with my new unfurling leaves, this is a tip that I got from lots of viewers in the comments, because apparently it's a bit of a humidity issue, is just to spray the new leaf as they start to unfurl, and that should unstick them. So I like to go through all my philodendrons, spot any new leaves that are coming, and just give it a spritz. August is really a great time for our plants because they'll be sending out loads of growth with the extra light and warmth, but we also need to support that growth with nutrients to make sure that they got Weetabix in the belly to grow big and strong basically. So I like to feed my plants, generally all of my plants, with Houseplant Focus. Nothing particularly special about this, it's just what I use. It's an organic feed with seaweed apparently, whether that does anything for your plants or not, I don't know. Got nothing against synthetic fertilizers like Miracle-Gro, apart from the blue stain you get on your hands. But for flowering plants, like my orchids, I've got a nice orchid there with kind of purple spots. I've got a classic white orchid there as well, just on this table, this console table with a grow light hanging over it. So these guys are just going into bud quite late in the season, but this was living in my attic for a while. That's a story for another day. But it's going into bud, 2 fresh flowers of all these ones as well. So to support it, growing flowers all summer long, I use Bio Bloom fertilizer. And this is specifically formulated for flowering plants. So this just makes sure that flowering plants like orchids flower all summer long. My lipstick plant here, or Aescananthus, has just started to flower in the last few weeks, which is a bit late for this plant. Normally it starts flowering at the end of spring and then it flowers all through till autumn. For some reason it was a little bit delayed. But now that it has started flowering these rather kind of phallic looking lipstick flowers, I want to make sure that I give it the tools that it needs to continue flowering until autumn. So just keep producing flowers if I give it the right fertilizer. So houseplant focus, which is what I normally use for most of my houseplants in my house, wouldn't be the ideal one for this plant, which is why I use Bio Bloom. Pruning your plant is one of the best things you can do for it, but it does come in many different shapes and sizes. For example, I've got my picture plant on the Penthes, which is just living there on my console table with those grow lights hanging over it. And these grow traps which have digestive enzyme liquid at the bottom. So an insect will fall into the trap and then it will get digested and turn into nutrients for the plant. But these Nepenthes do go by the wayside eventually. So that's a nice fresh one there, relatively new. And it's got a couple of bugs at the bottom, a couple of fungus gnats it looks like, yes. But this one here, which is starting to go a little bit crispy, we could, if we wanted to, prune this off. So how am I going to do this without all the enzyme juice falling all over my floor? Let's try it this way. So you don't have to cut the entire leaf off with these. You can just go to the end of the leaf and cut off the Nepenthes, because that leaf will still continue to photosynthesize for the plant, so you don't need to cut the leaf off. But you can cut the kind of Nepenthes pictures that are starting to go crispy brown. Yellowing leaves are the bane of my existence. I've got a Monstera here that was grown from a wet stick. Started that about 3 years ago. And it's now starting to send out nice fenestrated leaves, but we do have a yellowing leaf, a naughty yellowing leaf. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't mean that the plant is suffering or anything, because you'll notice that it is the first leaf on the plant. So you can just pull these off. If you want your collection to look nice and healthy, and just pull them off dead easily. Pests and disease love a weak plant. So I've got my Pothos mixed planter here. I've got 3 Pothos, a Devil's Ivy, a Neon Pothos, and a Satin Pothos around the sides there. And to prevent pests and disease taking hold of my plants, I like to go through and just prune out any diseased or dying leaves so that it prevents pests and disease coming through and making hay in my plants. So I just go through and identify. So that leaf just came off by itself. It's going a bit yellow and crispy. So this doesn't mean that the plant is struggling with anything. It's probably just some areas of this bushy planter aren't getting as much light as they want, or maybe access to water and nutrients in the soil might not be enough of it for all of the stems and leaves in this Pothos planter, because it is quite big. But I just like to go in early and spot the problems nice and early, to go in and prune them out. You'll probably notice on this Monstera, and probably on your Monstera at home as well, it's got this rather long aerial roots. Now these are normally used by the plant to anchor itself onto surrounding trees where they naturally live, so they can climb up to the top of the canopy of where they're living in a jungle or something, jungle setting. But in our homes, because they're not really, unless they've got something to climb on, like a moss pole or something like that, or a stake, they don't really do much because they've got nothing to cling onto. So they kind of just hang from our pots and they grow longer and longer and longer. Apparently, I think it's Tarzan uses aerial roots to swing from tree to tree. It's quite interesting. Rather than vines of plants, he uses aerial roots because they're nice and strong. I think that's the case. Correct me in the comments if I'm wrong with that. But these guys, I mean, I quite like them, but you can, if you wanted to, go in and just snip them off. It doesn't harm the plant in any way whatsoever, but I'm going to leave it because I quite like it hanging down. I want to see how long this grows. But you can direct them into the soil, like that one's kind of directed itself into the soil there. That should strengthen the plant, give it more root tissue in the soil. Another reason that I'm always pruning my plants is to get them to branch out. It's a bit of a hack in the plant world, but you'll notice here on this coleus plant, which is a very nice plant, that where I previously made the cut on the stem, it's branched out into 2 new branches. But the problem with this plant is that it's grown quite lanky. These branches haven't been pruned back again. So to get an extra bushy plant, I like to go through and cut just above a leaf node, and then that should activate 2 new stems, because there's little baby leaves just above where I've made the cut. They'll turn into branches, and each of these stems that I cut will make this plant nice and bushy. So it looks a bit short now, but don't worry too much, because once those nodes start activating, you'll have an extra bushy specimen in a few weeks' time. When you've got a flowering plant like the Aescananthus or lipstick plant, you just want to make sure that you're picking off the dead flowers or the spent blooms. Just getting rid of those, because that will encourage it. There's another one there, if I can just pull that one out. That will encourage it to send out more blooms. So it's always a good idea to deadhead your flowering plants. After I pruned the plant, I do like to go back a couple of weeks later just to make sure that everything is growing correctly as I expect it to grow. So this is my Philodendron melanocrisis that had a long stem growing out to about there or something like that. And I cut it right back, which was growing a bit lanky. So I thought I'd start again basically with it. And it's growing a new stem piece there. And it's also growing, looks like 2 more stems lower down as well. So it looks like it's going to have 3 stem pieces growing. So I've turned 1 stem into 3 basically. So that's a nice result for that. And everything is looking nice and healthy still. Nice and green, no blackening or anything like that. Whereas this other guy that I pruned, I think it was more or less the same time, my Philodendron verrucosum, I pruned this back, and I don't know whether that's the old leaf. It might be the old leaf, because the new leaf, maybe that's an old leaf as well. It's growing a new stem here, I think. Quite hard to work out actually. Looks like this is the new stem with the newest leaf, so that's growing fine. But the old leaf is not, so that's dying off. So I can just pull that off to stop any pests and disease thinking that it's gonna jump on and have a party. But overall, not looking too bad. There's a bit of dieback on the old piece of stem that I cut back. And that leaf probably wants pruning back at some point. In fact, let's do that now, just to tidy this plant up. So it's always a good idea just to monitor the plants after you prune them. I pruned this plant in my deep dive pruning video that I'll link to in the top right corner. Well worth checking out that video. I hard pruned this bad boy. It was very tall. I cut it right back at these points here on this stem. And as you can see, there's been tons of new growth coming through. So I've just been keeping my eye on it, making sure that it's coming out in a nice fashion, no browning leaves or stems or anything. It does look pretty healthy overall. So you just want to keep on top of your watering and stuff and making sure the new growth comes out nicely. I should have been paying more attention with this plant here. This is my Monstera adansonii that I've got growing up this very attractive trellis trellis. Details of that are linked in the description, by the way. But the plant has attached itself to the trellis through its area roots, but it has since outgrown the trellis. And it's grown out the top, it's got nothing to cling onto, and it's ended up flopping by the side, which is never a good thing. So I'm going to prune this back now. So I'm going to prune it back there, like so. Get all that off. And then I've got myself a trellis extension here. So I can put that at the top, like so. And then it's veering off to the side a little bit, this stem, but hopefully a new stem will appear. Well, a new stem will appear, but hopefully it'll go in the right direction. And I'll train it to grow further up here. You can keep going until you've got a massive plant going out the roof of your house. The extra light and heat of August is absolutely perfect for the roots of your plant to put on a bit of a growth spurt. So it's always worth checking if things are getting a little too snug in the pot of your plants. But how can you actually tell if a plant is root bound or not? Well, I think there's 3 levels to a root bound plant, level 1, 2 and 3. This is a level 1 root bound plant, which as you can see, isn't too bad at all. There's still lots of soil in the pot for the roots to grow into. So this doesn't need repotting yet. I'd wait a few months and then check again. But this is a level 2 plant. And as you can see, things are starting to get a little bit cramped in the pot, less soil for the roots to grow into, but it's not absolutely jam-packed just yet. So this is the perfect time to repot your plant, level 2. And then this is a level 3 root bound plant, which as you can see, the root ball has kind of conformed to the shape of the pot, which is a good indication that it is root bound. And it's really hard to break apart the roots and there's no soil left in the pot. So this will definitely need repotting. Should have been done probably a few months ago. But if you're finding it really hard to kind of break away the roots to get it into a new pot so it grows into the soil, then a good tip for me is to take your plant and put it on a chopping board and then just hack away with a sharp knife the bottom third of the root ball and actually just open up the root ball so you can repot the plant. I've got a deep dive on repotting a plant that you should definitely check out by following the link here. It really is amazing the difference in light that our plants get in August compared to early spring or autumn. They get a lot more of the good stuff. And our little misters want to make sure that all their arms and legs are getting a tan. So that means for us, we need to be extra vigilant in rotating our plants. So I've got a coleus just sat here, and as you can see, all the leaves are facing towards the light outside of the window. And if I was to continue, if I wasn't to rotate it, if I was to leave it to grow in that way, then it'll just continue to grow lopsided. Hopefully you can see that. But I rotate like that, and it shows its leaves to the room, so you get to enjoy all the leaves that were facing out towards the light and they're now facing towards the room. So I just go through and rotate a bunch of my plants, like this jade plant. It's growing quite heavy in that direction because I've not rotated it for a couple of weeks maybe. So I can just sit it the other side to allow that side of the leaves to get their fair share of the sun. This Ficus benjamina on my living room windowsill is one that responds quite heavily to the light, so I'm always having to rotate it. I try to rotate this at least every week. But it's growing a bit like a pancake, isn't it? Quite thin and quite wide. And that's because it lives on this shelf here that's quite up against the window, so it kind of grows in that kind of fashion. If I was to grow it that way, it kind of looks a bit squished, doesn't it? But anyway, the leaves always face the light, so I just have to rotate to give it some even growth. If you've got any plants staked on a trellis or on a moss pole, like this Monstera Thai constellation that I bought from Amazon of all places, I made a video about that I'll link in the top right corner. But these guys are growing up something. They're growing a stem up a moss pole, and we don't want to rotate them, because if we were to rotate it, one, we'd have the backside of the plant facing the room, which is not what we want. And then the stem won't know what to do. It's going to try and face that way again. So it's going to start curling around the moss pole. So that's never a good idea. So I like to just leave my climbing plants that are on moss poles or trellises or something. I like to leave them be to face the light and face in one direction. So I don't rotate them at all. So I generally try to have my climbing plants up against a wall, like this is up against my fireplace mantle, so that it faces the light and I get to enjoy all the leaves facing the room. Fungus and mold can bring down a plant dead quick. And the main cause of this is lack of air circulation, normally caused by dead leaves that are sat on the soil line. Contrary to popular belief and different to outside, is that these leaves, these dead leaves that fall onto the soil line, don't really biodegrade in an indoor setting. So I've got a Alocasia Friedac that's just sat there behind me. And it's got a dead leaf there that needs pulling off, like so. And it's also got the remnants of some leaves on the soil line that need discarding, especially around the crown of the plant. So if you leave dead leaves to sit on the crown of the plant where it meets the soil line, it's going to rot, turn to fungus, and it's going to be seriously detrimental to the health of this plant. If you have a ficus collection like this Ficus elastica teneki, then you'll know that every time a new leaf unfurls, which is happening at the top on this branch actually, that it drops a sheath onto the soil line quite regularly. So I've got a couple there that I've not picked up, which needs to be done. So if any of these sheaths, I think they're called sheaths anyway, drop onto the soil line, just pick them up and discard them, and don't hope that they're going to decompose in the soil, because they won't, not indoors anyway. Down here on my windowsill in my dining room, I've got a plant that is in dire need of cleaning up dead leaves on the soil line. So this is my blue moonstone. It's a type of succulent. Lovely thick leaves. I won't touch it because that'll get rid of the farina on the leaves, which is never a good thing. It's finished flowering, so I might just pull that off actually. Get rid of the spent flower, but it's got tons of leaves that it's lost along the way, which is what tends to happen with succulents. The lower leaves kind of die off normally, shrivel up and die off. So I've not been vigilant in getting rid of these leaves here, so it's probably suffering from a bit of lack of air circulation. So I'm just going to go through and take these out. Dust is always a problem for our plants, not just in summer, but all year long. But it does seem to affect my plants more in summer. I'm not sure why that is actually. Maybe it's because of all the open doors and windows bringing in bits of dust and whatnot from outside. But it's especially a problem for big leaf fellas like my rubber plant here, my Ficus elastica. So I've not given this guy a clean for a couple of weeks. Actually, that's a lie. I've not given it a clean for at least a few months actually. So it's got bits of dust and whatnot on there. So what I like to do is grab a nice clean wet cloth or damp cloth and just go through and painstakingly wipe all the leaves on my rubber plant. So the bigger the plant, the longer you'll be sat here cleaning the plant. So it's a good idea just to do this for your big leaf specimens. Now, if you've got a plant like my jade plant here, very handsome plant indeed, nice and bushy, got loads of leaves. So if you were to go through and clean every single leaf individually with your wet cloth, I think you'd probably go insane, wouldn't you? I know I would. So a hack to solve this problem, so you're not wasting your time, is to take your plant outside and give it a good hose down, getting all the nooks and crannies. And August really is the perfect time to do this because it's nice and warm, so you can hose the plant down, leave it outside for a bit just to dry off, then you can bring it back, put it back on your windowsill. You won't get water everywhere. Perfect. Going away for a week or two in August for your hollybobs can be a bit of a dangerous time for your plants, because especially if there's a heat wave expected while you're away, then the plants are going to suffer without you there to help them. So one of the things that I always do when I go away, and it's for two reasons. One is for security and one is to save my plants, is to always draw the curtains. So you might think that drawing the curtains and leaving your plants in dark for a couple of weeks will kill them. You'll end up coming back to a plant graveyard, but that's not really the case. They can survive a surprisingly long time without any light whatsoever. In fact, I did a video last year where I tested a bunch of plants in my dark basement. Most of them survived for a few months, so have no fear whatsoever about drawing your curtains and leaving your plants to rest in dark for a week or two. If I'm going away for a week or two, especially 2 weeks, then I do like to break the rules and go through and just give my plants a little top up with water, even if the soil is moist or even wet. Just ensures I know that when I come back, I won't come back to a graveyard for more dehydrated plants. So I just like to top up all my plants with water and make sure they're fully wet. And you might think that that will cause issues with root rot from overwatering, but honestly, it won't really, because overwatering or root rot from overwatering tends to happen when the roots go anaerobic from sitting in saturated soil for a really long time, like weeks or months. But they can handle being given a little extra water every so often just to get them through while you're away. Before you do go away in your hollybobs and forget all about all your plants, it's always a good idea before you go just to have a think about the plants that are more sensitive to drying out than others. For example, I've got my little Calafea macuyana here, which doesn't look the healthiest at the moment, does it? And the reason being is that I went away for a week last week. I left this guy to fend for itself in warmer temperatures in front of this east-facing window, right on the windowsill it lives. So I wasn't able to keep it topped up with water. So Calafeas like to keep their soil moist, otherwise they go a little bit crispy. And that's what happened to this guy. The leaves went crispy brown. So I wish I'd kept this plant away from the windowsill and far away over there so they didn't dry out too much, kind of protected it from the heat. In theory, our plants should be looking their absolute best during August. That's because we've been doting on them from spring all the way through to summer. So at the end of this summer season, they should be looking their absolute best. And if they're not, then don't be scared to say goodbye and throw them in the bin, which is what I think I'm going to do with this Philodendron Brazil. So I've had this a while now, and I transferred it to semi-hydro, and it's not like the change, looking very, very limp indeed. I really don't like how straggly it's looking, even though it's living right there on the windowsill. It's looking a bit leggy, a bit straggly. So I'm probably going to end up chucking that in the bin, discarding. But don't panic too much, because I did make a couple of cuttings of this plant last year. So I've got 2 plants off that mother plant. So the bloodline does continue. This Caliphaea alga grass was once my pride and joy. In fact, I made a video all about it. I'll put a link to it in the top right corner. It was looking absolutely gorgeous at that point. But I made a grave mistake with this guy, which means that I'm probably going to chuck it out. But I don't have any issues with that, because I do have a younger, more healthier specimen living just up there. I can hopefully grow into this big beast, and I might enjoy the process as well anyway. If you're lucky enough to have a garden or even a balcony with some flowering plants out there, then a great little hack to brighten up the kind of inside of your house is to take some cuttings of the flowers, put them in a vase, and then you've got a bouquet of flowers basically for free. And that's something that we like to do here in Kaiser Sheffield. Well, I say we, it's more Mrs. Sheffield, because she put this together this week. So we've got a nice big hydrangea plant in the front garden with blue flowers. She took lots of cuttings of the flowers, put them in this vase of water, and it brightens up the home. Lovely. Climbing plants tend to grow rampant in August when they've got heat, light, and something to climb up. But getting a climbing plant to grow straight up something is easier said than done. Perfect case in point is my Pothos Enjoy, Scindapsus Enjoy, which I've got climbing up this kind of soil pole. I wouldn't recommend the soil pole, I'd stick to moss, because every time I knock the moss pole or the soil pole, soil always comes out. But anyway, as you can see, this guy wants to veer off course. He wants to grow that way, maybe climb around the pot or the moss pole, which isn't ideal. You want it to kind of stick in line up the moss pole so that it grows its roots into the soil or moss. So the kind of easiest way to get this to train to go back in line, I found, is to push it over. Doesn't want to do it. And then grab something. I've got a toothpick. Whoops. I've got a toothpick. Just grab something that you can stick into the soil to kind of guide it in place. So hopefully they'll now get the message and grow straight up this moss pole. It's September, the days are starting to get a little bit shorter, well, at least for me here in Sheffield, and there's lots of things that our plants need us to do. So let me show you the things that I'm doing to keep my plants in tip-top shape, and we're starting with leca. Now leca can be a fantastic alternative to soil, not least because the fungus gnat can't make a home in leca because there's no soil for it to make babies, etc. So I've got my Philodendron mammei living in leca here, got my Philodendron Birkin there, and also living in just perlite, I've got my Ficus elastica teneki. So all these plants are living semi-hydroponically, which plants can thrive living semi-hydroponically. So with leca, I've got my plants living in a pot with leca clay balls, that's what they are, and there's a reservoir of water in the pot. But after a while, after a couple of months, this water can start to go a little bit murky, and also there can be a build-up of salts and minerals on the leca. So it's a good idea to go through every couple of months, just empty the reservoir of water that you've left the plant in, and then to go in under your tap and just rinse through the leca to get rid of those build-up of salt and minerals. And this should make for a healthier plant. So I like to spend a good couple of minutes under each plant, just rinsing through the leca like so. So I normally do it a bit longer than that, but to make this video relatively not too long basically. I'm just going to do it for a few seconds. So this is my philodendron Birkin that I've had in Leca for about 6 months, I think, maybe a bit longer, 8 months. So he was living in soil, so I switched into Leca because he was always struggling in soil. It's looking a little bit better. Some new growth. Looks a bit ropey, really. I don't know. I don't really understand the philodendron Birkin. Always looks a bit ropey. And then live it my Ficus elastica teneki. So I'm just going to pour the excess water there. So plants living in perlite, it's a bit trickier to rinse through because perlite tends to go everywhere. Because it's very light compared to Leca. So if you put the tap on too hard, then you'll find that the perlite kind of spills over the pot. So spend a good couple of minutes just rinsing through, and then when you're finished, you'll need to top up the reservoirs of water that the plants can soak up to keep the Leca or the perlite hydrated. So with semi-hydroponics, you want to use a fertilizer that is specifically for hydroponics. So what I like to do, I've got my 1.5 litre watering can here. I'll just add probably maybe 1/8 of the cap that came with the bottle. Add that to the watering can, just rinse off the cap. Keep everything nice and clean, otherwise the cap tends to go a bit mouldy. And then in here, I've got my water conditioner that I use on all of my plants. So I'll just do about 3 drops there. Fill my watering can with water. Give it a bit of a shake. Just to make sure it's all nice and mixed up. And then you can fill your plants up. So I like to just go over the Leca. I just fill it up about maybe 1/3 of the way up the pots. So I'll do my philodendron Birkin here. So this way the plant can draw on the nutrients that are missing in water. You've now added the fertilizer, so it can draw on the nutrients that's sitting at the bottom of the pot. If you live in a home like me that doesn't get too much light and you have succulents like Echeveria, however you want to say it, I prefer Echeveria, then you'll know all about this situation that we have here. So this is one I bought from IKEA a few years ago, and it often does this because it's stretching for the light. So the long stem is stretching for the light, it's losing all its leaves. I mean, look how many leaves it's lost. Absolute mammoth amount. I don't know quite what's happened there. It was living in quite a dark spot. I did keep it away from the window, which was foolish on my part. So you might think that this plant is kind of done for, but not necessarily. All you need to do is quite a simple fix, and it's something I do pretty much every year to my Echeverias. I get rid of all the tired leaves at the bottom, like so, and I go through and take my snippers and behead. Oops, might have done that a bit too violently because I lost a few leaves at the top. Whoops. Anyway, so behead your guy. You might think that'll kill the plant, but honestly it doesn't, because this will grow roots. Once you put it into soil, it will grow roots. Now, in an ideal world, you should let this callus over for a day or two, just to let the wound that you just cut heal over so it doesn't rot when you put it into the soil. But to let you on a little secret, I've never done that. I've put it straight into soil and watered the soil as well. And so far, touch wood, I've not had any rotting issues. But I'm warning you that that is just me. Lots of advice out there is saying to let it callus over. But anyway, I've got a pre-made pot here, one I made earlier, of Cybotanica's Premium Cacti and Succulent Mix, which is a very good mix for succulents. So it's got all your bits of sand and perlite in there. So all you want to do basically is just plonk it in the middle of your soil, like so. Couldn't be easier. So you basically got rid of the lankiness. That'll regrow roots and it'll start regrowing and it'll get lanky again and you have to do it again. Like I say, I do it every year. So as with any plant that I'm repotting, I do like to give it a bit of a water, just to wet the soil, and this will settle the stem around the soil, so there's good contact. I'm getting water all over the leaves actually. But because there's farina on the leaves, they kind of just bounces off, which is quite nice. So just going round and just wetting all the soil, like so. Get rid of that water on that leaf. And that will regrow roots in no time. I've got a Pothos Devil's Ivy that I have absolutely nowhere to put in my home, so I chose a spot down here, hanging on my console that I keep all my plants over here. So it's quite a good 2 or 3 meters away from the window, and it's also got a chair in front of it, so it's really not happy, not getting enough light. So I will have to move it at some point, but you can see the damage that it's caused with these yellowing leaves. So whenever there's a yellowing leaf on a plant, I like to prune it off. So sometimes you need to get your scissors, but because these leaves have gone by the wayside a long time ago, they're easy to pull off. So I like to go through. Some people say you just leave the yellowing leaves on the plant to die off naturally, but I say plants are there to be looked at and to look nice. So I want them to look nice, so I'll take off all the leaves, all the yellow leaves. It really is amazing just how fast the roots of our plants grow, and it's something you do need to keep an eye on, because I've got on my windowsill here my Monstera deliciosa. This was grown all the way from a wet stick, just a little stump, leafless stump that I propagated, and in 2, maybe 3 years it's grown these leaves that are now starting to fenestrate. But anyway, I checked the roots of this guy a few weeks ago, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it was more or less fine. And then look at the state of him today. Absolute monster. Loads and loads of root, a thick mat of roots coming out of the bottom of the pot. Absolutely unbelievable. I mean, look at that. And it's got the world's longest, well, in my house anyway, arrowroot, which is very interesting, I find, and see how long I can grow this. Maybe I can swing from the trees like Tarzan does. But anyway, this guy clearly needs to be repotted, so let's go and do it now. Now you might be wondering how on earth you're supposed to deal with something like this when you've got a mat of roots coming out of the pot. You might be thinking that you need to be really delicate and kind of loosen these roots up so they can go back through the hole, but that is really not the case. All you need to do is get your snippers out and just cut the whole thing off like so. This really doesn't harm the plant in any way, shape or form. Plants can handle a bit of a root pruning. It's something I've covered lots of times on the channel in lots of videos. So I'm just going to go through and just cut the bottom of these roots off like so. So this is a plant that's living in perlite, semi-hydroponically. Also just going to break that off so I can easily get it out of the pot basically. This is why we do this rather than faffing around. So look at that. Unbelievable growth. Where should I put that? I'll put that there. So this should now come out. You can feel it's very hard, the pot. There's lots of roots in here. So that's all the perlite coming out. It still doesn't want to come out. If that'll do the job, come on. If you are really struggling, then you can cut the pot out if you want to sacrifice a plastic pot, which I might have to do, to be honest. Oh, there it is. My word. So they are healthy, nice healthy roots, exactly the colour you want to see. No black or anything as far as I can see. So Monstera plants do like to be a little bit snug in the pot. This is obviously too snug, I think. So I am just going to try and loosen up these a little bit. I'm not going to go too excessive, but these big roots, I'm just going to break these apart just to stop them circling so much. Okay, so you can be quite rough with Monstera roots. They do tend to bounce back quite quickly. As long as you've got lots of root tissue left, you should be fine. So there's an area of root that's grown into the soil. It's a bit annoying for me, so I'm going to cut that off actually. Should I cut that off? Maybe not. Maybe that's anchoring the the stem into the pot actually. I might just cut it back. There. Okay, so I'm keeping the long area root there. That's going to be outside of the pot, just because I want to see how long I can grow it. So I've got a nice big pot here, or bigger pot anyway. That's maybe 2 sizes bigger than the one it was living in. I'm just sizing it up. That looks like it's going to fit nicely. So I've got my box of perlite here. So plants do grow quite nicely in just perlite, hydroponically. As long as you give it hydroponic fertilizer, or give it the nutrients that it needs to grow big and strong. That's all you need to do. And it can even grow in just water. So I'm going to put a layer at the bottom, like so. Hopefully this perlite isn't going to go everywhere. I think it might. Just want to keep the plant, the crown of the plant, more or less where it was. And I'm just going to easily backfill with the perlite. So it's nice and easy to repot with something like perlite, leca, or semi-hydro. The little stones that you get. It just falls neatly into place. So I'm just going around to do it evenly so the plant isn't leaning to one side. That's a common trap that you can fall into with repotting your plants. You tend to dump it all on one side because it's easier, and that makes the plant lean to one side and you have to do a lot of jiggery pokery to correct it. So I am making a bit of a mess all over the floor here. Just filling in the gaps. Don't need to be too worried about burying the stem because it is perlite. The stem look very airy. With soil, once you water it, kind of loses the air gaps, which can suffocate the crown of the plant when it's buried too deeply. So there you go. That is my plant, now repotted. So it'll grow new roots into the perlite that I've given it. Hopefully it should push out lots of new variegated leaves. I've got my Alocasia Frydek here, which, to be honest, is the best this plant has ever looked. Beautiful plant. So I'll keep this under my grow lights now. I've done so for the last year because in the winter it was living on my windowsill. Wasn't getting enough light, so it went dormant and lost all its leaves. So this is all new growth this year. If you've got an Alocasia at home, then you might notice new growth coming out of the soil in little clumps, which is exactly what's happening here. I've got a bigger clump there, these two new leaves growing out of the soil. So what you might not know about Alocasia is that they grow corms, can't really see any at the moment, but they grow corms in the soil, or they spread corms in the soil from which new plantlets grow. So it's a good idea, I think, if you want to grow the collection of plants in your home, to go through and try and prise these apart. Sometimes it can be a bit tricky, especially when relatively root bound like this guy is. Well, there's a lot of roots anyway. So I like to go in, so I'm going to aim to try and prise this clump here, just so I've got extra Alocasia in my house. What I'm going to do, how am I going to do this? Just going to go in and kind of break apart some of these roots carefully without ripping too much, and then see if I can locate that corm. Okay, so I'm just prizing it apart from the mother plant. It doesn't really want to come, but it doesn't realise that it's going to be in a much better place when I pot him up. He's going to be well looked after, fed, watered a lot. So come on little boy, you can come along. So he's grown quite a root system, this little clump. So it's all entangled in with all the other plantlets that we've got in here, plus the main plant in the middle. So just breaking it off from the mother plant, and hopefully when I pull it out, it's still got some root tissue left. So come on, you can go that way. And there you have it. Can't see the corm actually. So that just grew straight from the mother plant. But there is a little plantlet. with some healthy root tissue. Very nice. So what we can do, we can put that back in the pot where it lived with some soil. And I'll do that after this video. So I'll put that aside for later, for me, an extra chore for me. But the focus is this guy, which has got a very nice large leaf and some other leaflets popping out. So I've got a pot that I made earlier, pot filled with Cybotanica's Universal Mix. Alocasias do well in this mix, I find. Not too chunky. Alocasias don't like it too chunky because they like to hold on to moisture a little bit. So this is going to be a bit tricky to get in actually. So I think I need to get this out. No, I'll get this. Just so that I can put the root ball in the pot like so. And then I'm going to backfill around with the soil that I just dumped in there, like so. It's a dead easy process to multiply the number of alocasias that you have. So I'm just giving it a press round, just to make sure that the soil is making good contact with the plant. Need a bit extra soil. See if I can tip this in. Like so, press that in. Just lifting it up so the crown of the plantlet I've got is not too buried, because that will rot the stems, but I think that's okay. So that is in there nicely. Voila! Now the thing I always do when I repot a plant, as I've said, this isn't the pot that it's going to live in, but just so I can catch the water. So I like to just give it a thorough drink. You can give it as much water as you like at this point. Won't do any harm, in fact it will benefit it. And what you'll notice when you do this is that there'll be depressions in the soil at the top. As the air is displaced by the water, it will create a little chasm in the soil at the top, which it kind of has there. So I'm just going to just top up with a little extra soil like so, just to make it nice and neat. There we have it. A brand new alocasia. So I'm going to put that under my grow light so it doesn't go dormant over winter, and we should have a nice happy plant. Watering orchids can be a bit intimidating, can't it? And it's a little bit different to how kind of water the rest of our plants. Well, it is for me anyway. I tend to bottom water all of my plants. I know I show both in my videos, but I do tend to bottom water. And with orchids, they need to be kind of doused over the sink to wet the bark that they live in, or the moss that they live in, because they don't want to be sat in water. The roots don't, because they're kind of detrimental. They don't really like that. So I've got a selection of my orchids here, 4 of my orchids, very nice plants. And you can always tell when an orchid needs to be watered based on 2 things really, well 3 things I guess. How dry the bark is looking, how firm the leaves are feeling. If they're feeling a little bit soft and they need a drink, and also the roots, if they're starting to look a little bit grey and dry, they need a top up of water. So it's a case of going over to your sink. I'm going to use my big 6-litre watering can, because it does take a fair bit of water to water these 4 plants, because you're pouring water over the root ball. And to my water I've added Bio Bloom, which is a flowering fertiliser, or fertiliser for flowering plants, and also, as usual, my water conditioner, a few drops of that. So there's no real kind of science to it. Just take your plant over to your sink and just absolutely douse the root ball and all the roots with water. Just let it run through. So some people are a little bit concerned about getting water on the leaves of an orchid. You see lots of tips online about saying that you shouldn't do that. This one's very dry. The leaves feel a little bit soft, so this one does need a drink. So there's lots of advice saying not to let the leaves get wet, but in my experience it doesn't tend to do too much damage really. The most important thing is that you're watering all the roots and wetting the bark. So I like to go through and do this, probably, oh, that one's leaning over. I like to go through and do this maybe once every week and a half, maybe 2 weeks during the spring and summer. And then autumn, winter, I might dial that back down to once every 2 or 3 weeks. But I do generally keep an eye on how the leaves are doing. So I will go through and fill the leaves and look at the roots as well. I won't just go and do it willy-nilly basically, and just water basically when the orchid doesn't need it. Because the worst thing you can do to an orchid is to overwater the roots, and they'll start to rot, and then you'll start to see yellowing leaves and things like that, which is not good. So as you can see, I've used a decent amount of water here. Pretty much my whole 6-litre watering can. Don't worry too much about it dripping through into the pot. It will be fine, it will kind of evaporate and the bark will soak it all up. So those are my plants, my orchid plants, all watered for another couple of weeks. I've got my newly repotted monstera here that I just repotted into perlite, into a bigger pot. And something that it is missing is support for this stem. So monsteras do grow best when they've got something to climb against. And the solution to that could be a moss pole, could be even bamboo sticks. I've used that before. Not the greatest thing in the world though. But a very attractive solution that I like are these trellis stakes, trellises. So they've got rubber coated feet that you can stick into the soil, or the perlite in my case, of the plant, like so. Deep in, try not to destroy that arrowroot. So up against, behind the stem. And the great thing about these is that they are stackable, so you can buy these individually from their store and you can stack them up like so. So let's try and get this in, like so. So it's got lots of room for this plant to grow up this trellis now. So all that needs to happen now is for the stem to be tied on. So for that I've got some Velcro plant tape. I've got this listed in my Amazon store. The trellis, you can get a 10% discount, I believe, of all their products. There's a link in the description to this video if you're interested in that. So you can take a piece like so, and then just tie the stem to the trellis. Don't know why I'm saying trellis. Like so. And as it grows, you can continue to put some more tape around it to grow up the vine. So I think that kind of puts it in its place nicely, doesn't it? Gives it something to lean on. So I'm gonna pop that on my windowsill for it to grow. One of my absolute favourite plants in the garden is the hydrangea. And I've got this beautiful Annabelle hydrangea, I think it's called here, with big white flowers. I love hydrangeas because the flowers last all summer long, more or less. And this one, there's a massive plant I've got here, which is producing tons of these big white heads, white flowers. It's not too late to propagate your hydrangea, so that's what I'm going to do now. Take a couple of cuttings so that I can grow more of these plants in my garden. So the trick you need to do is to locate a nice big long stem and make a cut just underneath a leaf node. So I'm now going to get out of the sun and show you how to prep these. So I've got a nice long stem piece here, hydrangea, and where the leaves come out of the stem, these are nodes. So we want to make sure that we have a node from which the roots will grow out still attached. So we can get 2 cuttings from this piece here. So you want to count 2 sets of leaves and cut just above the top leaf. Whoops, wind's blowing out of my hand. So I'm just going to cut just above, so I'm left with a stem piece with some leaves at the bottom, which you can take off like so. And then I've got 2 leaves at the top, which will help photosynthesize, help the stem photosynthesize for it to grow roots. But with a hydrangea, because this stem piece, this cutting, doesn't have roots yet, it's going to dry out quite quickly, and the more leaf surface area there is, the more it's going to dry out. So what we like to do is to cut the leaves in half And that is a perfectly viable cutting that we can stick into soil that I'll show you in a bit. So we can go again on this piece here. We can again just trim the bottom off at the bottom there. And then go 2 nodes up. Another cutting here. Again, get rid of the leaves at the bottom. And then again, take our leaves and just trim them back. So you don't need these leaves apart from to allow the cutting to photosynthesize. Once the plant develops roots and new stems, these leaves will go by the wayside anyway, so we don't need to worry about cutting these in half. So I've now got my 2 cuttings there. I've got a pot of soil that I made earlier, and all we need to do is just pop them into the soil like so. And do 2 per pot if you wanted to, like this. So 2 cuttings there in the pot, then grab your water and just give it a good drink. Like so. And they should root in a couple of weeks. Hydrangeas are dead easy to root. So you want to keep this in a shaded spot in your garden. Don't let any sunlight touch the leaves because that'll fry it and the cuttings will die. So I'm going to keep it just next to this shed that I've got here where it gets shade all day long, so completely out of sunlight. So September means that we're coming towards the end of summer and our plants have enjoyed lots of growth, hopefully, during the whole summer. It just means we need to keep an eye on some of our plants and the positions they live in. And kind of as winter and autumn approaches, we need to kind of reevaluate where we're keeping our plants. Case in point being my croton here that lives up on this shelf. So it's in between 2 shelves and it's enjoyed lots of growth from this grow light here and this window here, east facing window. So it's enjoyed a few inches this year and it has reached the top of this shelf. So it's a bit cramped. So I need to move this guy so that he can spread his wings. This spot right here is the perfect spot for this croton, I think. Got lots of room for it to grow nice and tall. It's got this grow light hanging over it, so I should be very happy there even though it's a good couple of meters away from the window. I've got a similar problem with the Peperomia obtusifolia that I've got on my windowsill here, and it's underneath this kind of windowsill extension that we had built a couple of years ago so I can have more and more plants in the house basically. So it's reached kind of the top of its level. It's put on lots of growth over the summer. So it could do with being upgraded to top shelf basically. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab the plant, which is very nice by the way, I highly recommend it because it's a very full, gorgeous looking plant. I'm going to take one of these bad boys off. I think I'm going to take another Peperomia Santorini. And this doesn't really grow tall, it's a bushy kind of plant. So I'm going to pop that where that was, down there. And this guy can run free, growing there, go as tall as it wants. Lots of room for it to grow. I mentioned how alocasias go dormant when they don't have enough light in your home. This is something I always face in winter in my house with all my alocasias. They always go dormant, especially the Alocasia Friedeck. So it's a good idea if you have alocasias on windowsills relying on the light you have outside from the sun. It's always a good idea to move them under grow lights if you don't want them to go dormant. And this guy, I think, is already starting to go dormant because look, it's lost a leaf there that I can pull off, lost another leaf there, and that one's going by the wayside. So it's going down to 3. That one looks like it's starting to yellow as well. So with the slightly shorter days, this does a number on alocasias. So it lives on this windowsill, relying on the natural light. So it now needs to be switched to grow light so I'm able to keep all its leaves. And the perfect new home for this alocasia over the winter, autumn and winter, is to live right here on this black IKEA cabinet that I've got in my living room. So I've got some grow lights. I've got a Sansi grow bulb in this IKEA fixture here, and I've got some cheap Amazon grow lights there. So this little area is a nice place for my plants to kind of live during the winter to keep them going. It's October, we're well on our way to autumn, but that doesn't mean that your plants have stopped growing. The warm temperatures inside your home will probably mean that your plants will continue growing all year long. So that means there's always things to be done. So let me show you the things that I'm doing to keep my plants in tip-top shape. And we're starting by getting ready for some winter colour. To give your gloomy winter, and especially your Christmas, some colour to brighten it up, I highly recommend that you plant one of these. This weird looking thing is an amaryllis bulb. So amaryllis is a indoor flowering plant, winter time. So if we plant one of these up now, it should be ready for Christmas. I'll show you what to do. It's a good idea to put your amaryllis bulb into a nice decorative pot. So I think terracotta looks nice. I wouldn't normally put it in terracotta, I would normally glaze it, but I've not got any glazed ones left over, so I'm gonna have to put it in glazed and keep my eye on it. So the idea with your amaryllis bulb is to not put it in a pot that is too big. It wants to be snug in the pot. So that's about the right size pot. So when I put it in, it's only going to have a couple of centimeters around the edge, and that's ideal for an amaryllis. And the other point is that you want to bury 2/3 of the amaryllis, but not the top third. So I'm going to add some soil to the bottom like so. I'm going to size this up, get the roots sat on top of that soil, and I want it just poking out from the top of the pot like so. Then it's a case of just filling around it. So I'm using Botanica's Universal Mix, that you can get a 10% discount by using my link in the description. So I'm just filling around. So it's quite snug in here. It's quite difficult to get my fingers between the pot and the bulb, and that's ideal. They want to be snug. So give it a little taparoo. So I'm just burying it so that the top third of the amaryllis is poking out of the soil like so. Just give that a little press around the edges to make sure it's securely in there. Another tap. So that's what you're looking for, snugly in there. And then the next stage is to give it a drink. That's what I'm going to do. Give it a drink all around, just make sure all the soil is nice and moist. And this will activate the bulb now to start sizing up and start sending out its red shoots. So you can get amaryllis in all sorts of different colours, but because I'm aiming for Christmas, I've gone for red, nice red flowers. And like I say, they take about 6 to 8 weeks to flower. So if you start doing it at the beginning of October, it should be ready in time for Christmas. So that is it all watered. And I let that run through. It's important to have a drainage hole for your pot so that the water can run through, because it doesn't want to be sat in wet soil. And then you want to put it somewhere relatively warm. Doesn't have to be hot or anything, but just a nice 20 degrees Celsius or something, and nice and bright. They like direct sun, so I'm gonna put it on my windowsill. The biggest enemy to our plants at this time of year is radiators. When the heating comes on, the dry air starts swirling around, and autumn and winter is the time when our plants can tend to look a little bit ropey. This is particularly true if you've got your plants sat on top of a windowsill with a radiator underneath it. You want to think about moving them away somewhere else. So I've got this Ficus elastica here, rubber plant, and as you can see, it's nestled right against this column radiator in my dining room. Got this stem here that's practically touching it, in fact it is touching it. So to get the best out of this plant during the tricky season of autumn and winter, I'm going to have to move it. Right, I think it's going to have to live here. So it's now a good 1.5 meters away from that radiator, but it is right up against where Mrs. Sheffield works. So I don't know what she's going to say about it, but that's a worry for another day. I've got my philodendron Whipple Way with me here, which is a very beautiful plant. It's a new plant for me that I got in my unboxing video. I've imported it all the way from Asia, but it's grown very handsomely since I got it. Lots of new leaves, and it has now got some aerial roots at the back of the stem. And this is a massive wasted opportunity, and there's only one thing for it. So this plant is absolutely begging to have something to climb up, basically. That's what these aerial roots are for. They want to attach onto something to climb up, strengthen it, and then size up the leaves, mature the leaves. That's what happens. So I'm going to pop this guy onto a moss pole. So you can use a plank of wood or bamboo sticks if you want, just as support for the aerial roots to start using to hoist itself up higher and higher. But I'm going to use a moss pole. So I've got here a plastic moss pole that I got from Amazon. There's lots you can choose from, and I filled it with Botanica's sphagnum moss. I've not got these listed in Amazon yet because I don't necessarily recommend this particular plastic moss pole, because the top and the bottom the bit of plastic is too big. So when you stack it, you've got too much plastic and there's not enough room for arrow roots to grow into. So I don't necessarily recommend these, but this is what I've got on hand at the moment. So until I try something better, I'm not going to recommend them. But anyway, it should be okay for this. So what I'm going to do is get this guy out of the pot, hopefully in one piece. There we go. Just break off some of the chunky soil. Okay, now I've got a bigger pot, I'm going to size everything up. I'm going to pop this in like so and then see how this fits next to it. There we go, that should be okay. So what I'm going to do, I've got some soil here. I'm going to put a base layer at the bottom. So you want a pot that's big enough to support both the moss pole and the plant root system. So I'm trying to keep the crown of the plant more or less at the same level, the same depth. So I just need to add a bit more soil, like so. Just press it down. Pop this guy in, up against the moss pole, like so. So you want where the roots are going out of the stem, you want that side to be against the moss pole. So that the roots will start growing into the moss and it will strengthen itself, become the secondary root system for the plant. And it doesn't have to rely so much on the pot of soil that it lives in. The moss pole becomes the main kind of support system, and then you can keep stacking your moss poles and grow a nice big mature plant. I'm just filling around with some soil, just topping it up. It's looking pretty good. And then I like to just put some soil behind the moss pole to stabilize it. That should be pretty good. So I've not buried the crown too much. So that is up against it like so. And then the next stage, once you've got it more or less planted up, is to get some tape, which I thought I'd forgotten, but I hadn't. And just tie the stem to the plastic pole. So I'm just going to cut off a piece like so, and then tie the stem. There we go. So that is now tied on. The arrow roots are up against it. And we'll start growing into it, and we'll have a nice big specimen on our hands in no time. Autumn and winter is a bit of a tricky time for our plants, our indoor plants, because of the longer nights and the shorter days means there's less light available, and plants want light above everything else. So there's a couple of solutions to that. You can move your plants around your house, maybe move some sensitive plants nearer to the window, but that can be a little bit tricky if you've got radiators underneath your windowsills, which a lot of us do. You don't really want to be putting plants there because it's going to dry out the plant, basically, a lack of humidity. So a solution that I like to do is to add more grow lights. I've already got about 8 grow lights in the house, so why not add another one? So I've picked up this Sansi grow light, and you can get a 25% discount off Sansi with a link in the description, by the way. So I've got this Sansi clip-on grow light with 2 bulbs, 10-watt bulbs each, and I've got some plants here on this fireplace mantle that is a good 1.5–2 meters away from the window, so they will suffer in autumn and winter. Especially this anthurium here, a relatively new plant that I got. This will probably start to go crispy brown on the edges because of the lack of light. And then this alocasia elephant ear will start to go dormant. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try, if it can reach, and clip this light onto this shelf here, bend it down like so, and then turn it on. And these 2 plants, at least, will have some good light during autumn and winter. This philodendron new red is the perfect example of how a plant will follow the light like a moth does, because it's tucked behind this wall here, and as you can see the stem has got all twisted as it's trying to search for the light from the window that's behind me. So it's become quite a lanky specimen. It's put on quite a lot of growth this year, and it's not really sustainable as it is because it's so lanky, it's already toppled itself onto the floor. So I put it into a bigger pot, but I don't know, I think this plant needs to be sorted out, but I'm not really sure what to do about it, but I guess we'll figure it out together. So basically, I don't think repotting this guy is the answer, because it's basically been supported by the heavy porcelain pot that it lives in. If I was to get it out and just have it in its nursery pot, plastic nursery pot, then it topples over very, very easily. There you go. So this guy, I think, needs to be cut back. So what I'm going to do, I've got my big pruners here. I'm going to make a cut on the plant about there, just underneath that leaf node. There we go. So now I've got a top cutting that I'll put there for the moment. So this guy will now, where I made the cut, grow a new stem. Hopefully it'll grow in a straight fashion. I'll have to get a stick on it to support it so the same thing doesn't happen again. So I'm not going to chuck that away, that will just continue growing. I might just pop that back in its porcelain pot like so. And then I've basically propagated this plant. So I've got a nice top cutting here. I'm going to start by removing some of these lower leaves. So we're removing the lower leaves to help the plant to help the cutting in the rooting process. If you have too many leaves on a cutting, then it's going to draw too much water from the cutting. It's going to be much, much slower to grow roots. So you only want just 2 or 3 leaves at the top, basically. So I'm just tidying it up as well. And also the other reason is that if you pop the cutting with leaves at the bottom into soil, then the leaves are just going to rot. That's going to seriously compromise the cutting. I'm going to chop that leaf. So it looks a bit drastic doing this, of course, but I think it is better for the long run. And I've also got a free plant on my hands now. So it's a bit of an awkward shape, as you can see. It's very twisted cutting this is going to be, so I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do it. I might have to just cut it back a bit more in between that leaf node. So it's got lots of area roots, which are good. So this will help the plant, or help the cutting make roots. So I'm just going to get rid of some of these sheaths that have grown from when it put out the leaves. Okay, I think that's where the new leaf is going to come out from. Okay, still a bit awkward. So I'm going to put that aside. So I've got a pot ready-made of Cybertanica's Universal Mix. So you can put cutting straight into soil. You don't have to put it into water or perlite. They will grow roots in soil, but you just won't be able to keep an eye on progress. It's probably easier, in fact, to do it straight into soil, just because you're not having to worry about transplanting it after it's grown roots in water. It just grows roots straight into soil. Okay, so I've added my cutting. I'm trying to get it nice and deep into the pot so it stabilizes itself. There's going to be a change of plan. I'm going to empty the soil a little bit, just so that I can get it in the pot. I was struggling to force it in. So what I'm going to do instead is to half fill my pot with soil, grab my cutting, like so, and then backfill around it. Okay, so that's nicely in there now. All that's left to do, as with any repotting that I do, I always give the soil a good drink. And it's especially important with cuttings because you want the cut end to have some nice moisture to start growing roots, like so. So I'll put this in a nice bright spot for it to grow roots. It probably will do a bit slowly now that we're in autumn, but it will grow roots as long as you've given it enough light. One of the big mistakes you can make at this time of year is to make your plants go cold turkey, to stop feeding them whatsoever. Now you might have read or seen a video to say that plants will stop growing during autumn and winter and then we should stop feeding them, but in my experience that's not really the case. I always find that plants like this jade plant here will continue growing in autumn and winter because they're living obviously in our warm homes and there is some light, so they will continue growing. So I will feed, as I normally do, my houseplant Focus by Growth Technology, and I'll feed away like this Monstera here. This will continue growing, so I will continue feeding it, and I will just dilute the feed a little bit just because they're not growing as vigorously as in spring and summer. So just dial down the fertilizer a little bit by diluting it. Our plants have really enjoyed spring and summer. They've put on tons of growth, but that does mean that they can get a little bit top heavy, a little bit overgrown. And that's exactly what's happening to my Schefflera here. This is my umbrella plant, and it's put on quite a lot of growth this year, maybe a quarter of new growth, the top section. But as you can see, it's looking a little bit top heavy, like it wants to topple over. I do have some bamboo sticks helping to keep it upright, but I think it needs a new pot, looking a little bit too small. Dust and dirt accumulates on our plants pretty much all year long, of course, but it does become more of a problem in autumn and winter because of the longer nights and the shorter days. So there's less opportunity for our plants to photosynthesize, and that is harder still when there's a thick layer of dust on the leaves. So it becomes more of a problem for our big leaf specimens like the snake plant here, or Sansevieria. So those big leaves are ripe for dust to collect and settle on the leaves. So you'll often find in your Sansevieria they get quite dusty quite often. So it's a good idea just to grab a wet towel or a moist towel like so, and just go in maybe once a month, maybe a couple of months, something like that, and just give the leaves of your big leaf plants a good clean. So this will allow the plant to photosynthesize just a little bit better when the light is not forthcoming outside during autumn and winter. A great thing to do in October is to take your succulent, like this Echeveria or Echeveria, and take a couple of cuttings from it for it to grow roots over autumn and winter so they can start pushing out leaves come spring. So you might not think that you can propagate your plants in autumn and winter, but you most definitely can, provided you provide them with enough light, like I will with this guy, I'll show you in a bit, and give them warmth. If you give them at least, I think it's 10 or 12 degrees Celsius, then roots will continue to grow over winter. So with this guy, you just want to grab a leaf cutting, the lowest hanging fruit. Don't want to go near the top because they're going to be trickier to come out, but the ones nearer the bottom, as long as it's a nice healthy leaf, just grab it and twist it off like so. So there you go, nice and easy leaf cutting. So this will grow roots once you put it into some soil. Believe it or not, that will grow roots. So what I've got here is a pot of Cybotanica's Universal Mix. I've pre-moistened it just lightly over the top, and then all you do is you take your cutting, pop it on top so that the cut end is in the soil, like so. Now you can, if you want to, leave the cutting to callus over for a day or so, something like that, just so that the scab goes over the wound, just so that it doesn't rot the cutting before it has a chance to develop roots. But in my experience, at least for me, touch wood, I've not experienced that. I just pop it straight into soil. So this guy will live just behind me under these grow lights right here. So that's providing them with enough light over autumn and winter. They'll grow roots and they'll start sending out new leaves come spring. It's November, the weather has well and truly turned, and the days are getting a bit bleak, but that doesn't mean that our plants have stopped growing. Mine are still pushing out lots of new stems and lots of new leaves, and that means there's always things to do. So in this video, I'm going to show you what's happening with my plants, the chores I'm doing and why. And first, I've got some orchids that I need to sort out. Your orchids may well have stopped flowering by now, and you might have ended up with 2 spent flower spikes like I have on this plant here. But if we cut them back, we should get secondary flowers. You can already start to see it here. There's a new spike just starting to emerge. So what you want to do is you want to find the top unopened node and cut just above there. give it about 1 inch of space. So we can cut that off. All these nodes have had flowers growing out of it. So we can cut that off, discard that, and it'll focus its energy on now producing new flowers from these unopened nodes here. So when you've got 2 spikes like I have here, the pro tip is to cut one of the flower spikes lower than the other. Like I'm going to do here. I'm going to cut that one just there. And that means that the orchid will now focus its energy on producing flowers on this spike. If you have them both at the same level, then you tend to get less vigorous regrowth of flowers. It may well be November, but that doesn't mean that we can't continue to clone our plants. So I've got my Pothos Devil's Ivy here, climbing up this burlap moss pole that I recently purchased in my local hardware store. And as you can see, the stems have outgrown it. They're flopping over the side of the burlap moss pole. So normally with a moss pole, we can just continue to extend it. But in this case, with this burlap one, we can't. So that means what we should do is to prune them back. So you can grab your stem piece that is hanging over the side, and then just where you want to make the cut, near where the base of the plant is, just want to locate a leaf node. A leaf node is just where the leaf is growing out of the stem, and you want to cut just in front, like so. This looks like it's still attached to this burlap moss pole somewhere. Looks like the roots have grown into it, so I can cut that off. So that will, by cutting in front of the nodes, that will allow the existing stem to regrow a new stem basically. And then we're left with a piece like this, a long piece like this. But that isn't just one cutting. Each of these leaves can be its own cutting. It will develop roots. So all we need to do is to cut in between each of these leaf nodes. So that's a leaf node there and that's a leaf node there. So you can cut just in front of that one. The top piece we can root as well, so I'll put that to the side there. So we've now got this leaf node here where I've cut just in front, and I'm going to cut just behind, like so. So that is one cutting. So new roots will develop at the bottom of where we made the cut, and then when they develop roots, we'll pop them on, and then a new stem will grow there. So that is one cutting. I'll show you where to put them in a sec. So we can just go through, tidy up that stem piece there, and then cut, cut just behind that node. So that's another cutting there. So I've got 2, and you can just continue to go through. Hopefully I won't drop these on the floor. So you want a fairly decent portion of stem just to allow it to develop roots properly. And that one just trim back a little bit. If there's an aerial root that's growing, then you can leave that on there. That will develop into part of the root system. The substrate you use to root is entirely up to you. I've got a glass of water here, so I'm just going to pop them in a glass of water. You can just put them straight into soil. They will grow roots in soil. Might be a bit slower. Or you can put them into perlite. Perlite's a good one. If you use a perlite prop box, then that will increase the humidity around the cuttings and they root dead quick. So I'll put them into this glass of water, and then it's just a case of putting that somewhere nice and bright and not too cold. Anything kind of above 15 degrees is a minimum really. But the main thing is making sure that the leaves get lots of light so that the stems will start to grow roots. Through the many years of looking after all my plants, I've come to realise, unfortunately, that Oxalis triangularis and my house aren't best friends. I've got one here living underneath this Sansi grow light here, and it's looking like a bit of a leggy mess, isn't it? All the petioles are stretching for the light, even though there's a Sansi light over it. So what I'm going to do with this, and it's something I do every year now for this plant, I'm going to force it into dormancy. So that basically means at the end of summer or autumn, as we are now in November, I'm going to pop that somewhere dark and cool. I'm not going to water it until spring basically, and all the leaves are going to die off. It's going to look like a right crispy mess, and then come spring I'm going to repot the plant basically, get the bulbs out, because these stems grow from bulbs in the soil. Get them out, put them into new soil, and then a fresh flush of new growth is going to come through. And this plant always looks nice when it's growing nice and fresh. And And then by the end of the growing season, it tends to look a bit like a straggly mess. So I do force it into dormancy. I've got a video all about this that goes into much more detail that you can check out up here. Right, it's now time to channel your inner Jamie Oliver. Grab a lemon, chopping board and knife, and then some pruners. Because after a long, hard season of pruning our plants, especially the amount that I do, I'm always pruning and washing them after each pruning, they do tend to go a little bit rusty. Even though I've really tried my best to take care of these, they are a little bit rusty around the edges. And rusty pruners isn't good for our plants, not very healthy when we're cutting our plants with rusty pruners. So there's a homemade remedy to clear that, which involves a lemon in a bowl. So just cut your lemon in half, squeeze it into your bowl. This one's a bit of a tough lemon to get the juice out, I think, but it is quite juicy actually. So I reckon about the juice of half a lemon. You can go a little bit more if you've got large pruners or they're particularly rusty. And then you just want to get your table salt, regular salt, pour that into the lemon juice like so, and then give that a mix. I've forgotten my spoon, so I'll get that. Give that a mix in here. So the lemon juice is going to cut through the rust and the salt is going to act as an abrasive basically. So I've given that a mix. You can get rid of the pips just to make your life a bit easier, but for the purposes of this, I'm not going to bother. So you want a bucket or something. Pop your pruners in and then just pour the solution over the pruners where the rust is. So I like to get my scrub daddy, which is a great invention, and just get in there and just scrub the rust off the pruners. So I'll do an initial scrub like this, just to get the mixture in all the nooks and crannies, like so. And then I'll leave it for about half an hour, something like that, for the lemon to really penetrate the rust. I'll come back, give it another scrub, and then the rust will be gone. And then you just want to give it a nice thorough rinse at the sink area under the water. And you should have nice clean pruners. You should never be afraid to prune your plants. They will always grow back, even in autumn and winter. As long as you've got normal indoor temperatures and you've got good enough light, they will continue growing. And if something's not growing how you want it, then it's a good idea to prune it away. And that's what's happening to this coleus plant. So, I don't know if you can see, but we've got the main plant here, which is this section. And then this one here is a stem that started to grow at the bottom, and it's becoming too dominant. I don't like that. I want this to be the main plant, to grow nice and strong. And I don't want that to be the main plant, because if that starts taking over, it's going to grow all the way over there and it's going to become a lopsided plant. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut it back like so. So that will now develop probably a couple of new stems. This one should now start to grow a bit more, hopefully. And this will now become the main part of the plant, which is exactly what I want. And for the bit that you cut off, you don't want to throw that away because it will develop roots. Pop that in water or even soil or perlite. Take off the lower leaves like this so they don't rot in the substrate that you choose. Take off those lower leaves, have about 4 leaves at the top. Pop that into water, it'll grow roots dead quick. A coleus always grows dead quick. You'll have a fresh new plant. So the days are getting shorter in November, and that means that our plants do tend to suffer. So you might think having a load of your plants next to a nice big bay window like this in my dining room, this faces east, you might think that the plants will be perfectly fine here as the days start to get a bit shorter, but that's not necessarily the case. And it's why I recently purchased, within the last year or so, this magical device here. This is a light meter. So this will give me a steer on how much light certain areas in my home are getting. And it's been a real game changer because it does give me surprising results. This shelving unit here with a bunch of my plants, it's right next to this window, faces east in the morning, so light comes shining through. It's morning at the moment as I'm filming this, although it is a cloudy day. But you might think, this is a nice bright spot, right? Well, not necessarily. When I turn it on and I shine it over here, or I put my light meter over here for the light to shine onto it, it's giving me a reading of about 200 foot candles, which is quite low. Really, plants need at least 400 to 500 foot candles for them to really thrive and push out lots of new stems and lots of new leaves. So this spot here isn't getting anywhere near 400 foot candles. This is low light spot, which you wouldn't necessarily think. So I highly recommend getting a light meter to add to your arsenal of tools along with your moisture meter to really tell you how your plants are doing in the certain spots in your home. So there are things that you can do to up the light when you've got a low reading like I have, and I'll show you in the other room. If you are really struggling for light in your home, particularly in winter, then I do recommend grow lights, of course. I always bang on about them on the channel. But to show you the power of a good grow light, I've got this croton that's been living under this grow light for a few months now. And you will notice that the lower leaves have a nice red tinge on the croton. That's what you want to see with a croton, red tint to the leaves. That's when the plant was growing in the greenhouse before I bought it. I brought it home, put it on my windowsill, and the leaves started to come out yellow and green. Not yellow in a bad way, just the tint of the leaves. And that means that the plant is not getting enough light, basically. But then, since moving it back underneath the grow light, or to the grow light, back underneath high light, the leaves have started to go out red again. That's exactly what you want to see with a croton. So I highly recommend grow lights, and you can get a 25% discount off all Sansi lights with my link in the description. So do check it out. I've now put on the heating during the mornings and evenings to take the chill off, because it is getting quite chilly here in Sheffield now. And that means that there's lots of dry air swirling around from the radiators. And to be honest, most of our plants do tend to do okay with that. They tend to grumble on during autumn and winter. But if you do have a couple of plants that are small enough and you do want to dote on them and they are suffering, then a good option would be to take a cloche or something similar and put something over the top to trap the humidity in. So I don't really buy into buying humidifiers or adding pebble trays or things like that, because they don't really work, and misting plants, they don't really do much to increase the humidity sufficiently for our plants. But this will work. So I've got a little allocation here, a little small one that I'm trying to dote on, because I've had it for a couple of years and it's remained this size. So I do have it under a grow light to prevent it from going dormant, and I want to increase the humidity around it to see if that works over winter. So you can take a cloche, would be good because it would be nice and wide with a little knob on top that you can pick it up with. But I've only got this clear vase basically until I buy a cloche. But this should fit over it carefully if I get that leaf up like that, like so. So that will now trap the humidity in, you'll see condensation, and the plant should start to thrive, fingers crossed. You do want to just lift it up every couple of days, something like that, just to get the air in, to avoid mold and stuff from developing. When you're watering your plants in autumn through winter, then you really want to avoid doing it like this. I've got my satin pothos here. I'm just spraying water all over the leaves, and I've also got my Fittonia here. You might be tempted, because it's a bushy plant, just to pour water over the top, and that's generally a bad idea. It's a bad idea all year, but especially in autumn and winter, because of the cooler temperatures, the leaves are going to take much longer to dry out, and when leaves stay wet, that's when you start to get mold and disease on your plant. So it's a really bad idea. So a much better way to do it is just to peel back the leaves and just water the soil, like so. So it can be tricky with certain plants like this Fittonia here, but if you just pull it back enough, don't have to be too gentle with it, and then just try and water the soil only. It's something I recommend all year long. After the long growing season of spring and then summer, our plants can end up looking a bit straggly, a bit of a straggly mess. And that's what's happening to this begonia, Rex begonia that I've got. It's looking quite stretched, quite leggy. Lots of yellowing leaves, as you can see. Lots of crispiness at the base of the plants, like that. And you might think that because it's autumn going into winter, that you can't prune your plants, you can't repot them, so you just have to leave them to just sit there and grin and bear it and don't do anything to them. But that's not necessarily the case. You can do all of those things, and you can rehab your plant in winter, because you don't want the plant to be sat there looking like a horrible mess. So we're going to sort out this guy now. And here she is. Obviously, she's a lot smaller now, but she's looking much healthier. So what I did, I took cuttings of the mother plant and put them into soil to root. Begonias are quite easy to root. So I put them into soil to basically restart the plant. And it should do that even though we're heading into winter. It will grow roots, probably a bit slowly, but it will grow roots and new leaves will start to emerge in spring and we should have a nice bushy plant. So I've got it in my clear plastic pot so I can keep an eye on what's going on in terms of the roots, start to see the roots growing. And I've got it on this terracotta saucer because I haven't got a decorative pot for it. So I'm going to put it back on the shelf where it was. And we'll check progress on this in future update videos. Unfortunately, pests are always ready and waiting to hitch a ride and go onto your plant and make a new home. It's particularly the case now that the heating is on. That dry air is the perfect environment for spider mites to start invading your plants. So you want to be extra vigilant in checking them over. So this is particularly the case for bushy specimens like this Pothos planter I have here. Lots of nooks and crannies for spider mites to kind of hide out and make a little home. So what I like to do is to grab a light, like the light on your mobile phone, and just go in and just see if you can see any very fine webbing or any specks moving around. So it will be quite hard to find, particularly the specks. But if you see very fine webbing where the leaf meets the petiole, then that might be spider mites. If it travels a long distance from, say, this leaf to this leaf, there's a big web there, then that's just going to be a house spider, not spider mites. It needs to be very concentrated in a very specific area. So just go in with your light and give it a good look over. So this is where my Rex begonia was suffering, that I rehabbed. Next to it is a red flame begonia, I think that's what it's called. And as you can see, there is tons of crispy leaves, and this is absolutely perfect for spider mites and other pests to come and invade. So we want to make sure we go in and clear all these dead leaves. Okay, so I've got rid of most of the dying leaves. Let's open the plant out and it's going to make it much less hospitable for spider mites. I already mentioned the light meter earlier, and that's been a game changer in my house for me. But if you're a subscriber to the channel, then you'll know that my favourite device is the moisture meter. It's the best thing since sliced bread. And November, autumn and going into winter is when you'll really need your moisture meter, because plants may seem dry on top, but then you have no idea really how wet or how moist they are unless you go quite deep into the pot. So obviously the light is a lot less these days and the temperatures have gone down. So your plants aren't using as much energy as they were, and they're not drying out as quickly. So that can either mean that you're not watering enough because you completely stop watering entirely, which is the wrong thing to do. Or if you continue to water as you did in spring and summer, then you're going to run into problems. So you need to use your moisture meter. So this jade plant, in fact all of these plants, I've not watered for 2 weeks I think. So this jade plant feels nice and dry on top. But let's have a look inside. Go nice and deep. You want to go into the bottom half of the pot because that's where all the roots are going to be and where the moisture is going to be sat. And lo and behold, we are on moist on the moisture meter, reading 6. So that doesn't need a drink for probably another couple of weeks. And then we have my little monstera here that I grew from seed. So this feels very dry on top because it's in a nice chunky chunky aroid mix. I'll stick my moisture meter in. If I can get it in because it's got a lot of roots in there. Ooh, it's nearly wet. Get this out. So it is wet. It's reading 9 on the moisture meter. I only watered that 1.5 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. So it feels dry on top, but it does look quite wet. I've got my clear plastic pot. There is condensation around the edges. So it's wet. So this doesn't need a drink for another week at least. So your moisture meter is going to save you bacon during November, autumn and winter. It might look like that I have the perfect collection of plants, but believe me, I don't. If you dig a little bit deeper, there are some nasties. For example, I've got this, what was once a green syngonium that's just living on that windowsill there, my east facing windowsill. And as you can see, it's got lots of yellowing crispy leaves. So I think I forgot to water it for about 3 or 4 weeks, and when I got to watering it, it was very dry, very light as a feather. So all the leaves, or a lot of the leaves, went by the wayside, and I think it probably is root bound as well. So there are lots of roots coming out of the drainage holes. That doesn't necessarily mean that it is root bound, but when there's this many roots coming out of the bottom, then the chances are that it might be. So I'm going to have a look at that and we'll prune this back. There is new growth coming through, so there is life for this old dog yet. It just needs sorting out. So it wasn't root bound or anything like that. There was lots of roots at the bottom, but that's just where the moisture hangs out. The rest of it wasn't tied up in roots. So I've given it a good prune back. So I've just got the green leaves now. I'll pop that back where it was and hopefully it will grow much nicer now. It's December and winter is well and truly here. I don't know about you, but some of my plants are struggling for the lack of light, and we'll cover that in this video. But plants do continue to grow in winter despite what you might have read or heard, and that means there is always things to do. So I'm going to show you the things that I'm doing with my plants and why, and we're starting with a string of hearts. So I've got this string of hearts on this shelf here, just underneath this grow light. Having a grow light on top of the plant at the base is important because otherwise they go a little bit bare if you haven't got enough light at the top, so that's a top tip. But as you'll see, these stems are quite long and lanky and they're nearly touching the floor. You'll also notice that they're all twisted as well, which is always the case with a string of hearts. They're an absolute nightmare plant, so I just leave them be now. I don't bother trying to untangle or anything. But when the stems are nearly reaching the floor, you need to get your pruners out like these, just go through and just snip. Don't need to be too delicate about it. So I'm just going to snip along there like so. Take these off. So that evens up the plant. And then the beauty of doing this as well is that the stems will branch out. So you get more than one branch from where you make the cut. So you end up with a nice bushy plant basically. So these should all branch out. And then with these cuttings that we took, we don't want to chuck these out. I'm going to show you what to do with these in the other room. So I have my string of hearts stems, and I've just spent the last 10 minutes or so just unpicking them, untangling them. So I've got individual stem pieces like that. And what we want to do, we want to find the leaves and just cut before and after each of the leaves, sets of leaves, so that you end up with a little piece like that. So I'm going to go through and do that for all of these. So what we are now left with are lots of cuttings that we can propagate from and create a brand new string of hearts plant. And for that, I've got this clear plastic pot, which is a bit taller than your average pot, which is good for the string of hearts to start flopping over, which is what you want. So I've just pre-filled it with Cybertanica soil, and I've pre-moistened it as well. And all you want to do is just lay them on top of the soil. Just try and get the stem piece touching the soil if you can. It doesn't necessarily need to be buried that much, but just go through and press the little cuttings into the soil and they will root dead easily. And this is how we propagate a string of hearts. So in lots of cases, to get a bushier string of hearts, we can take a stem piece that's growing down the side of the pot, bring it back up and wrap it into the soil, just rest it on top. And then at each leaf node, roots will grow into the soil, and that's how you get a bushy crown of the plant basically. But so you can either do that this way, that way with the propagation, or you can take little individual cuttings like this, which is what I tend to do. I just find it a bit easier to place into the soil like I'm doing here. Okay, so I like to pack it quite full because you won't get 100% success rate. You will get a couple that die, but generally, if you pack it nice and full, you get a nice healthy plant at the top. So this will start growing. Once I put it somewhere nice and bright, we'll start growing new stems, new roots, and we'll have a nice string of hearts clone. You might have a Fittonia in your home, like this guy, that you want to clone because it's a beautiful plant, isn't it? But you might be a bit worried about the lack of humidity during winter, so you might put it off until next year. But that would be a shame because we do like to do things during the winter to our houseplants, and I've got a cheeky little hack that will guarantee the success of your cuttings. So I have my Fittonia here, and I'm just locating a nice healthy stem piece just hanging off the side because it'd be easier to cut. I'm just going to cut underneath where a leaf is growing, like so. So I'll get a nice piece like that. Put that to one side, we don't need it any longer. So there'll be lots of leaves coming out of this stem. So we just want to remove the bottom few leaves, because when we plant these up, if they're in the soil or water, whatever we're doing, then they're going to rot basically. So we just want a nice clean stem piece like so, with some leaves at the top. And then I've got myself a little pot like so, filled with Cybertanica Universal Mix. You can get a 10% discount with the link in my description, by the way, to all their soil. So I've pre-moistened it, and then I'm going to stick the stem piece, without dropping it, in the middle, like so. Press the soil around, and then just got a bit of a leaf broken off there, no big deal. So that's in there nicely. I've already watered it, so there's no need to water it. And then this is where the magic happens. I've got myself a jar. This is an old jam jar. So to prevent it drying out in your home with the heating on, etc., you can pop it onto the lid like so, and then put that over the top and then screw it on. And that has created the perfect humidity environment for that plant to grow roots and then grow new stems. So once it starts growing new leaves and new stems and reaches the top of this container, you can just simply take it off and then let it grow as it normally would. So in winter, our plants can start to look a bit ropey, can't they? Can I get an amen? And that's exactly what is happening to this Caliphate Elgar grass. As you can see, it's got some floppy yellowing leaves. A lot of them have gone crispy brown like that one. And just generally, it's looking a bit like a dog's dinner, isn't it? And to a beginner, they might see this and want to chuck it out into the bin. But a quick tidy up and we'll get this guy looking its former glory. And I'll show you what to do. And here she is, as easy as that, looks as good as new. So I took off a fair few amount of leaves, anything that was yellow or browning, I just took off with my snippers. I showed no mercy whatsoever. So I think the problem with this plant was that it was too bushy. So getting rid of all the leaves that were dying off has opened it up, and it's created more airflow to get into the plant and more light as well. So we should now start to see lots of new growth. There is new growth coming through in the middle, which is a good sign. It's not dying, but just basically I hadn't got around to pruning it back. It's looking much healthier now. I've got my Monstera albo here, which is a beautiful but slightly problematic plant because of the large white sections going brown, but that's a story for another day. But this guy is looking a little bit floppy, a little bit unsupported, isn't he? So I like to support all my Monsteras these days, give them something to climb up. So they've got these arrow roots at the back of the stem, and they want to attach onto something to then climb up to support as they grow higher and higher, taller and taller. So this guy needs support, and I've got just the thing for it. A support system that I absolutely love, that I use on lots of my plants, is this trellis. This is called the Zella. You'll be able to find it on the website. You get a 10% discount with my link in the description. But I like using these to support my plants because it looks attractive. But where should we put the stake? So basically a monstera will have a front and a back. The front is where the leaves will face, and in the back is where the arrowroots will come out of the stem. And that's where you want the stake to be, up against the arrowroots. Sometimes it won't look quite so black and white, because as in this case here, I've got my two arrowroots facing kind of behind me now, and then the leaves are kind of veering off to the side. That must just be where the light has been shining on it, facing that way. But to correct that, all we need to do is put our stake in the soil up against where the arrowroots are coming out of the back of the stem, like so. There you go. So it's dead easy with this trellis trellis because they've got nice feet to put into the soil that are rubber coated. And then just to make sure that the plant knows that it's there, I like to tie it on using this green Velcro tape that you can just buy online from Amazon probably. So I'm going to pop that through that hole there, anchor it nice and tightly, like so. There we go, much better. So now that plant knows that this trellis is there, and it will start attaching its arrowroots to the wood, and it will start growing taller and taller. On this shelving unit behind me, I have my spider plant, which is looking absolutely glorious. So this guy is fairly new to the home. I've had it about 3 or 4 months, something like that. And it was flowering the other day. They've since gone by the wayside now. First time a spider plant has flowered in my home. But as well as the flowers, they're also producing lots of these pups all around the plant, little baby pups that sprout from the mother. Quite interesting feature of this plant. So you can either leave them on the plant, which is quite a good thing to do because they look quite nice, don't they? Quite interesting. Or you could do something else with them. So with the pups that this plant is growing, we can easily cut these off to grow new spider plants. That's basically what these are for. So we can take a couple of cuttings. I'm just going to do 2 into 1 pot, like so. We don't need that anymore. So if you look on your spider plant pup, you should start to notice the beginnings of some roots growing at the bottom of where these the leaves are coming out of these pups. So I've got myself another pot filled with Cybertanica soil, and I've pre-moistened it. Just grip my stick. It's just dead easy to propagate these. The easiest thing you can do with your houseplants, just make a little hole like so, and then pop that in there to make sure that the bottom of that pup has good contact with soil. And that's it really, dead simple. So I'm going to put 2 in here, like so. And that will grow on. I'll put that somewhere nice and bright, and that'll grow on to be a nice healthy spider plant. Winter can be a really tricky time for sun-loving plants like succulents, cacti and aloe vera, for example. I've got my aloe arborescens, or aloe candelabra, I think it's called, here, which is an interesting plant with spiky leaves, but it lives about 1.5 to 2 meters away from the window, so it's not getting enough light at the best of times. And now that we're heading into winter, starting to look quite stretched and leggy. The long central stem at the base, going all the way up here, is looking quite leggy. And if I don't do something about it, it's going to start to get a bit top heavy of it, I think. So we need to correct this now. Now, it might look drastic, but you can get your large pruners like so, and then, I'm just going to get this out of the pot. You can go quite low down on the plant, if I can get in there, like so, and chop its head off, like so. And then we can remove these lower leaves to expose the kind of stem piece. So aloe veras, you can reset, or aloe arborenses, whatever this is called, but you can do the same thing to aloe veras as well. You can reset them like this when they start to get a bit leggy. They will grow roots from the stem piece. So I'm just removing these leaves until I'm left. Just want to tidy this up a little bit. There we go. Do one more leaf. There's one there, let's just... Okay. So we have a piece like that now, with the stem exposed. So you should really let that callus over for maybe a day, maybe even 2 days, just to let that dry off. Because plants in this family don't like to be overwatered. And because that's quite an exposed, fleshy stem piece, it might start to rot because it's very moist. I'm feeling it in my hands. But for the purpose of this, I'm just going to show you how to repot it. So I've half filled a pot here with soil. I'm just going to hold the stem piece and then just fill around. Dead simple. Quite low down, like so. So like I say, it will grow roots dead easily. Then it'll continue to grow taller and taller. So this is something I like to do to my succulents as well. I like to kind of reset them normally every year, just to stop them from becoming so leggy. So fill that up with soil. There we have it. A nice compact plant now. So I would give that a water. As I repot any plant, I always give it a water, drink of water, just to make sure that the stem piece settles into the soil. There's good contact and then it'll start growing roots. I'll put that somewhere bright. I have a happy new plant on my hands. If you're a subscriber to the channel, then you would have seen me unbox this bad boy in a video about 3 or 4 months ago, something like that. This is my Monstera Thai constellation that I got from Amazon of all places, and it was in good condition. There was some thrip damage on some of the leaves, but I think they eradicated that before they sent it to me, because I've not noticed any more damage. But this guy I stuck on my fireplace hearth here, which is a good 1.5 to 2 meters away from that window here in my living room. And that's not enough for a Monstera. If you have a light meter or a light meter app on your phone, then you want really 500 foot candles as a minimum for your Monstera. So this plant wants to be nearer to that window. And you can tell when your Monstera is struggling for light, when the petioles become long like these have here. The petiole is just the piece that links the stem to the leaf. If they're getting long, like this one here, then that means that that leaf is trying to get that to that light as much as possible, and it's stretching the petiole to try and get there. So really, in an ideal world, I would move this even nearer to that window, or I would put a grow light maybe up here, just shining down on this light to give it the 500 foot candles that it needs. But I'm not going to be doing that because I'm moving in the next week or so, and there's big west-facing windows in my new house. I'll be able to plonk it somewhere much brighter. Something that I absolutely love to do is to create mixed planters. So I've got one on the go in my living room already. I'm going to show you how to do it with some pothos and philodendron plants. So they want to be plants in the same family. So I've taken cuttings of various plants. I've got my philodendron, my pothos devil's ivy cutting here, a neon pothos, philodendron Brazil, a pothos enjoy, and then a satin pothos. And I think these will look very nice together in the same plant. So basically we're propagating, but we're putting multiple different types of plants into the pot. So we just want to tidy up these cuttings basically. So I think that's going to be too big. So I've cut just underneath a leaf node, and that's where the roots are going to develop. There's a leaf attached to that piece at the bottom, so I'm going to discard that so it doesn't rot. And that's the first one. So I'm going to pop that into my pre-filled, bit too long. Pop that into my pre-filled pot with Cybertanica soil. Like so. So that's one. And then next, my neon pothos. So again, probably don't need that. Discard these lower leaves. So roots will grow at each point here, here and here. So again, and pop that into this pot, like so. Philodendron Brazil, which is a beautiful variegated plant. What we can do with this, I'm going to cut that there, get rid of that leaf, then pop that into the pot as well. Like so. So for these plants, I'm not planning on staking them. I'm planning on just having a bushy plant that overflows overflows the pot basically. And then my penultimate plant is this satin pothos, which is a beautiful plant. Where's the stem? Get rid of that leaf. Is that a leaf? It's going to be a bit awkward. There you go. I'm going to pop that just in there. Like so. And then the last one is my Pothos Enjoy. So like before, oh, nearly cut my hand off there. I'm going to remove the lower 3 leaves on this one. Roots will grow out all along there. And I'll pop that in this side here. Make a hole with my finger. There you go. There you go. Doesn't look perfect now, but once it starts to grow roots and new stems, this will really bush out. Just move that to that side. So you don't need to propagate in perlite or water. Propagations can happily just go straight into soil and you're not having to mess around with transferring from water to soil. So this is a good option. So I think when this grows out, it'll be a nice little mixed Pothos philodendron planter, and I'll keep you updated in future chores videos. When you buy a training plant in the store, such as this lipstick plant here, which has finished flowering for the season, they often come in these rather ugly plastic pots with plastic hooks, don't they? And I've got mine hanging up here, but I think I can do much better than this. And the solution to that is to get one of these. This is a macrame hanger, or a macrame hanger, however you want to say it. I think it's a French word. But it's going to look much nicer in here than it does in there. So I'm going to make the transformation now. And there she is, looking much nicer in a macrame hanger, much nicer than the old plastic hook that they gave me. So it was a bit of a challenge trying to get this plant into the macrame hanger, because you do kind of need to get it evenly in there so it doesn't flop over to one side. And I did nearly drop it on a couple of occasions. But you're never going to get it perfect basically, just get it in the macrame hanger and then move on basically. So we're heading into winter, and in my climate here in Sheffield, I get about 6-7 hours of daylight a day, which isn't a great deal to be honest. And for fussy plants like alocasia, that's not enough, and they tend to go dormant. That's what always happens to my alocasias in my house. The leaves go yellow, they die off, and then they come back in spring. So to combat that, and if you have alocasias in your home and you're not getting the light that you need in the winter, then I recommend sticking them under grow lights, and do that now before it's too late. Because once they start to turn, they'll just continue to go downhill basically. So last year, my alocasia Frydek lost all its leaves pretty much. But this year, since putting it in this spot, much better. Look at that. Big leaves. This is the biggest my alocasia Frydek has ever been. They look really healthy. No yellowing or dying leaves whatsoever. And there's new growth coming out of the base of the plant from corms that are in the soil. So that's looking really healthy. And then also, next to it, I've got the offspring of that mother plant. little Alocasia friodeck that I put into this pot, I think it was spring. So for a plant this small, this would definitely lose its leaves in winter in my climate. But putting it under this light that I have on for 12 hours a day, it's keeping its leaves, and there's a new leaf there as well, which is good. Normally in my climate, in the winter, it doesn't produce any new leaves, so the fact that there's a new leaf coming through is good. It looks like that one's on the wayside, but as long as there's 3 strong leaves there. And then I've got my Alocasia dragon scale that was looking like an absolute dog last winter. I think it was down to 1 crispy leaf, but since moving it here on this IKEA cabinet, much healthier. No yellowing leaves in sight. Very handsome plant. So you can get a 25% discount off Sansi Light with the link in my description, so check it out. Something that I love doing, 1 because it's thrifty and 2 because it looks nice, is to repurpose containers. So on this shelf here, I have got one of Mrs. Sheffield's favourite items. It's a little tin, the Marquise of Queensberry selected blend of Indian tea. So it's an old tea tin, God knows when it was from. Don't know where she got it from, but she has it displayed on there because it's quite a retro look, isn't it? It looks quite interesting. But I reckon we can turn that into a plant pot. Why not? So there's no drainage holes at the bottom, and that is okay. A plant doesn't have to be in a pot without drainage holes. I do recommend it in my videos because I'm normally talking to beginners on the channel. So to avoid them drowning their plant, I always say put them into a pot with drainage holes. But if you're a bit of an intermediate, you've got a few plants and you're good at watering your plants, you know how much to give, got a bit of experience, then you can just put it into a pot without drainage holes. So that's what I'm going to do here. I've got this little snake plant here. That looks quite nice there, but I reckon we can combine the two and create something much more aesthetic. I've got my container and I've just filled with soil, Cybertanica soil, universal mix, and I've put a little indentation in the middle using the pot of the spider plant to allow me to get the plant in there a bit easier, because it might be a bit of a struggle otherwise. So I'm just going to pop this out like so, and then I'm simply going to just pop that in and then give it a shake to get the soil around the root ball. And I just need to top up with some more soil, which is what I'm going to do now. It will make a bit of a mess, but never mind. Press that in, just so that the existing root ball has good contact with the new soil and the new roots will start to grow into it. So you might be thinking that the pot is probably a bit too big for the size of this plant, and that is a valid concern that you have, my plant friends. But because we're more experienced at this plant game, we know that we don't need to water this plant that much. So we're going to keep the soil relatively dry at all times, particularly for this snake plant. Okay, so I think we're nearly there, like so. Okay, so I do have a bit of a mess on top, but I think that all adds to the appeal, doesn't it, of this rustic container. There we go. And that looks quite nice, doesn't it? Now you might have read or been told that the plants in your home stop growing completely in winter, but in my experience that's not really the case. Even for me here in Sheffield, where I only get 6-7 hours of daylight a day in the winter, they still continue to grow, they still continue to push out leaves. So if you've got normal indoor temperatures and you have some daylight, then they will continue to grow. So therefore, it would be a big mistake to stop fertilizing your plants. So basically, I feed my plants the same, more or less all year round, because I do get growth. So I put a cap full of fertilizer into this 6-litre watering can, and I add a bit of water conditioner. I've repurposed this dropper that I got from Mrs. Sheffield. I put some water conditioner in here. So I put a dropper full of that in there as well, just to protect my plants, my fussy plants like califia and spider plants, against brown leaves. Then I fill it with water and I'll go through and fertilise my plants as normal. I have with me here a beautiful poinsettia. I'm sure you recognise it because these are ever so popular in the lead up to Christmas, aren't they? So I've got with me here a nice pink variety. It's a little bit early in the season for me as I'm filming this, so I couldn't find any red ones. So I picked up this pink one. So these guys are often found at the entrance to the store, aren't they? Because they want the store wants you to go in through the entrance, be dazzled by these beautiful, colourful bracts, and then purchase it basically, which is what I did for this guy, £7.50. But the problem for the poinsettia is that that spot near the entrance to the store is the worst place for it because they hate cold. They hate getting blasted by the cold outside. And they're sat on the entrance to the store, they're going to get blasted by cold, aren't they? So when you're choosing one of these, you want to make sure you find one that isn't in that spot basically. If they are, then kind of steer clear of it. And when you are choosing a poinsettia, just want to make sure that there are no yellowing or blackening leaves, because once the poinsettia starts to go downhill, then there's no saving it basically. And normally yellowing leaves and black leaves is a sign of cold damage. So the bracts may look beautiful on top, but when you unravel it and get it home, it might start to deteriorate, because my poinsettias normally always die off. Don't know about yours. So we're going to look at this guy. He's wrapped up with a nice bow. We're going to look at him because I can see there's some yellowing. So this guy was sat at the entrance from a local store. I'm going to get him out. Sopping wet, so obviously been watered a bit too much, which is never a good thing for a poinsettia either. And as you can see, it's in a bit of a state, isn't it? So you just want to be sure to check things like yellowing leaves. This is a real bad state. Got some mold issues and stuff. So this guy, he's on death's door, unfortunately. Really not in a good state whatsoever. So I don't think there's going to be much that I can save this plant. I'll be surprised if it lasts until Christmas, to be honest. Got some moldy leaves in here. So obviously this cellophane wrapper is not the best thing for it. But if you do manage to find a poinsettia that isn't living somewhere cold in the store, and you get it home, first you want to make sure that the shop assistant wraps it up nicely to protect it from the cold on the way home. And then when you get it home, just put it somewhere nice and bright and warm, away from any doors or windows that get opened. And it should last until Christmas at least.